Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 101 to 125. Demonist Sect and Theosophy Order. Today, Avon's decision to involve Theosophy Order using information about Tingen and Triss was made on the spur of the moment after he met Helen. Helen's sudden arrival made Avon realize that while he could use other organizations to his mutual benefit and achievement, he lacked corresponding countermeasures against Theosophy Order. On the contrary, they held most of Avon's secrets. To them, Avon was basically transparent, a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. As long as they could gain more, they wouldn't care if Avon lived or died. As for their promise to help Avon advance to a hunter pathway demigod and restore his male body in the future, that was just talk. Anyone who believed it was a fool. Demonesses would never be benevolent. As for the deep affection Helen had shown him initially, Avon had originally believed it was real and felt quite conflicted about it. However, ever since Avon came to Backland, joined more organizations, and had access to more information, coupled with his understanding of the demoness pathway, he gradually pieced together the creed of Theosophy Order's demonesses. That was, women are supreme, men are despicable. Helen's love for Avon was indeed real, and the cuteness she displayed when meeting Avon was also her true nature. But the problem was that Theosophy Order's demonesses were true, black widows. Their way of digesting pain was to devour the man who had impregnated them, taken the assassin magic potion, and deeply loved them while they were pregnant. Then, with the help of a ritual, they would give birth to a girl who was naturally an assassin. Their act of devouring was similar in meaning to Mr. A's devouring. It was true consumption. The deeper the love, the more intense the pain, and the faster the magic potion was digested. When Avon saw this information in Military Intelligence Section 9 using his brother Robert's authority, he was a little stunned, and his back was sweating. He had originally thought that Theosophy Order's cultivation of female demonesses would be relatively normal, but he never expected them to be even crazier than the demoness sect. Their true ideology was to establish a female-dominated world, completely reversing the status of men and women, and making men true subordinates. This made Avon understand why the major Orthodox churches viewed Theosophy Order as a great enemy, and not just because of the disasters they brought through their acting. He also understood why the two major forces occupying the demoness pathway were so irreconcilable, viewing each other as mortal enemies. For the demonesses of the demoness sect, this ideology was a challenge to their proud, male mentality, and anathema among heresies. And in the eyes of Theosophy Order's demonesses, the demoness sect, a group of men, had usurped Beander characteristics that rightfully belonged to women, making them equally an anathema among heresies. However, Avon was also very puzzled as to where Theosophy Order's demonesses got the courage to attempt such a grand endeavor. After all, their mortal enemy was the demoness sect, which occupied the highest level of the assassin sequence. The primordial demoness occupies the highest level of the sequence and should have a great influence on the beyonders of this pathway. Theosophy Order should be able to be overthrown with a backhand. But the truth is, from the fourth epoch until now, over 1,000 years, Theosophy Order has been living more and more comfortably, even showing a trend of development and growth. Avon, combining his knowledge of the original works records with his own analysis, believes that either the primordial demoness was severely wounded during the cataclysm of the Pale, when she was besieged by the seven gods along with death, and has not yet recovered, making her unable to interfere with the current world. Or, due to the severe injuries from that time, the primordial demoness's wounds affected her mind, causing her to have a distorted gender identity and severe personality splits. Therefore, the demoness sect cannot use the primordial demoness's power to directly eliminate Theosophy Order, and even has to occasionally guard against the primordial demoness potentially helping their competitor. The reason for this conjecture is that Avon once tentatively asked his brother Robert, who clearly seemed to know a lot, about Theosophy Order. Robert's answer was also very interesting. Theosophy Order can, to some extent, be seen as another side of the demoness sect, they even have the same blood ties. If Theosophy Order's demonesses truly have a blood relationship with the primordial demoness, then the confrontation between these two organizations can truly be called an internal family struggle. Moreover, since Theosophy Order is entirely composed of female demonesses, Avon boldly speculated whether Theosophy Order's president was the primordial demoness's daughter, an angel-level demoness by birth. If these conjectures were all true, Avon would really be curious who made the primordial demoness pregnant and gave birth to a daughter for him, without being drowned. Putting aside his conjectures and returning to the initial problem, Avon actively provided information to Helen. He lacked means to deal with Theosophy Order, so he needed to demonstrate his value. Furthermore, Avon also did not want Theosophy Order to remain hidden in the dark. Tris, the vessel for the primordial demoness's descent, was carefully cultivated by the demoness sect. If they discovered Theosophy Order operating near Tris, there would definitely be a strong reaction, and the Augustus royal family, which cooperates with the demoness sect, might also react. If Avon's speculation about the primordial demoness's mental split is true, then the demoness sect's actions in cultivating a divine descent vessel are quite intriguing, perhaps a killing blow aimed at Theosophy Order, and Theosophy Order, having discovered Tris's abnormality, will not sit idly by. By then, Avon, who had successfully infiltrated the demoness sect, would become increasingly important. Moreover, Avon could use the power of the demoness sect to target Theosophy Order, giving him the means to counter Theosophy Order. When they clash, it will be a great boon for Avon. From what he has learned during this period, both organizations are linked by blood ties, and an assassin, like Avon, who joined halfway, will not be valued. The higher the sequence, the fewer corresponding Beander characteristics there are, especially for high-sequence Beander characteristics. Whether it's an Orthodox church or a secret organization, it's always one radish per pit. Avon estimates that under normal circumstances, it would never be an outsider like Avon's turn. Therefore, for long-term planning, it is necessary to pull out radishes and empty pits when needed. This Tris incident is just the beginning. Avon will use his identity in the future to constantly seek every possible opportunity to instigate war between them, until there is a pit where he can place his own radish. It's still that saying, turmoil and conflict are always the ladder to ascension. Just as Avon was envisioning how to act as a double agent and instigate a war between the demoness sect and Theosophy Order, Robert was frowning, wearing his pajamas, and looking at the material in his hand, his expression growing uglier the more he read. The information in Robert's hand was sent by a subordinate dispatched to Tingen City via a mystical messenger. It contained photocopies of files concerning the cases of Hai Na Sen, Fan Sente and Mrs. Sharon. It even included information about Cyrus Uruapisi, who had just died today, and finally, a periodic summary report. Because Mrs. Sharon, Hai Na Sen, Fan Sente, and Cyrus Uruapisi died one after another, the investigation into which force Avon obtained the magic potion formula and corresponding materials from was deadlocked. Next, investigators in Tingen would search for Mr. Z, the possible superior of the two Aurora Order members, hoping for some gains. It also mentioned that the official Beander team in Tingen City investigated and found that Mrs. Sharon had a subordinate named Tris, who had already taken a steam train to Backland. He might know about Avon's interactions with Mrs. Sharon, and Robert was requested to investigate. Placing the documents on the coffee table in front of him, Robert rubbed his temples in annoyance. He hadn't expected so many things to happen in Tingen in such a short time. The successive incidents involving evil god believers possibly linked to his brother made him increasingly suspect that someone was using Avon as a springboard to target him, which greatly angered him. After a long time, Robert said to Mr. Hope, who had been standing by his side. According to the timeline, the wanted criminal named Tris in the documents should have already arrived in Backland. Send someone to find him and bring him before me. Yes, sir. Mr. Hope responded meticulously as usual. Lanrius's deception. On Saturday, July 14, there was light rain. Klein Moretti and Butler Buck arrived at a theater in Backland's Golden Banyan district in a carriage from the Ahova Earl's court. Because Butler Buck, with Ewan Horn's approval, had made a generous investment of £3,000 into the Silvis County iron mine project a few days ago, it attracted the attention of the entire upper society of Tingan City. As a result, people seeking consultations from Lanrius, the owner of the iron mine, had almost worn out his doorstep. The sudden huge investment made Lanrius ecstatic, and the continuous stream of investors left Lanrius overwhelmed, filled with the troubles of happiness. To save time and to attract more investment, Lanrius rented a theater in the Golden Banyan district, planning to hold an investment presentation to gather all interested investors and introduce his project collectively. As the first person to make a large investment, Butler Buck served as a strong indicator. Furthermore, Lanrius hoped he would further increase his investment and take a leading role, so Butler Buck also received a gilded invitation. Klein Moretti was the investment auditor designated by Ewan Horn when he left Tingan City. Butler Buck did not leave him behind and brought him along. When Butler Buck arrived at the theater, many prominent figures came forward to greet him. Although Mr. Buck was only a butler, with the Earl Ahova residing in Backland for many years, attending House of Lords meetings, and participating in national governance, Butler Buck was his spokesperson in Ahova County, and his status and power were not to be underestimated. At the same time, these people also wondered if they could get some inside information from him. After all, Butler Buck was the first person to favor this project and invest heavily. Looking at the prominent figures he had only seen in newspapers, Klein Moretti couldn't help but sigh at the severe barriers between circles. If he hadn't known Avon and Butler Buck, it would have been difficult for him to meet so many important people. Finally, Avon even saw DeVille, whom he had helped on behalf of the police department just yesterday. This was Klein Moretti's task to become a full member of the Nighthawks. Seeing this kind-hearted DeVille, Klein Moretti couldn't help but recall the factory conditions he learned about yesterday, the glazed female workers, and for the first time, witnessed firsthand that the Industrial Revolution brought not only the advancement of civilization but also the oppression of people. DeVille obviously recognized Klein Moretti as the police officer who had treated him yesterday and helped him overcome his insomnia. He walked over with a strange look in his eyes, first greeting Butler Buck, then looking at Klein Moretti and saying, "Thank you for your help yesterday, Inspector. Yesterday I had the best sleep I've ever had. I can say I'm invigorated now and in the best condition I've ever been. Are you here today to participate in the investment as well? It's my honor to help you. Thank you for donating to rebuild the library again. Your good deeds move everyone. Ewan Horn is my classmate, and I am entrusted by him to review the relevant investments, so I am attending this investment presentation with Mr. Buck." Klein Moretti had a very good impression of DeVille. The library in the Golden Banyan district that was blown up by Riel Bieber a few days ago was rebuilt with his aid. Because the relevant information was still under lockdown, when Klein Moretti went to treat his insomnia yesterday, he casually asked a question, and Klein Moretti hesitated for a moment before telling him some of the things he could disclose. DeVille was very angry to hear that a cultist had blown up the library he had donated to build and stated that he would rebuild the library on the original site. In the afternoon, Klein Moretti heard from the captain that DeVille's donated money had already arrived in the church's account. "Inspector, you are proficient in psychology, and you must be very accurate in judging people. After the presentation, please give me some advice. Oh, by the way, yesterday, because of long-term insomnia, I was disoriented and forgot to ask your name." DeVille had a deep impression of Klein Moretti, and his long experience dealing with various people allowed him to discern a person's character, so he intended to befriend Klein Moretti. Klein Moretti hesitated for a moment, feeling that there was nothing to keep secret except his Nighthawk's identity, so he said, "You flatter me. Klein Moretti, that is my full name. I've noted it. An old friend has arrived, so please excuse me for a moment." DeVille shook hands with Klein Moretti and then left. After DeVille left, Butler Buck looked at Klein Moretti in surprise and then said, I never heard before that you held a public office, and that you were a police officer, and even an inspector. I haven't been employed for long and haven't passed the probation period, so I didn't tell you. Butler Buck nodded, then frowned slightly, because he thought of Klein Moretti's previous opposition to this investment. Even though Ewan Horn had sent a telegram from Backlund agreeing to the investment, Klein Moretti still maintained his reservations. Previously, Butler Buck did not value Klein Moretti's opinion, only believing him to be a young man fresh out of school, and that Ewan Horn had hired him for auditing only to subsidize a classmate. However, now knowing Klein Moretti's police identity, he had to re-evaluate Klein Moretti. If Klein Moretti were just an ordinary police officer, Butler Buck would have considered him merely a worker, a petty official, or even just a temporary employee, not even a permanent one. However, an inspector holds a legitimate position within the police department, belonging to the official level. It's difficult for even those with no influential background to enter, let alone someone like Klein Moretti, who clearly has no background, unless Klein Moretti possesses something special. This led Butler Buck to recall the rumors he had heard about Beyonders, and his gaze towards Klein Moretti changed. At the same time, he re-evaluated this investment in his mind. While Butler Buck was lost in thought, Klein Moretti saw Leonard, dressed in an inspector's uniform, arrive. He said a word to Butler Buck and walked towards Leonard. "You're here too. Didn't I tell you the captain was watching you recently and to be careful? Why are you still wearing this uniform? I actually received a mission today. Given the library bombing a few days ago, Tingen City is somewhat panicked now, and today is a gathering of powerful figures, so the police maintaining order asked us for assistance. Loyao and I were dispatched. Loyao is in charge of the outside, and I'm in charge of the inside. Oh, by the way, how did you get in?" Leonard explained to Klein Moretti, then asked in confusion, "I discovered this scam when I was helping my classmate Avon audit the investment. His butler invited me here. I thought since I had the day off and nothing else to do, I'd come along." Klein Moretti said truthfully. Chapter 102, Decision. Just as Leonard and Klein were conversing, they suddenly heard a commotion from the entrance. Many merchants, seeing something, rushed towards the door. After a while, Klein realized that the two party candidates who frequently appeared in newspapers, Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard, had actually arrived together. There were even many reporters, carrying large cameras, running back and forth on both sides, constantly taking pictures, hoping to find the best angle for a perfect shot to be published on tomorrow's front page. Klein and Leonard exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that a mere investment presentation would attract two of Tingen City's most powerful figures. Leonard, having access to more information, quickly formed a thought and spoke first. Could it be because of Mrs. Sharon's incident, which has made their positions precarious, so they are using this most high-profile investment conference in Tingen City to assert themselves and save their political careers? The joint report on the Mrs. Sharon incident by the Punishers, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hivemind teams had already been submitted to the high-level officials of the Loan Kingdom. The three teams not only reported all the details of the Mrs. Sharon incident but also, redundantly, included a lot of information about the interactions between politicians and wealthy businessmen and her. To prove that these individuals indeed did not participate in Mrs. Sharon's evil god worship, the report detailed each person's interactions with Mrs. Sharon. This included, but was not limited to, how political cash was collected, how the Election Act was circumvented to bribe voters, how reporters were implicated, how news favorable to themselves was fabricated in newspapers, how public service funds were embezzled, how the persecution of high-interest loan debtors by gangs was intentionally condoned, how people were released from prison, and so on. Countless shocking revelations. Some matters, though seemingly insignificant, became huge once scrutinized. While such things were commonplace in high society, they became uncontrollable once brought into the public eye. Don't forget, the Loan royal family controls the arbiter pathway and is a rule of law nation. Therefore, Rumors spread that someone was preparing to push out the two most powerful and representative figures of Tingen City, Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard, as scapegoats, but no conclusion had been reached yet. So, their efforts to save themselves and make public appearances were understandable. Perhaps hearing of the arrival of important figures, Lanrius rushed over from backstage with his fiancée. Although Klein had long heard of Lanrius's reputation, this was his first time seeing him. He had a full forehead, black hair, brown eyes, and wore round glasses, with a hint of what seemed like a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Aside from the glasses, he lacked memorable features and was very ordinary looking. Relatively speaking, the lady beside him, with her golden hair and radiant, happy smile, was more impressive. Even after seeing a demoness like Mrs. Sharon, this girl still made Klein's eyes light up. Klein frowned, looking at the girl who gazed at Lanrius with deep affection, feeling very sorry for her. Because Lanrius was a genuine swindler, the feelings the girl invested were destined to be unrequited, leading only to tragedy. This made Klein, who could only watch it all unfold, feel exceptionally pained and guilty. Just as Klein was about to activate his spirit vision to observe Lanrius's state, he suddenly remembered that Lanrius was a swindler, and his preceding sequence was marauder. These two sequence names immediately suggested a very high level of vigilance, making it highly probable that he would detect others prying. Therefore, Klein could only suppress his thoughts and even avoid looking directly at him. Who is that girl? She shouldn't be Lanrius's accomplice, right? Klein subtly gestured towards Lanrius with his chin, asking Leonard, who had been constantly observing Lanrius. No, that girl is named Migos. Her relatives were targets of Lanrius's deception, and they became lovers through an introduction from relatives. Leonard also felt great sympathy for the beautiful lady's plight, sighing with a tone full of regret. We can't just stand by and watch her fall into a pit of fire, can we? Can't we think of a way to help her? Klein still felt unwilling and couldn't help but discuss it with Leonard. Leonard remained silent for a long time, finally shaking his head and saying, "We are both powerless." Leonard also really wanted to save a girl who was instantly likable, but his old man had been unusually silent lately, which made him feel that the old man might have discovered something and was unwilling to interfere further. Klein was silent. For a moment, they looked at each other, speechless. After most people had arrived, Lanrius took the stage to give a speech, telling his entrepreneurial story to the various nobles and tycoons. He spoke about how he found the largest iron mine in LotM, how he received his first investment in Tingen, how he found true love in Tingen, calling Tingen his second home, and stating that he himself had decided to settle in Tingen, and so on. His words were very infectious, and coupled with his harmless appearance, it was very easy to gain people's trust. Therefore, the audience below the stage continuously applauded this seemingly very good young man. Finally, Lanrius repeatedly reviewed the importance of steel in industrial activities since Emperor Rosal initiated the Industrial Revolution. He also discussed the kingdom's recent defeat in the Southern Continent War and the recently launched and commissioned Pritz ironclad battleship for the army. He predicted that the kingdom would not be content with defeat, nor would the kingdom's army. LotM would sooner or later reclaim its ground from the Fasak Empire, and the best way to expand military power was through the continuous launching of ironclad ships. He promised all investors present that he would strive to secure orders from Pritz shipyard and would immediately begin production after receiving the investment. He pledged to bring investors at least 43% return within 2 years, a precise figure. He even produced a letter of intent for investment from Pritz shipyard and a contract for the purchase of iron ore. All the investors were enticed by the prospects described by Lanrius. Everyone seemed to have red eyes, eagerly wanting to invest a share, fearing they would miss out. Even Klein, listening to Lanrius from below the stage, had to admit that the prospects he described were real, and the investment returns were meticulously calculated, very enticing and not exaggerated. Aside from the fact that he didn't actually possess an iron mine, this could be considered a perfect investment. Just as Lanrius finished explaining his company's prospects, Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard successively took the stage. On behalf of the city government, they guaranteed Lanrius's company and announced that to expand the city government's directly controlled funds, they would invest £20,000 to purchase 10% of the shares in Lanrius's iron mine, and awarded Lanrius the Tingen Outstanding Citizen Award to recognize Lanrius's contributions to Tingen's economic development. The words of the two authorities caused an uproar, because the city government's investment not only pushed the valuation of Lanrius's company to £200,000 but also effectively guaranteed the investment as a sure profit in the name of the city government. At this, some people who had initially remained calm also began to get excited. Watching the nobles and wealthy businessmen constantly sending assistants to register and certify their share purchases, and listening to the continuously rising share subscription prices, Klein estimated that the shell company in Lanrius's hands could raise at least 270,000 to 280,000 gold pounds. This was also because Lanrius had to retain at least 10% of the shares to maintain the scam, otherwise, he could have raised even more money. Of course, if he sold all his shares and withdrew from the company, even the most foolish person might sense something was wrong. After hearing all this, do you still adhere to your previous cautious investment opinion? A voice came from behind Klein. He turned around and saw that it was Butler Buck, who had previously not valued his opinion. Butler Buck's eyes were also fixed on the people signing and paying money up front, frowning as he stared at the mayor and councillor who continuously endorsed Lanrius. Klein pondered for a moment, then decisively said, "I still stand by my previous opinion. Reason. To this day, I still haven't seen a single piece of ore extracted from the iron mine, nor any business deal concluded. Everything is still only verbal. Without an iron mine as a foundation, all the enticing investment returns are just castles in the air." You might be right. Emperor Rosal once said, "Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful." Now everyone is greedy, which means it's time to be fearful. Butler Buck was also silent for a long time, but ultimately approved Klein's suggestion. "So, you're preparing to withdraw from this investment?" Klein asked excitedly, his heart filled with joy. He was naturally extremely happy because there was a previous agreement. If he offered beneficial investment advice that prevented investment losses, he would receive a larger commission. Moreover, the frantic behavior of the people present made him somewhat afraid, and he hoped that by having Butler Buck halt the investment, he could pour a bucket of cold water on these hot-headed individuals. Although Klein knew that Butler Buck's investment action was approved by Avon, and was actively pushed by Avon to disrupt the mastermind's plan, his kind nature still made Klein unable to resist wanting to prevent the tragedy from happening. "No, I will not stop investing. On the contrary, I will increase the investment." To Klein's surprise, Butler Buck made the opposite decision. "This investment is either the best investment opportunity in the kingdom in the last decade or so, or it's a big scam. If it's the former, the Ahova Earl's Court, as the leader of Ahova County, would become the biggest laughingstock of Tingen City's upper society for decades to come if it didn't expand its investment and gain corresponding returns. But if it's the latter, then the people who lose their investments will eventually direct their anger towards the Earl's Court, which was the first to invest heavily in this project and played a leading role. At that time, the reputation of the Ahova Earl's Court will be ruined in my hands, and I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen." Chapter 103, Unexpected Intrusion. Klein hadn't expected that Butler Buck, having already sensed something was amiss, would actually increase his investment, and the reasons he gave were ones Klein couldn't refute. In truth, Klein didn't know that Butler Buck's alarm regarding this investment wasn't due to the investment itself, but because as the spokesman for the largest noble family in Ahova County, he knew many things others didn't. For example, Backlund had already decided to remove Mayor Dennis and Councillor Manazin from their positions. Although he didn't know why these two had incurred such wrath from Backlund, their joint appearance today to endorse this investment, and even their unauthorized appropriation of city government funds, looked to Butler Buck like drowning people desperately grasping at a last straw before being swept away by a swift river. Clearly, they had staked all their chips, hoping to salvage their political lives or even their lives through the supernormal profits of this project. However, this behavior, in Butler Buck's eyes, was that of a gambler. It's well known that gamblers who stake all their chips often cannot turn the tide and end up losing everything. The appearance of such gamblers in an investment project suddenly alerted Butler Buck, pulling him away from the temptation of supernormal profits. Once he sobered up, his sharp intellect quickly took over, and he swiftly made a decision. He would increase his investment in this project, regardless of whether it made a profit or a loss. The Buck family had served the Earl Ahova for generations. Upholding the Earl Ahova's interests and the Horn family's honor was a deeply ingrained obsession. Although Avon had grown up under his watchful eye, this was insignificant when faced with the Horn family's honor. To put it bluntly, the next Earl Ahova was his brother Robert, and Avon was merely a distant collateral relative who hadn't yet left the 5 morning grades. Avon was only slightly special because of Robert. Butler Buck's primary loyalty was to the Earl Ahova. So, without hesitation, Mr. Buck stepped forward and invested all £20,000 Avon had given him. When Lanrius loudly announced that Butler Buck, representing the Ahova Earl's court, had acquired 8% ownership of the iron mine with £20,000, as more people subscribed, the corresponding price would also rise. The atmosphere in the entire theater reached its climax. Finally, Lanrius announced that, to give back to Tingen City, and at the request of the city government, he would once again take 5% from his own shares and allow commoners to purchase them, benefiting the entire Tingen City. This benevolent act was praised by everyone. As Klein and Leonard looked at the fervent theater, they only felt a chill in their hands and feet. They had previously thought that expanding the influence of Lanrius's scam would only drag Tingen's upper society into trouble, but they hadn't expected such a situation to arise. With numerous media outlets present, tomorrow's front-page headlines would surely be this unprecedented subscription in Tingen's history. By then, hearing that there were still 10% of shares available for sale, the middle class, who were ineligible to enter this theater, would surely go crazy, bidding up the prices. The entire Tingen City would go mad for it. Thinking of how many middle-class families would be ruined by this scam, Klein and Leonard both felt a moment of daze, even a strong urge to stop this plan. But seeing the fervent investors on site, they also knew it was too late to back out now. After Klein attended the dinner arranged by Lanrius after the investment briefing, he quickly left and returned home. Klein had initially thought that this investment would become the hottest topic in Tingen tomorrow, and he wanted to warn Benson not to easily believe in this investment. However, he suddenly remembered that he had only found a job 2 weeks ago, and their family had only recently moved. Nominally, they had an income slightly higher than the middle class, but in reality, their family had no savings at all. So, he gave a bitter smile and said nothing more. After chatting with Benson and Melissa for a while, Klein's fatigue was impossible to hide, and he soon went upstairs to his bedroom at the urging of his brother and sister. After hanging up his overcoat, Klein still looked worried. The situation had developed in a way he hadn't expected, and the interference of Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard had only added fuel to the fire, thoroughly expanding the scam. Klein didn't believe they had just coincidentally learned about this investment project and stepped forward after careful consideration. Lanrius must have learned of their political predicament through some unknown channel, which is why he took advantage of their vulnerability and persuaded them to endorse him. This made Avon once again increase his vigilance towards Lanrius in his heart. The harm he caused would definitely be no less than any Beander below the demigod level. Thinking of this, Klein decided to communicate with Avon again to see if the current situation had disrupted the mastermind's script and if they could close the net early to prevent the scam from further expanding as much as possible. Without the slightest hesitation, Klein once again adopted a prayer posture, recounted everything that had happened today, and expressed his hope that Lanrius could be arrested early to reduce the losses of the people of Tingen. Subsequently, Klein reversed his steps 4 times to enter the gray fog, projecting the scene of his prayer into the red star symbolizing Avon. Backland, Empress Borough, a villa. Avon walked out of the washroom in his original room, wiping his freshly washed hands with a towel, still feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had just been sitting on the toilet, relieving himself, when the gray fog unique to the fool suddenly appeared before his eyes. Immediately after, it was Klein's image, which startled him greatly. However, the news Klein reported to him was not unexpected, but Avon was destined not to agree to him. Avon had just read Lord of the Mysteries in his mind and had already confirmed that Migos was pregnant with the true creator's offspring. Lanrius's mission in the script was complete, and Ince Zangwill and 008 would soon arrange for his departure. The reason they weren't silencing him was twofold. First, it would be difficult to silence him without being discovered by those who might be looking for Migos, and second, Lanrius had already obtained a trace of the true creator's divinity. Avon's initial decision to participate in Lanrius's scam was partly to make the matter bigger. The more people involved, the more difficult it would be for Ince Zangwill to control the situation, and he would eventually lose control. At that time, if it was discovered that Migos was not pregnant with the true creator's offspring, Avon would instruct Klein to eliminate Lanrius, which would force Ince Zangwill to start a new game, thus buying Klein at least 3 months of time. Moreover, it was possible that in the subsequent plot, the Evernight Goddess and Adam would accelerate the opening of the Death's Treasure, potentially transferring Ince Zangwill and 008 to other locations, thereby naturally resolving the Tingen crisis. After all, Ince Zangwill and 008 were only in a relatively free state because the Evernight Goddess had not yet obtained what she wanted, and her transaction with Adam was still in a tug-of-war. But now that it was confirmed that Migos was pregnant with the true creator's offspring, and the main storyline had not changed, then Avon had to put aside his focus on Tingen's matters and attend to his own business first. From the very beginning, Avon had set his sights on the embezzled funds that Lanrius might abscond with. Therefore, when he instructed his butler to invest, he had already anticipated the entire Tingen being drawn into this scam. No one pays attention to building bridges and paving roads, but murderers and arsonists wear golden sashes. It just so happened that Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard's involvement, which fanned the flames, caused this scam to snowball. If the scam were exposed, the efforts to recover the stolen funds would be unprecedentedly large, and Avon might not be able to contain it. However, fortunately, Avon had also made preparations beforehand, and this preparation was his brother, Robert. Before this, when he informed Butler Buck via telegram that he could invest in Lanrius's project, Avon had already confronted his brother, stating directly that he was interested in the swindler's ill-gotten gains. Contrary to Avon's earlier predictions, Robert was surprisingly easy to persuade. After listening to all the details, he merely sent a few telegrams, stating that it was a good opportunity and that he supported Avon in doing so. It was through Robert's explanation that Avon learned that due to the previous defeat in the Southern Continent War, various factions within the LotM Kingdom were blaming each other and disclaiming responsibility. Initially, this had only been verbal, but last month, the kingdom's supervisory department received a letter of denunciation, accusing the military and relevant shipyards of embezzling military funds during the construction of warships, leading to the cost of the constructed warships being more than double the budget, especially the new ironclad ship about to be launched, whose cost was more than 3 times its actual cost. Because the amount of corruption was so large and the number of people involved was so many, it was clear at first glance that it must be true. However, at that time, the ironclad ship was about to be launched, and the impact of the Southern Continent War's defeat had not yet subsided. If a thorough investigation had been conducted then, the entire LotM Kingdom would have experienced turmoil. Therefore, this report was ultimately suppressed by King George III, based on the joint recommendation of Duke Nigan, Earl Hall, and the Prime Minister. That letter of denunciation was later repeatedly examined by Military Intelligence Section 9, even using a sealed artifact of grade 1 foot, but they never found out who wrote it. This left a shadow in the hearts of all who knew the inside story, unsure when this matter would resurface, and the person behind it was definitely not simple. And what Avon said provided Robert with a very good idea, a way to write off the accounts. After communicating with Duke Nigan and Earl Hall, Robert, through other channels, leaked this news to all the relevant personnel who were living in constant fear, telling them that an opportunity to write off the accounts had arrived. So, while Lanrius was still conducting small-scale fraud in Tingen, a scam revolving around him also began simultaneously. Firstly, all the mineral exploration reports and iron mine ownership certificates forged by Lanrius were registered as authentic. His fabricated mining site was expanded by at least 3 times, making it look more convincing. Of course, all of this happened hundreds of kilometers away from Ahova County, in Silivus County, so Lanrius was unaware. At the same time, Robert's subordinates sent to Tingen, disguised as Defense Department procurement personnel returning to Tingen for vacation, accidentally learned that Lanrius had discovered an exceptionally large iron mine. Then, under Lanrius's bribery, they actively facilitated Pritz Shipyard's investment in his iron mine ownership and provisionally signed relevant contracts. In other words, all the contracts Lanrius presented at the investment briefing were valid contracts stamped by the Defense Department and the shipyard. It was just that the bureaucratic system was slow, so the money hadn't been transferred to his account yet. As for the unexpected intrusion of the 2 influential figures from Tingen, it surprised everyone. Avon guessed that they had heard relevant news from somewhere, assuming it was a project valued by the military, so they actively endorsed it, hoping to connect with the military and make a comeback. Chapter 104, The Conspirer's Helplessness. When Avon moved out of the villa in Empress Borough, Robert had asked him to come back for dinner at least every Sunday. Today happened to be Saturday, so Avon came over for dinner, even planning to stay the night and attend the officers' club opening ceremony with his brother tomorrow. Because Avon was returning on Sunday, his room in the villa had been kept exactly as it was, and the villa's butler had not allowed the servants to touch it. Avon skillfully changed into a housecoat and then went downstairs to dine with Robert. When Avon arrived at the dining room, he found Robert looking at a telegram. Seeing Avon, he handed it to him, and said with a smile, "Butler Buck is in a dilemma. He invested all the pocket money you saved over the years into that fraudster's scheme, and now he can only send me a telegram to report this matter." Avon took the telegram, glanced at it, and then casually placed it on the table, saying with a smile, "Butler Buck is really heartless, using up all the pocket money I've saved for so many years without hesitation. Brother, this was all for the sake of maintaining the Horn family's honor, you must compensate me." Avon was not angry about Butler Buck's decision. As early as when he decided to invest in Lanrius's project, he had already prepared himself for the money to be lost. If this plan succeeds, you will gain the gratitude of countless military personnel, and the benefits to your future development are immeasurable. Do you still care about this little bit of money? Robert looked at Avon's pained expression and chuckled. Avon also just complained casually, then giggled and sat opposite Robert, asking, "Those people's actions haven't stopped these past few days, have they?" Of course they haven't stopped. Now they not only want to pin the Navy shipbuilding funds on that fraudster, but also all the procurement loopholes from previous years, making him bear it all. I heard that the Army and Air Force also have these intentions. Now, when the military commission's generals meet, they are no longer arguing about next year's military budget, they are all busy figuring out how to pin the accounts on this person. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Robert himself found it very amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Avon thanked Mr. Hope, who had set his plate, then frowned and said, "That's not easy, is it? Lanrius is just a small fraudster, how could he bear so much? No one would believe it if it were told." Robert cut a piece of meat, tasted it slightly, and then said, "Of course, it won't be that simple. In the next few days, many military procurement agents across the kingdom will quietly disappear, and their names will be attributed to that little fraudster. The reason has already been thought out. The Intis Intelligence Agency's 8th Bureau has many faceless, which is why that little fraudster was able to deceive so many Defense Department procurement personnel. Of course, not all procurement personnel are upright, many will also be identified as having engaged in corruption and will be sanctioned. These are not things you should be concerned about right now. What you should be doing now is catching more spies during this period, striving to achieve new merits, and getting your military rank promoted. Thinking of Lanrius inexplicably taking the blame for so many things, Avon found it very funny. At the same time, he also understood that the matter of Lanrius would soon end. Those who want Lanrius to take the blame certainly do not want Lanrius to be outside their control. Now, there must be Beyonders heading to Tingen to secretly control him. The sudden unexpected change in Tingen must be a huge headache for Ince Zangwill, but he cannot let Lanrius fall into the hands of others, so he will definitely do his best to help Lanrius escape. Moreover, Lanrius also has the true creator's divinity, which is not that easy to deal with. Avon wondered if there was anything he could use here. With just a turn of his eyes, Avon had an idea and said to Robert. The investment agreement between Mr. Buck and Lanrius was only a preliminary signing. The money has not yet been in place, and it can be torn up at any time. I'll send another telegram to Mr. Buck in a moment, asking him to use this investment as a bargaining chip to negotiate, so that Lanrius transfers the raised funds to a bank we designate. This way, after the scam is exposed, we can find a way to get this money. The military is currently thinking about writing off accounts. I'm helping them with such a big favor, they can't possibly refuse to help me with this small favor, can they? Since the military was already prepared to pin all the bad debts on Lanrius, making the money Lanrius defrauded into a bad debt for Avon would be effortless for them. Presumably, they would also be very willing to help Avon with this, as it would firmly bind Avon and them to the same chariot. Robert held his wine glass, thought for a moment, and then said admiringly, "If you still want to enter politics in the future, this is not a good idea, because it will expose you to many flaws. But if you stay in the military, this is indeed a good method, and it can also deepen your relationship with these people, making them trust you more, which is very helpful for you to integrate into the military circle. That's natural. Only by doing unspeakable things together can one truly be recognized as a trusted person." Avon thought of various events that happened in the great beautiful country in his previous life, especially that famous small island, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After discussing Lanrius's matter, Robert asked Avon what he had done this week. He had already received 2 commendation reports about Avon in the past few days. This was partly due to the military trying to curry favor with Robert for helping them solve a major problem, and partly because Avon had indeed achieved something. Avon smiled lightly, then briefly explained how he had found 2 spies this week and subsequently broken up the spy group behind them. These 2 spies were both on the spy list given by Mr. A. They had never thought that Mr. A would betray them when they sought his help, so they did not disguise themselves well, allowing Avon to find them easily. Avon's successive breakthroughs in 2 spy groups caused a sensation in Military Intelligence Section 9, because the dismantling of these 2 spy groups resolved several long unsolved major espionage cases for Military Intelligence Section 9. This greatly boosted the prestige of Military Intelligence Section 9, which had previously been criticized by all sides, and significantly reduced its pressure. Avon also used this to report his successful promotion, ending his probation early and officially becoming a captain. It is estimated that by the end of the year, Avon might officially become a major. Although the reward from Military Intelligence Section 9 had not yet arrived, Avon had already received the pyromaniac magic potion formula from Deputy Director Jonas. Furthermore, Deputy Director Jonas encouraged Avon to continue his efforts, and directly stated that he also had a pyromaniac Beander characteristic. Avon also took the opportunity to ask Deputy Director Jonas for more authority, on the grounds that he needed to review relevant files to find clues. Deputy Director Jonas agreed without hesitation. In fact, if Avon really wanted to investigate spies, he could just continue to follow the list provided by Mr. A. The reason he wanted to review classified documents was actually to prepare for Zarel's superior, or the Intis spies around him. After all, abruptly speculating that a Forsac intelligence officer, or even he himself, was an Intis spy, required proper groundwork, otherwise, it would be too easy to arouse suspicion. After completing the preliminary preparations, Avon could then initiate the cleanup of the Forsac and Intis intelligence agencies. Robert was quite satisfied with Avon's performance during this period. He had heard many people praise Avon. "You just do well in Military Intelligence Section 9. With me here, no one will be able to take credit for your achievements. The better you do, the more help I can give you. I know that Jonas has a pyromaniac Beander characteristic. He is your official superior, and it is legitimate for him to give you rewards, which can also bring you closer to him, so I will not overstep. Do well, make merits, and act well. When you can digest the Hunter Sequence 6 Conspirer Magic Potion and are ready to advance to the Hunter Pathway Sequence 5 Harvester, I can give you the spoils I obtained during my service in the southern continent to help you." Avon's heart stirred, and he knew that the spoils Robert mentioned should be a Harvester Beander characteristic. This was definitely good news for him. At least, Avon would not have to worry about finding the corresponding magic potion until he advanced to a demigod. After dining with Robert, Avon returned to his room upstairs, then prayed to Mr. Fool. And asked Mr. Fool to convey his opinions to Klein. First, the mastermind's script had not been broken, and he was now unable to stop, but had activated the second plan, bringing in the LotM military as an external force to add difficulty to the mastermind. Therefore, he asked Klein to endure a few more days, and someone would naturally come to trouble Lanrius. Second, he asked Klein to investigate the Spectator in Tingen City as soon as possible. This reconnaissance route could bring him closer to the mastermind's conspiracy again. After conveying his opinions, Avon walked to the French window and sighed softly. In the end, he still couldn't stop Ince Zangwill's scheme. No matter how much trouble he caused Ince Zangwill. The main storyline seemed completely unaffected and was steadily advancing. Klein's digestion speed of the magic potion was significantly faster than in the original work, and Ince Zangwill's conspiracy was also clearly faster than in the original work. Avon now suspected that if Lanrius's scam were exposed, many people in Tingen's upper and middle classes would be ruined, and the ripple effect would quickly spread. Would it strengthen the evil god's breeding ground, and would the true creator's offspring be able to be born safely? This made Avon lament that weaving conspiracies was also a technical skill, facing endless variables, and a slight mistake could lead to unintended consequences. Just like after Robert used this matter as a means for the military to write off accounts, the development of events would no longer be 100% according to Avon's wishes. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 105, Edsac Augustus. The next day, Avon and his older brother shared a carriage to the West District, where a military officers' club was preparing to open. Today was its first day of operation, and Robert, being one of the club's donors, naturally had to be there in person. Avon's reason for going was twofold. On one hand, to expand his network, and on the other, to spread the role-playing method as entrusted by Robert. The officers Robert chose to teach the role-playing method were his most loyal subordinates, who had followed him through life and death on the southern continent. Robert had also taken good care of them over the years, using his influence to help them climb the ranks in the military. However, they had now encountered a promotion ceiling because they didn't understand the role-playing method. Therefore, most of them were only Sequence 8, with a few being Sequence 7. It could also be said that they had reached the peak they could achieve. Unless they could be promoted again, their military rank and positions within the military would not be able to advance further. Because of this, these individuals felt somewhat disheartened and dispirited, lacking their former ambition, which Robert observed with growing concern. He also wanted to help his old subordinates, but he had summarized the role-playing method very early on, demonstrating his talent in digesting potions. He had already been approached by the Augustus royal family while in military school and signed an agreement not to disseminate the role-playing method, so he had never found a good way to help his old subordinates. When he learned that Avon had summarized the role-playing method and had not signed any agreement prohibiting its dissemination, Robert was ecstatic. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for his old subordinates. The Southern Continent Officers Club was not too far from Empress Borough. It took only half an hour by carriage to reach the destination. After Avon got out of the carriage, he found the place luxuriously decorated, even with a red carpet laid out, very much like a wedding venue from his previous life. This made Avon secretly wonder if this was an influence brought by Rosal. Since it was the opening of an officers' club, all the attendees were officers. Robert also changed into his long unworn Major General's uniform, adorned with many dazzling medals on his chest. His personal secretary, Mr. Hope, who followed him, also wore a lieutenant colonel's uniform. When they gathered at the villa to depart, Avon, dressed in a captain's uniform, reacted instinctively upon seeing him and even rendered a military salute. Today, the club could be said to be star-studded with generals. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Ever since Emperor Rosal opened new shipping routes and sparked the wave of colonization, most of the conflicts between the nations of the North Continent had concentrated on the Southern Continent. Promotions in the military were naturally based primarily on military merits. It was understandable that so many generals would attend the opening of the Southern Continent Officers Club. Robert stepped forward and greeted many people, exchanging compliments with great enthusiasm. Robert had already retired from active duty and no longer had a competitive relationship with these military personnel. At the same time, he was thriving in politics, holding significant power in military budget auditing and intelligence. These generals were also willing to maintain good relations with him. At the same time, Robert also introduced his younger brother to these military magnates. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and Avon naturally received many compliments such as being young and promising, and having an extraordinary demeanor. Soon, the truly important figure, Duke Nigan, arrived, dressed in a naval uniform. Logically speaking, this club was mostly for the army, and Duke Nigan's presence seemed somewhat out of place. But considering the Navy's strong ships and powerful cannons supporting the army, and Duke Nigan's influence on the military, his arrival no longer seemed so abrupt. Upon Duke Nigan's arrival, Robert was the first to step forward and greet him. Regardless of their past, outwardly, neither side had truly fallen out, especially since they had recently reconciled under Earl Hall's mediation. And Robert's proposal this time to help the Navy clear its accounts further pleased Duke Nigan, significantly reducing the animosity he held towards Robert, as this had greatly helped him. Therefore, Duke Nigan responded positively to Robert's enthusiasm, dispelling some of the rumors that people had speculated about the two eventually falling out. Then, just like an opening ceremony in Avon's previous life, there were speeches from political bigwigs, military bigwigs, a speech from the club manager, a ribbon-cutting ceremony, and so on. It was completely unoriginal, making Avon quite bored. However, Avon wasn't without gains. The stack of business cards in his pocket was from the exchanges during this time. While he didn't make any friends, at least he now had an acquaintance when dealing with military matters in the future, so he wouldn't be completely clueless. Just as Avon was feeling bored and preparing to leave after completing Robert's instructions, a servant suddenly announced that the carriage of 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus had arrived. This caused all the officers present to hastily rise from their seats, as the Augustus royal family was a millennium-old royal family, and its influence on the Loan Kingdom was undeniably profound. Even political bigwigs and military magnates like Duke Nigan and Robert couldn't help but frown, wondering if Edsac Augustus's sudden arrival was his personal decision or the king's. If it was King George III's intention, was he trying to warn them? If it was just his personal intention, was it related to the increasingly intense succession struggle? Regardless, they could not be negligent now. So, led by Duke Nigan, a group of generals walked out to greet the Edsac Augustus, whose intentions were unclear. When they arrived outside the club, they were surprised to find that Edsac Augustus was not wearing the unique uniform of the Augustus royal family, but rather a regular major general's uniform, which momentarily stumped Duke Nigan and the others, unsure how to greet him. Instead, Prince Edsac Augustus took the initiative to salute them and declared, "Edsac Augustus, Major General of the Loan Kingdom's 4th Infantry Regiment, reporting to all generals." At this moment, everyone present remembered that this prince held an honorary military rank. The Augustus royal family often bestowed honorary military ranks upon princes to signify their status, but no one had ever taken it seriously. It was unexpected that Edsac Augustus would take it seriously today. If he were a major general or below, a salute would suffice. However, the other bigwigs were somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond. Finally, Duke Nigan made a slight gesture with his arm and quickly ushered him in, resolving the awkward situation. Avon, mingling in the crowd, watched Edsac Augustus, who was loudly proclaiming himself a member of the military and thus rightfully attending this opening ceremony, to Duke Nigan and other generals. He felt that this fellow's intentions were truly as clear as day. However, he had chosen a good timing, a surprise attack that left Duke Nigan and others unsure if he represented the king, forcing them to come out and greet him, creating a false impression that he held high prestige in the military. Moreover, he did not wear the exclusive military uniform of the Augustus royal family, introducing himself as a member of the military and not emphasizing his royal status. This instead made a large number of mid to low-ranking officers feel his approachability, earning him a lot of goodwill. Of course, Avon believed that his ability to gain everyone's goodwill was not only due to this reason, but also largely due to his appearance. He strongly resembled King Henry Augustus I on the £5 banknote, who was the 5th king of the Loan Kingdom and the direct ancestor of the current King George III. He naturally inspired goodwill in people. But Avon's focus was neither on his subtle ambition to seize the succession, nor on what kind of stir his sudden participation in this military-centric gathering would cause. Instead, he thought of another question. Why did George III choose him as the scapegoat for the Backland smog? After Avon arrived in Backland, he also inquired about the adult male heirs of George III from various sources. He found that Edsac Augustus could absolutely be considered his most outstanding heir. At any rate, he was far more excellent than the first heir to the throne, the first prince. Furthermore, King George III had praised the third prince on multiple occasions, which led many to believe that the king favored him as the future heir of the Loan Kingdom. Therefore, they actively attached themselves to him, hoping to receive generous returns in the future. Yet, such a prince ultimately became George III's discarded pawn, a scapegoat for the Backland smog, which filled Avon's mind with endless speculation. Stepping onto the platform, at the host's signal, Edsac Augustus delivered a speech highly praising the contributions of the Southern Continent officers to the Loan Kingdom. He grandly presented a check for £10,000 as a donation to the club and promised to donate at least £5,000 to the club every year in the future. This declaration quickly drew a chorus of cheers from the mid to low-ranking officers below, allowing Edsac Augustus, as an uninvited guest, to steal the show. Reporters kneeling below rapidly pressed the shutters of their cameras, and for a moment, the entire club hall was filled with the dazzling and bright flashes of cameras. And Edsac Augustus, under the direct spotlight, displayed his excellent composure. When waving to the crowd below, he didn't blink once, maintaining a smile throughout, ensuring that reporters wouldn't capture any photos of him with his eyes closed. This made Avon, whose eyes had just been dazzled by the camera flashes, feel a bit of admiration. However, this made the faces of Duke Nigan and the other bigwigs look rather displeased. Today should have been their moment in the spotlight, but Edsac Augustus had ultimately stolen all the thunder, overshadowing them. It would be strange if they were in a good mood. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, it was time for dancing and socializing. It was then that Avon noticed a group of young women flocking in from a side door, led by the famous Backland socialite, Madame Natasha. Avon spotted Natasha at a glance and wasn't surprised at all. because her ecological niche in high society was to pimp for nobles and wealthy merchants. It would be illogical for her not to be at such an event. What truly surprised Avon, however, was that among the dancing girls Natasha brought, there was one who looked very familiar to him. Chapter 106, Tris and Edsac. Since Mrs. Sharon's death in Tingen, Tris, his subordinate who had not been captured, was already on the wanted list. Avon, as an intelligence officer for Military Intelligence Section 9, had naturally seen Tris's sketch. A few days ago, Natasha had asked Avon for a safe house to accommodate Tris and screen him. Avon had initially thought it would take some time to screen him, but he never expected to meet Tris, who had already become a witch, directly here today. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the important figures all had their own matters to attend to, so they found private rooms to discuss business, while the officers remaining in the hall, no longer under the watchful eyes of their superiors, gradually relaxed their stiffness and began to liven up. Strangely, and yet not so strangely, Third Prince Edsac Augustus remained in the hall, chatting and laughing with the mid to low-ranking officers, attracting many who wished to get closer to him. Beyond that, more carefree officers began to seek pleasure, and the dancers brought by Natasha became especially sought after, creating a scene so awkward that Avon, who had experienced the information age, could only shake his head. The most embarrassed among them was probably Tris herself. She seemed to have only just learned to dance and appeared exceptionally clumsy on the dance floor. At the same time, she couldn't fend off her dance partner's wandering hands, which roamed over her body, and his large, disgusting lips constantly tried to get close to her face and neck. Even Avon, secretly observing from a distance, felt an unbearable disgust, let alone Tris, who was the one experiencing it. Tris had only just become a demoness a few days ago. Obeying orders to attend the banquet and dance with men was already her limit, but she never expected to encounter such a situation. Feeling the increasingly audacious wandering hands on her body and seeing the pig-headed man constantly trying to get close to her face, Tris finally couldn't bear it any longer. She slapped the pig-headed man, making a clear sound, and then walked away with a huff. The slap was so crisp that the noisy hall couldn't drown out its sound. The musicians in the nearby orchestra stopped playing, staring blankly at the scene, causing the hall to fall silent for a moment. The pig-headed officer, having suffered such a great humiliation, didn't react immediately. When he saw the mocking expressions of those around him, he immediately reached for his gun to shoot the retreating Tris. Just as those around him rushed forward to stop him, a solemn voice rang out. "No firing." The pig-headed officer's hand seemed to be frozen. He couldn't pull the trigger no matter how hard he tried, exerting so much force that his entire face turned beet red. Everyone present looked in the direction of the voice and saw that, at some point, the circle of officers had parted, and Third Prince Edsac Augustus, surrounded in the center of the crowd, was pushing his palm forward, making a solemn declaration. Everyone present was knowledgeable and familiar with Beyonders. They could tell at a glance that the pig-headed officer was being controlled by the Third Prince. However, the pig-headed officer's temper had not subsided. Ignoring everything, he threw down his pistol and charged directly at Tris. At this, the Third Prince's expression grew even uglier. He pushed his hand forward again, solemnly declaring, "Imprisonment." Then, the pig-headed man, mid-charge, found his foot suspended in midair, unable to move, feeling as if he were a small insect sealed in amber, completely immobilized. Exile. An invisible current of air blew the pig-headed officer away. The surrounding crowd scattered, and he finally slammed into a pillar in the hall. At the same time, the imprisonment effect on him disappeared, causing him to cry out in pain repeatedly. At this point, someone naturally led the troublesome pig-headed officer away, while Third Prince Edsac Augustus walked towards Tris and said, "I apologize for the rudeness just now. Shall I have someone escort you away?" Tris, exposed as a woman for the first time in front of so many eyes, seemed very unaccustomed to it. She merely performed a clumsy bow, thanked the Third Prince for his rescue, and then hurriedly left. Meanwhile, the socialite Mrs. Natasha quickly livened up the atmosphere and diverted attention, hoping that those present would forget what had just happened. Soon, the atmosphere on the scene became lively again, only now they had a new topic of conversation. To Avon's surprise, no one talked much about Triss. Instead, they all scorned the pig-headed officer. However, after some thought, he understood. In matters between men and women like this, these people valued mutual consent. Everyone believed that the dancer was unwilling and that the pig-headed officer had forced himself on her, which was why she slapped him. In such a situation, everyone felt ashamed to be associated with him, feeling that he had lost too much face, so naturally no one sided with him. At the same time, Avon also noticed that Edsac Augustus seemed somewhat distracted when interacting with people, frequently glancing towards the entrance. Has Triss met Edsac Augustus ahead of schedule? Avon muttered, looking at the situation. Her influence was too great. She had met Edsac Augustus at least 3 weeks earlier, making Avon somewhat uncertain whether the Backland smog would break out earlier. Avon was also preparing to meet Mr. A again in the next few days to see how Mr. A would arrange Triss. After all, he knew that Triss had already been persuaded by Mr. Z to become a pawn of the Aurora Order planted within the Demonist sect. Just then, Third Prince Edsac Augustus sensed something. He met Avon's gaze, discovered Avon who had been observing him, and then paused. Avon, caught in the act, wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he raised the red wine glass in his hand and gave a greeting. After receiving Edsac Augustus's reciprocal raised glass, he turned his gaze elsewhere. All of this fell into the eyes of the demoness Natasha, bringing a smile to her lips, but she never looked directly at Avon. Edsac Augustus, on the other hand, clearly hadn't expected a mere captain to behave neither subserviently nor arrogantly in front of him. This piqued his interest, and he began to inquire about Avon's identity from others. Just as Avon was feeling bored, Mr. Hope suddenly appeared before him, asking Avon to join him in a private room to play cards. Avon understood what was happening. He directly drained the red wine from his glass and followed Mr. Hope towards the second floor of the club. As they passed Natasha, they politely nodded to each other, as if they didn't know each other. When Avon entered the private room on the second floor, he found the space to be extremely large and very empty, with not much furniture inside. In the center of the room was a card table large enough for 12 people to play, surrounded by luxurious high-backed chairs. The few pieces of furniture placed around the room were all inlaid with gold, besides which there were some sofas for resting and newspapers for reading. Although the private room was large, there weren't many people playing cards inside, only 5 people including Robert. Seeing Avon enter, Robert put down his cards, stood up, and pulled Avon to the card table, introducing Avon to the other 4 people, and also introducing the other 4 people to Avon. He then said he had something to attend to, asked Avon to play for him for a while, and then left the private room. Avon believed that the omnipresent military intelligence Section 9 must also have surveillance around, and Robert's departure was to draw away the surveillance personnel, making space for him to talk. So, without being coy, he directly sat down in Robert's previous seat. After Avon was seated, he turned over the 2 whole cards that had just been dealt and gasped. A 3 of clubs and an 8 of spades. These whole cards made Avon wonder if Robert had asked him to sit at the table just to escape, not wanting to lose too badly in front of his former subordinates. Perhaps Avon's expression was too obvious, as these officers, who treated Avon like a younger brother, jokingly told Avon to concede. But Avon, who always refused to lose face, directly raised the stakes, indicating that he would never concede. The consequence of not conceding was a terrible loss. He lost £20 in just one hand. In the next hand, Avon still maintained his previous style of not conceding, which was never to fold. No matter how bad his cards were, he would simply never fold. This caused Avon to lose at least £100 after only a few hands, but the effect was that Avon became increasingly familiar with them, speaking more casually, interjecting with jokes, and verbally sparring, gradually losing the initial sense of unfamiliarity. Avon never managed to turn the tide, losing all of the £500 in chips Robert had left him, and the gambling session ended there. After gambling all morning, everyone was tired and sat on the sofa, drinking tea and chatting. Men's conversations either revolved around politics and military affairs or powerful women. Gradually, they started discussing their own sequences and the difficulties of advancement. It was then that Avon revealed that he had become a Beyander only a few days ago, and had already successfully advanced to a Sequence 8 Beyander, without the side effects they mentioned, and without feeling any risk of losing control. At first, they thought Avon was a genius at mastering potions, like his brother. But when Avon said that mastering potions had a trick to it, these astute individuals finally realized why Robert had suddenly introduced his younger brother to them, and why he left after introducing his brother. It was also Robert's brother could give them pointers, to tell them things he himself couldn't easily say. And teaching these for the role-playing method was something that had been agreed upon beforehand, so Avon naturally wouldn't hide it. He poured out all his summarized insights, which enlightened them, as if waking from a dream, and they repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Avon, their appreciation overflowing. Avon teaching them the role-playing method was equivalent to opening the door for them to become high-ranking officers, creating a crack in the ceiling above them, and even allowing them to truly achieve class transcendence in the future. How could this not fill them with gratitude? When the waiter informed them that a lavish lunch was prepared downstairs, and after Avon emphasized to them one last time not to tell anyone about the day's conversation, they successively left the private room and arrived in the hall. Avon saw Robert in the hall and nodded to him, indicating that his mission was complete, which made Robert breathe a sigh of relief. Robert then walked over and whispered to his former subordinates, "Do not reveal the contents of today's conversation. Make your fortune in silence. If anyone approaches you because of your advancement, you only need to attribute it to your long-term accumulation of experience. Otherwise, there will be future troubles." "Yes, Captain." The four subordinates exchanged glances and replied in a low voice. Robert nodded contentedly, saying no more. After a sumptuous lunch, Robert and Avon boarded a luxurious carriage and headed towards their home in Empress Borough. Chapter 107 Payment upon delivery. In the carriage, Avon told his brother Robert about his eye contact with Edsac Augustus and how it might attract the attention of the third prince. Robert closed his eyes, thought deeply for a moment, then opened his eyes and said to Avon, "If the third prince intends to get close to you and win you over, you don't need to avoid him too much. Just interact normally." Avon understood that Robert was also influenced by King George III, believing that Edsac Augustus might become a strong contender for the throne, but he didn't know that George III already intended to use him as a scapegoat. The higher Edsac Augustus was elevated now, the more suitable he would be for taking the blame. Outwardly, I will continue to support the first Prince Gavinton Augustus. On this point, my stance is the same as Duke Niggins. As long as the first prince makes no mistakes, the order of succession cannot be changed arbitrarily. Some rules cannot be easily broken. It is precisely for this reason that the third prince came to disrupt things at this time, because he understood that we would not support him anyway. So, he simply took the grassroots route, both overshadowing us and winning over the people. Avon looked at Robert with surprise, not expecting that his politically radical brother also had such a conservative side. As for letting him befriend the third prince, it was also easy to understand. It was merely a precautionary measure in case of an emergency. If Avon guessed correctly, this would be a measure many nobles would soon adopt, not putting all their eggs in one basket. Avon was not actually averse to interacting with Edsac Augustus. If he guessed correctly, Natasha revealing Tris to him was part of a mission for him to gather relevant intelligence. Perhaps she even wanted to send Tris to Edsac Augustus through his channel, which was why his previous posture was also for Natasha to see. If that's truly the case, then the development of events will become interesting. There should be room for me to maneuver here. Thinking this, Avon smiled slightly and replied at the same time, "You don't need to worry, I understand what to do." Upon returning to the villa in Empress Borough, Robert received an invitation from a parliamentary colleague and immediately left to attend another gathering. Avon found it uninteresting to stay at the villa, so he returned to his apartment in Sherwood Borough, changed his clothes, and prepared to go to East Borough to find Zio Derecha, who was on a mission, to inquire about the progress of other tasks. But just as he was about to leave, he glanced at the newspaper on the table that had been delivered that morning but which he hadn't had time to read. So, he picked it up casually to see if there was any information about himself. Avon first looked at the job advertisements in the newspaper, finding that Military Intelligence Section 9 had not summoned him. Then he looked at the missing persons ads, finding that the Aurora Order had no intention of contacting him. Finally, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the acquisition information, discovering a message from a herbal shop acquiring a large quantity of medicinal materials, and the name of the herbal shop was Rosen. Avon smiled slightly. This was the secret code he had agreed upon with Dacquell. As long as this code appeared in the newspaper, Avon knew that he had already arrived in Backland, and ultimately, it was due to the deep impression Avon had left on him that he decided to proactively contact Avon. And according to the coded message in the newspaper, Isengard Stanton's gathering would also be held tonight, and Avon needed to attend. Several days had passed since the last gathering. Since the last time he tried to recruit Miss Lawyer, the gathering hadn't been held, so he didn't know if they had decided to accept his offer. If Miss Lawyer and Mr. Craftsman behind her still didn't know what was good for them, even with the excellent conditions Avon offered, then Avon would only be able to fully utilize their value. Putting the newspaper away, Avon examined himself in the dressing mirror, feeling that his clothes concealed his dazzling beauty, and then he left the apartment. When Avon arrived at south of the bridge, it was already time for the factories to close, and the streets were filled with shifting workers, making the entire street extremely crowded, causing one to marvel at how many people there were. Every time this happened, Avon wished he could obtain a Traveler Beander characteristic, to go wherever he wanted, and at a speed far exceeding high-speed rail, so that he wouldn't waste time on meaningless walking every time he went out. Upon arriving at Braveheart's bar, Avon endured the strong smell of sweat and alcohol and finally squeezed his way to the bar counter, easily finding his subordinate, Miss Zio Derecha. Not only was it because of her petite stature compared to the people around her, but also because even though it was very crowded, the two chairs next to her remained empty, no one daring to sit there, making her stand out. And the reason no one dared to sit next to Zio was simply because of the imposing aura she exuded, which made people feel awe and kept them at a distance. During this time, Zio Derecha also became famous in East Borough and south of the bridge, not only because she handled matters fairly and was willing to stand up for the poor, but also because she was still alive and well after standing up for the poor, which made people even more fearful. In addition, a few days ago, Zio Derecha accidentally drank a glass of wine and then displayed astonishing destructive power. Everyone in the bar was beaten down by her, and then, at her request, confessed that they should quit drinking, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Avon also knew about this incident. He walked over and sat next to her, and indeed found that Zio was drinking a beverage provided free by the bartender, which almost made him laugh out loud. Zio must have been the first to get a bar, whose main income was selling alcohol, to provide juice for free. In the past few days, you and Furs have been working together. What progress has there been in the investigation of Zarel? Ever since Furs learned about the Abraham family from Avon, she had been a bit downcast and unmotivated, showing signs of completely giving up. Later, Avon sold her the Trickmaster formula and told her that he had used a sealed artifact to make a prophecy for her, saying that she had hope of saving herself. Now, her work enthusiasm was exceptionally high. One always needs some motivation, otherwise, it's easy to give up completely. As for the Trickmaster magic potion formula, Avon naturally copied it from Lord of the Mysteries. Zarel has lifted his suspicion of us. His small detectives and spies are no longer watching my actions. Furs has been secretly following Zarel these past few days and found that his movements have started to become more significant. According to the information you reported a few days ago, intercepted by Military Intelligence Section 9, intelligence agencies of various countries should have ended their spies dormancy period and started to become active again. Zarel is no exception. Based on the scope of the missions he is taking, your previous guess that he had received a mission to steal ironclad warship secrets should be correct. And his superiors must have put a lot of pressure on him, otherwise his actions wouldn't be so significant. Avon sneered upon hearing this. After a period of sea trials a few days ago, the Pritz ironclad warship initially gained combat capability. After all, most of the crew selected for ironclad warships were sailors, and on this point, the LotM kingdom, which believed in the storm god, had a distinct advantage. And the first thing the Pritz ironclad warship did after gaining combat capability was to sail to the coastal area of the Shou Sea, intimidating Faysak's industrial strongholds and conducting live fire exercises. Faysak's Shou Sea fleet responded in kind but suffered a crushing defeat because their ships' speed could not keep up with the ironclad warship no matter what. Even with the help of sealed artifacts, they were countered by the well-prepared LotM navy, also using sealed artifacts. This provocation caused the Faysak Empire imperial family to lose face and also made the Faysak Empire feel a deep threat. Due to its geographical location, most of the Faysak Empire's industrial strongholds were concentrated along the Shou Sea coast. The LotM Kingdom Navy's launch of the epic-making ironclad warship posed a tangible threat to their industrial centers, which made the Faysak Empire's high-level officials feel as if they had a thorn in their side. Under these circumstances, the intelligence department became the department under the greatest pressure from the upper echelons. The industrial department would never admit that they couldn't build ironclad warships, they would only exaggerate the steam and machinery church's support for LotM, and the key to this support was the blueprints. And this was also the bait Avon was preparing for these spies. After Avon's team successively broke up spy groups a few days ago, Deputy Director Jonas recognized Avon's workability and specifically summoned him, asking Avon to share his views on how to strike at the enemy's hidden forces in Backland as much as possible. Avon then proposed a phishing scheme, using the ironclad warship secrets, which all intelligence agencies currently most desired, as bait. Even if the spies in Backland detected potential danger, their superiors thousands of miles away could not empathize and would only exert greater pressure. This could be considered a disconnect between frontline personnel and office personnel. At that time, Deputy Director Jonas only said he would discuss it with others, but Avon felt that the high-level officials of Military Intelligence Section 9 would eventually succumb to the temptation and implement it. And from the military's eagerness to pin blame on Lanrius, it could be seen that the inside story of Pritz shipyard was definitely not minor. A little sabotage by a lurking spy could be magnified many times over, and they would definitely welcome such an action. You all did well. Now, your and Furz's rewards have also come down. Besides both of you being officially promoted to regular status, able to receive a fixed weekly salary of £2.10 and a fixed weekly allowance of 10 Sul, you have also received corresponding merits. I took the liberty of helping you exchange the materials you need for your next sequence from Military Intelligence Section 9's Internal Exchange Office. Yours is the right paw of a silver-white battle bear, and Furz's is 20 milliliters of deep-sea swordfish blood. These things are not easy to get. I have put them all in the safe at the Cherwood Borough Post Office. This is the key. You can go and pick them up later. This note has 2 accounts written on it, both opened at Bakeland Bank. From now on, Military Intelligence Section 9 will deposit your salary and allowance into this account. If there are any monetary rewards, they will also go into this account. Avon pulled out a key and a note and pushed them in front of Zio Derecha, praising their work during this period. Zio Derecha was also extremely excited. From now on, she would also have a fixed salary and allowance, and as her strength increased, her salary and allowance would also have room for growth. She had resolutely come to Backland to make her way, and reality kept knocking her down, but she never gave up. Now, she not only had a close friend but also a formal position. She finally saw the dawn of investigating the truth behind her father's execution and vindicating him. For a moment, her eyes welled up with tears, but her strong personality prevented her from letting them fall easily. Avon sensed the turmoil of Zio Derecha's emotions and also knew her strong personality, so he merely patted her shoulder and left the bar counter, walking towards the bar's private room to find Kaspar's Kanlinen. Several days had passed. The item Klein entrusted the former Punisher's Captain Svein to transport should have already arrived. When Avon knocked and entered, Kaspar's Kanlinen saw it was Avon and let out a long sigh, saying, "If you hadn't come, I would have gone to old gentleman Wisdom Eyes. When you entrusted me to collect things for you, you didn't say I had to pay for the shipping." Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. For a moment, Avon's mind was filled with question marks. Chapter 108, Miss Sharon's First Appearance. Avon was initially bewildered because he had never paid for shipping when shopping online in his previous life. Wasn't shipping always free? But he quickly realized that the transportation of Beander materials was indeed not like express delivery in his previous life. Beander materials were invaluable items, and their transportation carried immense risks. The transporters had to bear these risks, and without special channels, it might not even be possible to deliver them into Backland. Bribes were needed at every level, so a large shipping fee was indeed necessary. Klein hadn't mentioned it, so he hadn't thought of this at all. It seemed Klein had chosen cash on delivery, which was quite a modern way of thinking. "I apologize, I may not have explained clearly, which led to this misunderstanding. How much is the shipping fee? I will compensate you." Kaspar's Kanlinen's expression softened when he heard Avon was willing to compensate him, and he began to calculate the cost for Avon. "I advanced 50 Sul for your item's shipping. I've kept it for 3 days. In these 3 days, I could have earned at least 10 Sul by lending that 50 Sul at high interest. Plus, your item is too valuable to be charged at the previous rate of 1 Sul per item. It should be calculated at 5 Sul. And since you didn't keep your word and pick it up that same night, you owe me another 5 Sul. So, in total, you should give me 70 Sul." After speaking, Kaspar's Kanlinen nervously looked at Avon. Not everyone was reasonable, especially Beanders, who often felt superior and less inclined to be reasonable. He was ready to call for help immediately if Avon turned hostile. What he didn't expect was that Avon, hearing the price, didn't hesitate at all and happily agreed. "Your calculation is very reasonable. I'll give you the cash now." As he spoke, Avon pulled out his wallet and counted out 7 10 Sul banknotes, each bearing the portrait of Augustus I, the founding king of Loan. The strong smell of ink and the slight reflection under the light indicated that these were new bills just withdrawn from the bank. After Kaspar's Kanlinen took the brand new banknotes, he looked at Avon's still noticeably bulging wallet and was speechless. He simply turned and left the private room, quickly returning with a small box, which he placed in front of Avon. "This is your item. Please inspect it. Once you leave this private room, I will not acknowledge any issues." Avon didn't fuss and directly opened the small box for inspection. He saw an egg-sized black egg with mysterious and intricate green patterns, making it appear unusually enchanting. The moment he saw it, Avon felt the Beander power integrated within him stir, as if a magnet had encountered a magnetic field, attracting each other. With great willpower, he steadied his impulse and suppressed this mutual attraction, knowing in his heart that this was a genuine agate peacock's egg. This was the first time Avon had felt such a strong aggregation of Beander characteristic. He couldn't help but become more vigilant, wary of accidentally encountering a high-sequence Beander of the same pathway whom he couldn't handle. "No problem, it's what I wanted." With that, Avon re-established the spiritual wall around the small box, then put it into his pocket. He then nodded to Kaspar's Kanlinen and prepared to leave. Just as Avon was about to exit the private room, he suddenly turned back to a mirror in the corner, then smiled and performed a gentleman's bow to the mirror before finally departing. Kaspar's Kanlinen had tensed up the moment Avon looked at the mirror, his hand instinctively reaching for his lower back. He only relaxed slightly after Avon left. Even so, he didn't dare to turn around casually after Avon left. He kept facing the private room door and backed away, preventing Avon from ambushing him from the front, until his back hit the wall and he stopped. "Don't be nervous, he's completely gone. A cool, ethereal voice with little fluctuation echoed in Kaspar's Canlinen's ear, causing his body to completely relax. He then turned his face to look at the mirror in the corner. The image of the private room reflected in the mirror rippled like clear water, then transformed into a woman dressed in a black court gown. The woman had light gold hair, eyes as blue as a sunny sky, exquisite features, and an unusually pale complexion. She appeared delicate and frail, evoking pity. With a single step, she emerged from the mirror into the private room, materializing from nothing, floating in the air. She also looked at the closed private room door and said, "How did he discover me?" The exquisite, doll-like lady softly uttered a sentence, then asked Kaspar's Canlinen in a voice devoid of emotion. "Do you know his true origin?" Kaspar's Canlinen was startled, then realized she was asking him. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm not very clear. He hasn't been in Backland for long, and he once asked me to introduce him to a Beander gathering. He's very generous with money and doesn't seem to care about it. He once showed me that he could create fireballs. Every time he comes to the bar, he changes his clothes to conceal his identity, but he doesn't give me the impression that he's afraid of cops. So, I once speculated whether he was a noble who accidentally entered the Beander world, or a hound, from Military Intelligence Section 9. Fireball. Hunter. Military Intelligence Section 9. Noble. It's not simple that he could discover me. He should have guessed what sequence I am, and perhaps even my identity. Moreover, I didn't sense any hostility from him. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. You should maintain good contact with him." The beautiful lady floating in midair merely pondered for a moment, then instructed Kaspar's Canlinen in an unchanging tone. And Kaspar's Canlinen nodded solemnly, indicating he understood. "You used the emergency contact signal to call me here, it shouldn't be for this person. What happened?" Seeing that Kaspar's Canlinen had forgotten he was the one who initiated contact, the beautiful lady, resembling a ghost, couldn't help but remind him. Yes, I contacted you. Today, several gangs experienced unrest, and several leaders were replaced, and the purge was carried out with very cruel methods. I secretly looked at the bodies they discarded and found traces of animal bites and tearing on them. I feel that the person behind this is the opponent you and Mr. Marici spoke of." Before Kaspar's Canlinen could finish his narration, the beautiful lady's pupils suddenly contracted. After leaving the private room, Avon pushed through the crowded people and walked to the back of a plump man in a warlock robe sitting in a corner. He patted him directly, then left the bar without looking back. The plump man, whose shoulder Avon had patted, saw Avon's back, hesitated for a moment, then finally downed the drink he had ordered and followed him. Dayquil followed closely behind, while Avon walked ahead, becoming increasingly obscure, until he entered a secluded alley. Dayquil hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and continued to follow, his right hand in his pocket gripping his self-defense revolver. Upon entering the alley, Dayquil found Avon standing there, waiting for him. "Quite courageous. I didn't expect you'd actually dare to contact me. I thought you'd hide after coming to Backland." Dayquil gripped his loaded revolver in his pocket with his right hand and said, feigning composure. "Didn't you say it? More friends, more paths. Last time, you even invited me to open a shop in Backland. You wouldn't go back on your word now, would you? Do you still have the marrow crystal of the Elven Spring? Can you sell it to me?" This was the reason Dayquil finally decided to find Avon. After all, he had been searching for this material for a long time, and he already had the other main material for his advancement. As a member of the Life School of Thought, and knowing the role-playing method, he had already finished digesting the potion. Now, everything was ready, lacking only the final push, so he couldn't help but be anxious. Avon chuckled, then directly in front of Dayquil, took out a cigarette case from his person, and with a snap, opened it, revealing the marrow crystal of the Elven Spring, which looked like a faded egg. "Do you need someone to appraise it?" When Avon left home, knowing he was meeting Dayquil today, he directly brought the marrow crystal of the Elven Spring he had bought at the Eye of Wisdom gathering last week. Dayquil stared at the material in Avon's hand with the obsession of a lecher seeing a long-desired beautiful woman. After several seconds, he said, "No need, I'm sure it's it. I'll buy it for 300 Soul, how about it?" As he spoke, Dayquil eagerly searched for money on his person, hoping to purchase the long-desired Beander material. Avon, however, gently shook his head and said, "I'm not short on money." Dayquil's hand movements stopped, and he hesitated to speak, but looking at the marrow crystal of the elven spring still exposed in Avon's hand, he finally asked, "Then what do you want?" Avon saw Dayquil's struggle and unwillingness, so he directly snapped the cigarette case shut and threw it over. Dayquil instinctively caught the object thrown at him, then looked at Avon in confusion. "Let me introduce myself. I'm from Military Intelligence Section 9, code-named Kid. If you choose to become my secret agent, this will be my welcome gift to you." Military Intelligence Section 9. I know about you guys. Many Beyonders dream of joining, so they can live in the light and no longer have to be secretive. But don't you people conduct tests when recruiting? Dayquil felt as if he had been hit by the pie from the sky mentioned by Emperor Rosal, wondering if his long unseen teacher had blessed him and brought him luck. Looking at the excited Dayquil, Avon made two tisk tisk sounds with his mouth, then mockingly said, "How could there be such a good thing? Military Intelligence Section 9 isn't that easy to get into. You are a Beander with a master-disciple inheritance, a member of the secret organization Life School of Thought. I dare to invite you in, but do you dare to join?" Only then did Dayquil remember that he belonged to an organization. How could he possibly join an official organization? Chapter 109, Control. Dayquil smiled sheepishly, also feeling that he was too whimsical, but looking at the cigarette case in his hand, he asked doubtfully, "Then what do you mean?" "It means that you will become my personal secret agent, without a formal identity from Military Intelligence Section 9. You will act as you did before, participating in various Beander gatherings, helping me gather various information, or receiving tasks from me and getting some remuneration. Of course, I can also arrange for you to have an external member identity, providing some protection if your actions are exposed. But you are ultimately not a member of Military Intelligence Section 9. If you dare to conduct secret activities or evil rituals, I will be the first to execute you, without needing other organizations." The fat apothecary Dayquil looked at the cigarette case in his hand, hesitated for a moment, feeling that accepting Avon's recruitment would be more beneficial than detrimental to him, so he said, "I can help you gather various information and become your secret agent, and I can also help you with various private jobs, but I cannot betray my teacher and organization." Avon smiled upon hearing this. It seemed Dayquil already understood that one reason he was recruiting him was because he valued him as a Beander of the apothecary pathway, who would be an excellent assistant and a valuable resource, very convenient for both official and private matters. The other reason was because he had the Life School of Thought as a backing, which could directly connect him with the Snake of Fate. Avon also didn't need him to betray his backing. Recruiting him was simply hoping to establish contact with the Snake of Fate behind him, to see if he could attract investment from the big shot. If he couldn't attract investment, Avon would have to consider how to profit for himself, such as selling relevant information for a good price at a specific moment. You don't need to betray the Life School of Thought or your teacher. You are also a very good channel for me. Now that the Life School of Thought is divided, your teacher and I might have an opportunity to cooperate in the future." Dayquil was shocked. For years, he had been left to his own devices and hadn't seen his teacher in a long time, so he had no idea about the major events happening within the Life School of Thought. But he could also tell that Avon spoke with certainty and was not lying, so he felt a little flustered. He quickly put away the cigarette case in his hand, indicating his acceptance of the recruitment. "I just arrived in Backland and haven't found my footing yet. Where can I participate in Beander gatherings?" After accepting Avon's recruitment, Dayquil didn't hesitate and directly asked Avon for relevant information. Avon smiled and motioned for Dayquil to follow. "Rosen shouldn't be your real name. What is your real name?" Avon, of course, knew his real name, but he pretended not to. Dayquil. Since he had accepted the recruitment and sought their protection, the fat apothecary Dayquil felt it was better to be honest. Having been sought out in Tingen before, and having his background directly revealed, he really couldn't be sure if they were testing him by asking his real name. When Avon heard Dayquil reveal his real name, he looked at him meaningfully and nodded. This made Dayquil realize that his guess was correct, and they already knew his real name, which filled him with dread. Avon led Dayquil through a few turns in the alley until they arrived in front of a row of dark houses. Avon put on the prepared iron mask and knocked on the house door at a certain frequency. The small wooden board on the door opened again, revealing scrutinizing eyes. Avon pointed to the fat apothecary Dayquil beside him and said, "He is also a Beander. I'm vouching for him to attend the gathering." The doorkeepers and attendants for this gathering were all carefully selected by Isengard Stanton and were trustworthy people. They were all aware of Avon's unique relationship with their boss, so they didn't say much. They simply gave Dayquil a robe and an iron mask, then directly let him pass. When Avon entered, the gathering had already been underway for some time. Isengard Stanton recognized Avon but made no sign. Avon also didn't specifically greet him, simply found 2 seats with Dayquil and sat down, quietly observing the transactions of others. After several rounds of transactions, Dayquil also understood how transactions were conducted at this gathering. He had brought a lot of money to trade materials from Avon before, and now that he had decided to stay in Backland for a long time, he naturally needed to make some purchases. So he began to frequently make bids, attracting everyone's attention. After attracting everyone's attention, Dayquil also began to promote his own products, various potions. The sales were quite good. The men present all bought 1 or 2, half believing, half doubting, ready to experiment at home. This almost made Avon burst out laughing. It seemed that middle-aged fatigue was the pain of all men. However, thinking about his own recent back pain, Avon couldn't laugh anymore. Hopefully, after the next advancement, this problem can be solved. Otherwise, for my kidneys, I'll have no choice but to buy related potions from Dayquil. The thought of possibly having to buy aphrodisiacs from Dayquil in the future, which might jeopardize his authority as a superior, gave Avon a headache. Today, perhaps due to Dayquil's presence, everyone's desire to trade was very strong, and several rare materials also appeared. This made Avon wonder if Dayquil himself truly possessed a luck attribute because of his origin from the life school of thought. Thinking about his experiences in Lord of the Mysteries, he not only became friends with the protagonist Klein but was also directly involved in the actions of his own big shot, making his future in the life school of thought immeasurable. Not long after, a very familiar voice asked, "Has the gentleman who sold the barbarian formula last time arrived?" "I'm here. What can I do for you?" Avon understood that Miss Kathleen was subtly expressing her desire to communicate privately after the gathering, as he had already given the barbarian formula to her last time. Sure enough, Miss Kathleen took out a powerful Beander weapon that could be used for 2 years, wanting to exchange it for the barbarian formula from Avon. And Avon, as expected, refused. The weapon was naturally bought by others for £400. But everyone could see Miss Kathleen's unwillingness at not having reached a deal with Avon. After lawyer Miss completed her transaction, Eye of Wisdom Isengard Stanton announced that everyone could begin exchanging information. Avon noticed that someone wanted to find companions to team up and complete a received task. Because the reward was very high, several people were eager to participate, which made Avon sense something unusual. So Avon took the initiative to ask, "May I ask what kind of task it is, what is the scope of the task, and where is the task location?" The person proposing the team-up said it was a large task, mainly involving investigating some matters, conducting transactions on behalf of the employer, and so on. As soon as this was said, everyone knew it must be some unsavory business. Some people backed out, while others were even more eager to try, because the greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. As wild beyonders, they naturally could not live in the sunlight, nor would they protect the interests of the authorities, so several people prepared to join the team. Avon glanced at Isengard Stanton, who was seated on the sofa, knowing that if he could detect something amiss, it certainly wouldn't escape the shrewd detective. He still had at least 2 layers of official connections, and he would likely report it afterward. The sequences of the people attending the gathering were not very high, so they couldn't access much information. Most of it was trivial matters. Beyond that, at most, the movements of official beyonders were somewhat useful, which could remind others to avoid them, but these were of no use to Avon, making him extremely bored. When, Eye of Wisdom, Isengard Stanton announced the end of the gathering, as Avon expected, the lawyer requested a private conversation with Avon, which aroused the envy and jealousy of others. They all speculated in their hearts what good things Avon was about to see, completely not thinking in the direction that Avon was going to recruit the lawyer, Miss. After the attendees left one after another, only Isengard Stanton, Avon, lawyer Miss, and Dayquil remained. The fat apothecary Dayquil, being perceptive, requested to attend the corresponding gatherings again. After receiving Isengard Stanton's permission and knowing where to get gathering information, he dutifully left on his own. And Isengard Stanton also left the gathering room after Dayquil departed. Watching the receding figure of Eye of Wisdom, lawyer, Miss Kathleen tried to catch Avon off guard again and said, "Old gentleman Wisdom Eyes must also be your man, right? Otherwise, why would he facilitate your recruitment of me? After all, this is all harm and no benefit to him." But Avon was completely unmoved by her words. He simply relaxed, leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you guessed right again, but there's still no reward." Lawyer Miss Kathleen had only brought up the topic to gain a slight advantage in the subsequent conversation, but she didn't expect Avon to respond with such an attitude, which instantly infuriated her. But relying on her lawyer abilities, she keenly perceived that Avon's posture, like her own desire to always take the initiative in conversations, meant that if she did not remain calm, she would inherently be at a disadvantage in the conversation and be caught off guard. So Miss Kathleen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and asked with a smile, "I'm very curious, what price did you offer to make old gentleman Wisdom Eyes work for you?" "Actually, it's nothing much. I just gave him a little hope for further advancement. This is commonplace for you and me, but for the old gentleman, it's his last hope," Avon said with a meaningful smile. "What is it?" Miss Kathleen didn't understand what Avon was saying for a moment, but the smile on Avon's face could no longer be suppressed. "Of course, it's the role-playing method." Miss Kathleen sprang up from the sofa like a startled cat, but then quickly regretted it. She looked at Avon through her mask, remaining silent for a long time, knowing that Avon had tricked her. Chapter 110, Craftsman, Demigod. Miss Kathleen regretted always trying to manipulate Avon with words in front of him. This was a lingering effect of her role-playing as a lawyer. She also regretted her impatience. Upon hearing role-playing method, she forgot the lawyer's role-playing rule of maintaining calmness under any unfavorable circumstances, and Avon tricked her into revealing that she understood the role-playing method. However, for Avon, this probe was very successful, helping him confirm several facts. First, the craftsman behind Miss Kathleen was not from the Steam and Machinery Church. It is difficult for an ordinary person to be promoted to sequence 6 feet craftsman, without understanding the role-playing method. If he was promoted within the church, he would certainly be silenced, unable to spread the role-playing method. If this were truly the case, then the origin of this craftsman would be very significant. Second, Miss Kathleen's identity might be more complex than just a spokesperson for the craftsman. If the Beyonder pathway is a grand road to heaven, then the role-playing method is a car that allows Beyonders to speed along that road. Only by mastering the role-playing method can one go further on the Beyonder pathway. Even within secret organizations, one must undergo rigorous trials, make significant contributions, and become an elite recognized by the organization before being taught the role-playing method. Avon was taught the role-playing method by the Demonist sect and Theosophy order because of his special identity and Robert's important position, in order to strengthen their control over him. But Miss Kathleen's behavior did not at all resemble someone who had joined a secret organization, which indicates that the craftsman himself taught her the role-playing method, making their relationship worth pondering. Now Miss Kathleen was a startled bird, not daring to delve deeper with Avon to prevent him from extracting more information. So, she did not beat around the bush with Avon but directly said, "We agree to cooperate with you and become your secret agent. I will be your contact from now on, he will not show his face. How about it?" This request was not unexpected to Avon. If the craftsman were to show his face so easily, he would have died countless times already. Communicating and transacting through an intermediary was not beyond his expectation. "I agree. I can avoid meeting the craftsman directly, but I must know who you are and what your identity is, right? Otherwise, I don't know either of you, which hardly makes for a secret agent." Hearing Avon agree that the craftsman would not show his face directly, Kathleen breathed a sigh of relief. Avon's request was also reasonable, so she finally removed the iron mask from her face, revealing her beautiful appearance. She had black hair and black eyes, rare in the Loan Kingdom. Her features had not fully matured, but they already showed an exquisite charm. Her face was very small, appearing especially delicate against her wide robes, and she had an Eastern charm that was very familiar to Avon, making him momentarily think he had met a fellow countryman from his previous life. However, although Miss Kathleen looked delicate, her temper was anything but soft. Seeing Avon staring at her without speaking for a long time, she first couldn't help but blush and feel shy, glaring at Avon. Seeing that Avon was not at all embarrassed and had no intention of looking away, she couldn't help but get angry again, saying fiercely, "What are you looking at? What's so good to look at?" Avon chuckled and said, "You are indeed very beautiful. It's only fair to look a bit longer." Miss Kathleen was stunned. Was she being teased? Then she flew into a rage, about to retort. At this moment, Avon took off his mask, revealing his face, and said with a smile, "If you feel I took advantage of you, I don't mind if you look at me a bit longer to get even." Miss Kathleen looked at Avon, who had removed his mask, and never expected a man to be so handsome. For a moment, she was stunned, and at the same time, she couldn't help but think, "Fortunately, he is a man. If he were a woman, would other women even have a chance to live?" Avon did not know what Kathleen was thinking. If he did, he wouldn't know whether to be happy or depressed. "My full name is Avon Horn. You probably haven't heard of me, but you should have heard of my brother, Robert Horn. The new political star of the House of Commons." "Yes, but he shouldn't be called a new star anymore. He should be called a political veteran." Avon subtly slandered his own brother. "My name is Catherine Gry, a sophomore law student at Backland University." Although he had guessed that Miss Kathleen was not very old, Avon was still somewhat surprised to hear that she was still a student. After both sides had frankly revealed their identities and gotten to know each other, Catherine Gry proactively asked, "Do you need Mr. Craftsman to make anything for you? He asked me to ask you this before I came." Avon gently shook his head. He had been very busy since coming to this world. Besides his own advancement, he was either busy dealing with various organizations or busy catching spies. He had not specifically collected various Beyonder characteristics. Otherwise, he would have long ago set up traps outside various embassies, performing sting operations and capturing Beyonders. He said if you don't have anything, he has a Guardian Beyonder characteristic, and he can help you craft it into a Beyonder item to sell to you. See if you need it. Miss Kathleen was clearly just relaying a message. She didn't know that the message she conveyed again exposed the fact that she understood Beyonder characteristics very well, and Avon had no time to pay attention to this point. Because the content of her message was quite shocking, at least Avon found it shocking. One must know that Guardian is sequence 5 of the warrior pathway, considered the most difficult Beyonder below a demigod to kill in a direct confrontation. When Klein, the strongest hunter Anderson, and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina were clearing the Rosal's diary instance together, if there hadn't been the giant Rosal acting as a tank in front, attracting the attention of that demigod dragon, they would have had no chance to clear the instance almost without injury. The craftsman being able to produce a guardian Beander characteristic greatly exceeded Avon's expectations, because the craftsman was almost explicitly telling him that he was a demigod, not an ordinary Beander. He instantly understood that this was a subtle warning from the craftsman to him, because in their interactions, Avon had been playing the lawyer Miss for a fool, constantly holding the initiative. To prevent Avon's contempt from causing other problems, the craftsman was using this method to warn him. As for whether the craftsman coincidentally had a guardian characteristic and was merely putting on a show, Avon felt it was unlikely. Because if a real transaction occurred, it would be easy to see the craftsman's skill level from the Beander item traded. A Beander item crafted by a demigod-level craftsman using a Sequence 5 Beander characteristic would have very few side effects, which could not be hidden. At the same time, the craftsman was also using this method to give Avon a sweet treat and to show the importance of the lawyer Miss to him, reminding Avon not to play tricks or bully Catherine Gry. For some reason, Avon felt a strong. Chapter 111. The Guardian Necklace. Initially, Miss Catherine Gry was greatly disheartened upon hearing that Avon could readily produce £20,000 in cash, but upon learning that Avon was going to give her the briber formula, her spirits lifted, and she eagerly took the formula to examine it. Sequence 7. Briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping infant flower, crystallized grotesque face cannabis. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 drops of golden mandrake juice, 5 drops of black mandrake juice, 4 drops of hallucinogenic grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. Catherine Gry couldn't help but cover her face with her hand again. These were all materials she had heard of but had never seen. Thus, she could only look at Avon with longing and ask, "Can you get these materials, including the materials for the barbarian formula you gave me last time? These materials are all things I've heard of but have never seen." Listening to Catherine Gry's weak voice, Avon found it a bit amusing. How long had she been a Beander, and she was already feeling impatient. Many Beanders couldn't find the materials they needed for several years. However, the formulas and materials for the Arbiter pathway and Lawyer pathway were indeed difficult to find. They were tightly controlled by the royal family, and only Military Intelligence Section 9 had a chance to acquire some. I can get some from Military Intelligence Section 9, but these all require the accumulation of merits to exchange for. They cannot be obtained with money. So, if you want to get these materials as soon as possible, then diligently work as my secret agent and accumulate merits. Hearing Avon's words, Catherine Gry was a bit deflated, but she immediately perked up and asked, "Then do you have any tasks I can do for you now?" Avon knew that the craftsman demigod behind her selling him a Beander item with very minor side effects was not only a warning to him but also a request for him to look after Catherine Gry. So, he thought for a moment and said, "When you attend various Beander gatherings, gather as much information as possible, then record it, and submit a report to me every week, checking for any information that endangers the national security of the Loan Kingdom. At the same time, leverage your advantage as a Backland University student to help me understand the research and inventions of professors and students at the university, to see if there are any projects worth investing in, and you also need to submit a report every week. If there are truly good investment projects, then you will need to utilize your expertise to help me draft contracts and review investment contracts, and if necessary, help me persuade the inventors." Catherine Gry noted Avon's requests and asked with some confusion, "The latter tasks should be considered your personal commission, not Military Intelligence Section 9 tasks, right? Then how do I accumulate merits?" Avon was both annoyed and amused. Helping a superior with personal errands was a great honor for a subordinate, and she was unwilling. This was truly going against the natural order, so he said ungraciously, "These also count as merits. I'll help you get the materials then." Catherine Gry playfully stuck out her tongue, then asked again, By the way, do you have any requirements for that Beander item? You can bring them up, and I will relay them to Mr. Craftsman. Although it may not be 100% achievable, he will still strive to meet your requests. Avon considered his own situation and the side effects of the golden gaze, then said, I have a Beander item, made from the hypnotist Beander characteristic of the spectator pathway sequence 6. Its side effect is that within 24 hours after use, one must completely indulge in one aspect of their emotions or desires for at least half an hour. Please ask Mr. Craftsman to try to ensure that the side effects of the two Beander items do not conflict. As for the effect of this Beander item, try to retain its defensive capabilities. If its appearance can be set as a bracelet, necklace, or other jewelry, that would be even better. Towards the end of his speech, Avon suddenly recalled that in Lord of the Mysteries, when Klein assassinated Disease General Tracy, it was mentioned that Tracy possessed a diamond-encrusted bracelet that made her difficult to harm as long as she wore it. Because Klein had obtained this information in advance, he removed the bracelet one step ahead during the assassination, so the bracelet was never used throughout the book, and the book did not describe which sequence that Beander item belonged to. Avon speculated that it might be a Beander item made from the warrior pathway Beander characteristic. Diseased General Tracy was already considered among the strongest individuals below demigods, a reserve for the demoness sect demigod. Her choice of Beander items had reference value. Therefore, Avon ultimately wanted to emulate her choice, hoping that this Beander item would be made into the shape of jewelry to deceive enemies and compensate for his shortcomings. Moreover, Avon was also preparing for the future. If he advanced to Sequence 7, and neither the Demonist sect nor Theosophy order could resolve his transformation into a female, then jewelry would be even more deceptive. However, Catherine Gry clearly hadn't expected Avon to make such a request. Having frequently read the collected novels of Emperor Rosal, she quickly concocted a story in her mind of Avon spending a fortune for his beloved woman, which made her gaze towards Avon soften, even showing a hint of jealousy. After Avon finished his requests and all necessary matters had been clarified between them, Catherine Gry put back on her robe's hood and iron mask, nodded to Avon, and left. After a while, Isengard Stanton, wearing nothing, reappeared in the living room, looking at Avon, who had not put his mask back on, and said with a smile, "It seems you have achieved your goal, and from now on, you have a stable craftsman channel." As Isengard Stanton said this, he felt a bit sour in his tone. "You also contributed to this. If you have a Beander characteristic that you want customized into a Beander item, you can also use this channel. That lawyer miss, or rather, the craftsman behind her, saw that you were helping me, so they are aware of your identity. Moreover, the lawyer miss has been selling Beander items at gatherings for so long without being tracked, which is due to your protection. They are very clear about this, so you can also directly trade with them." Isengard Stanton nodded slightly, finally feeling a bit relieved, but he quickly realized that he didn't actually have a Sequence 5 Beander characteristic, and Sealed Artifact 2081 could simulate many Beander abilities, which could satisfy many of his needs. "My assistant has sent news from Dichi County, confirming that Zarel's identity has significant issues, and he is definitely not aloneness. His identity, experiences, and growth process have all been meticulously disguised. This cannot be achieved with a small amount of manpower and resources. If we investigate further, we should be able to uncover a series of people. What are you planning to do now?" Ever since their discussion last time, Isengard Stanton had dispatched his assistant to Dichi County to conduct a thorough investigation into Zarel's situation. There was a good reason why that assistant was highly regarded by Isengard Stanton. He had uncovered a lot of information in just a few days. However, the information he uncovered was somewhat beyond Avon and Isengard Stanton's expectations. Previously, they had tested and evaluated Zarel from various aspects, including his accent, eating habits, and height, believing him to be a native of the Loan Kingdom. But unexpectedly, Isengard Stanton's assistant's investigation results were exactly the opposite of their expectations, which made Avon frown and say uncertainly, We initially thought that the Fasak Empire wouldn't cultivate spies so meticulously, because the cost of training spies this way is frighteningly high, and it's not as effective as having him consume a potion. This contradicts your assistant's findings. What are your thoughts on this? Avon frowned and patted the documents in his hand, asking Isengard Stanton for his opinion. I've had this investigation report for a whole day, and even using sealed artifact 2081, I haven't been able to figure it out. There's something strange about this whole matter. If the Fasak Empire went to such great lengths to cultivate Zerel, help him arrange an identity, forge his experiences, and even have someone specifically clean up after him, they should have placed high hopes on him and wanted him to complete a very important mission. I even wonder if the Fasak Empire wanted to cultivate him to infiltrate Military Intelligence Section 9 or the government and the Five Palaces as an ordinary person. After all, Military Intelligence Section 9 is particularly strict in its review of Beyonders during vetting, but relatively lenient towards ordinary people. However, I also investigated many things about Zerel's arrival in Backland and found that he had opportunities to access various vital departments like Military Intelligence Section 9, but he ultimately kept his distance, which utterly puzzles me. After Isengard Stanton finished speaking, the entire living room fell into silence, with only the pipe he was smoking still emitting blue smoke. Avon, on the other hand, felt a subtle anomaly in Zerel's behavior. He re-evaluated the entire matter from a cost perspective and realized that the Fasak Empire had invested too many resources in one person. For example, while forging an identity for him in Dichi County, they could have helped forge several identities for other people. But the reports indicate that the Fasak Empire did not do this. It seems that activating several latent spies was all for the sake of this one identity, which is too wasteful. This couldn't help but remind Avon of scientific experiments in his previous life, where immense human and financial resources were often expended just for a tiny error in the experiment. Yes, that's it, that's the feeling. Zerel, as a spy, isn't important. What's important is what the Fasak Empire wants to verify through him. Since you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. Have your assistant continue the in-depth investigation and try to quickly unearth the spy network in Dichi County. I also need to make some preparations. Once I'm ready, I will report this matter and strive to destroy the spy networks in Backland and Dichi County in one fell swoop. Then, personally interrogating Zerel will clarify everything. Isengard Stanton unusually put down the pipe he had brought to his mouth, not understanding why Avon suddenly became so aggressive. This was unlike his usual style. However, Isengard Stanton was most concerned about how to quickly master the potion method. Since Avon had made a decision, he would just execute it. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Chapter 112, The Mechanical Workshop in the Cave. Leaving the gathering place, Avon found a carriage that was still picking up passengers at night and took it back to his apartment in Sherwood Borough, wanting to reflect on the day's events. First, he witnessed the initial meeting between Edsac Augustus and Triss at the office's club. This was definitely a result Natasha had intentionally orchestrated, which meant the Backland smog was already brewing, and George III had decided to make his third son the scapegoat. What exactly were George III and the demonist sect plotting that made him so unhesitatingly sacrifice his son? Were the angels and demigods of the Augustus royal family aware of what George III was doing? Judging from the suppression and control that high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway exert over lower-sequence beyonders, as depicted in Lord of the Mysteries, Avon was fairly certain that they wouldn't be completely ignorant of George III's actions. Is it because Lord of the Mysteries is half-sealed? If I knew what George III was truly planning, I wouldn't be groping in the dark like this. What exactly did Klein see above the gray fog? Why is Lord of the Mysteries in my mind blocked? Avon racked his brain, but he couldn't figure out George III's secret, so he scratched his head, messing up his hair. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Avon had always been open-minded about such matters. As long as it didn't affect him, he was too lazy to delve into the reasons. At worst, Klein could clean up the mess in the end. After all, he was the protagonist, and George III's matter was clearly one of the main storylines, so Avon didn't need to worry about it. He only needed to see if he could find points of profit for himself from the known information. Currently, Avon's plan for the Backland Smog primarily revolved around Triss, hoping she could attract Mr. A's attention and the true creator's attention, making the primordial demoness and the true creator fight. This would be the best news for Avon, everything else was minor. He needed to find an opportunity to meet Mr. A in the next few days to confirm whether Mr. A had contacted Triss, and at the same time, convey the demoness sect's next plan of action to the Aurora Order and Theosophy Order, so that they would all pay more attention to Triss. Moreover, after Avon conveyed the message to Theosophy Order, he intended to discuss the Black Abyss Murloc blood with them. Because he successfully instigated Klein to temporarily endure for a few days before dealing with Lanrius, despite Lanrius clearly causing great harm, Avon felt that his instigator magic potion would be fully digested soon. Coupled with the fact that the agate peacock egg was already in his possession, Avon needed to prepare in advance for his promotion to witch. He brought important news about Triss to Theosophy Order, so Theosophy Order should reward him, both for reason and for emotion, otherwise, who would work for them in the future? Besides that, Avon also had a fruitful day today. One was the unexpected discovery of Sharon's presence in the bar's private room, and he used this to establish a connection with her. From the already declassified Lord of the Mysteries, Avon knew that the Rose School of Thought's backer, the Mother Tree of Desire, was a major antagonist, hostile to both righteous gods like the Seven Gods and evil gods like the True Creator. Since they were major antagonists, Avon had no reason to hold back against them. They might even be his biggest experience package for leveling up, so being able to contact the Temperance faction within the Rose School of Thought would be beneficial in the future and cause no harm. Sequence 5 Wraith of the Prisoner pathway is indeed difficult to detect. If I hadn't just advanced 2 days ago and been able to pre-use the Witch's Mirror magic due to my cheat, I really wouldn't have discovered Sharon in the mirror. Wraiths are probably quite skilled at assassination. If getting in touch with the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought tonight was just a small surprise, then knowing that the craftsman he had always wanted to recruit was a demigod was a huge surprise. This not only meant that Avon could obtain Deander items with fewer side effects in the future, but it also meant that Avon now had high sequence power that he could influence and mobilize. This craftsman demigod should be well aware that it's difficult to collect arbiter and lawyer pathway formulas and materials in Backland, and even if they were collected, they would certainly be traced. Avon had explicitly stated when recruiting them that Military Intelligence Section 9's interests were not equal to his own, and that he was recruiting them personally, not on behalf of Military Intelligence Section 9. This further showed Avon's flexibility and that he was someone who could negotiate terms. Therefore, the craftsman demigod should also be quite pleased that lawyer Miss Kathleen Gry could establish a connection with Avon. This could be seen from his active efforts to facilitate cooperation between the two parties. Moreover, Avon could tell that the craftsman demigod valued Kathleen Gry highly but had not informed her of his true identity. Because of Kathleen Gry, the craftsman demigod had something to ask of Avon, which gave Avon the possibility of negotiating terms with this craftsman demigod. Although I only have the Sequence 7 magic potion formula for the lawyer pathway, and I've already given it to that lady, Klein will get the full sequence formulas later. What's his is mine, so there's still room for a deal with this demigod. Moreover, I can also get the materials for Kathleen Gry's future promotion from Military Intelligence Section 9, which will further strengthen their reliance on me. If it really doesn't work, I can also consider using a honey trap. That way, if I ever need help, he will definitely step in. Let's forget about it. Those who can become demigods are all shrewd individuals. I shouldn't flaunt my little schemes outside. Be careful not to be counterproductive. Avon shook his head, casting aside his wild, honey trap plan, deciding it was better to be honest in front of a demigod. However, Avon quickly shifted his attention back to the craftsman demigod's identity. In this world, the connection between powerhouses of various sequences and major organizations is very strong, especially since the formulas and corresponding materials required to become a demigod are mostly controlled by specific organizations. It's hard to imagine being promoted to demigod without the help of an organization. Even Klein, the protagonist, obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer formula from Zeratul and received direct help from the Evernight goddess, and he still relied on the Forsaken Land of the gods to collect relevant materials. Therefore, it's basically impossible for this craftsman demigod to be a lone wolf. He should have separated from an organization. Avon first ruled out the possibility of this craftsman defecting from the Steam and Machinery Church, because the Steam and Machinery Church is a righteous god organization. If a demigod defects, they are obligated to notify other righteous god churches, just like in Zangwill. Otherwise, if the defector does something and you haven't notified in advance, other righteous god churches will definitely cause trouble for them. Don't look at the righteous gods forming an alliance. Avon absolutely did not believe they were a monolithic entity. Without mentioning anything else, one of the pieces of information Klein obtained when peeking at the eternal blazing sun was, the eternal blazing sun extremely hated the storm god and the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Evernight goddess and the god of combat were also enemies of similar sequences. Avon believed that if there was an opportunity to hit them when they were down, they would definitely not show mercy. Therefore, he first ruled out the possibility of the Steam and Machinery Church having a defected demigod, because Avon had not seen any relevant information or wanted posters. And judging from the righteous god churches cultivating beyonders of adjacent pathways, organizations that master the mystery prior pathway are very likely to cultivate beyonders of the Savon pathway. And Avon knew of only 2 secret organizations that might have the ability to cultivate a Savon pathway demigod. One is the famous Moses Ascetic Order, a perfectly fine righteous god organization that managed to create a living father for themselves, turning themselves into a secret organization. There's no one else like them. The other is Oravi Island, founded by Bernadette, whom many readers in his previous life nicknamed Yellow Bernadette. Emperor Rosal explicitly stated in his diary that he would leave the blasphemy slates he created to his children as trump cards. His eldest son and youngest son were both beyonders of the Savon pathway. Given that the birth of the youngest son was tampered with by the god of steam and machinery, it can be reasonably inferred that the blasphemy slate of the Savon pathway should have been given to the eldest son. According to historical records, Emperor Rosal's eldest son, Charles Gustave, fled to Backland for refuge after Rosal's assassination, and eventually died from fear and worry. This cause of death seemed absurd to Avon. At the same time, historical records also stated that Rosal's eldest daughter, Bernadette, had visited Backland before Charles Gustave's death. Therefore, Avon could also reasonably deduce that the Savon blasphemy slate might have fallen into Bernadette's hands, and even if it wasn't, it was highly possible that all the formulas were copied down. But considering all aspects, Avon felt that the craftsman demigod behind Lawyer Miss was more likely to have defected from the Moses ascetic order. So, what good would this speculation do him? Avon sat in the swaying carriage, lost in thought. At the same time, Kathleen Gry, dressed in a black robe from the gathering, arrived at the outskirts of Backland. After declining the coachman's concern, she came to a dark and quiet valley. Kathleen Gry walked to a steep rock face and pressed her hand against a protruding stone, 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, then hit it hard. A rubbing sound was heard, and a large stone next to it automatically moved away, revealing an opening. Kathleen Gry quickly ran inside, then twisted a stone on the mountain wall, sealing the cave entrance from within. The inside of the cave was completely different from the desolation outside. Mechanical parts were scattered everywhere, gears and long pipes were visible everywhere. Further inside, various weapons not found in the outside world were casually displayed. Large caliber heavy artillery was just a small matter. If an outsider broke in here, they might think they had entered a secret military factory. Woof woof woof. Kathleen Gry heard a dog bark and turned to look at her feet. As expected, she saw a mechanical puppy wagging its tail happily at her. Kathleen Gry smiled, squatted down and patted the mechanical dog's head, then shouted towards the mechanical workshop in front of her. I'm back. Chapter 113, Pregnancy. I hear you, I'm the only one here, do you need to be so loud? Saying this, a middle-aged man with half-white hair but a straight and energetic posture emerged from the mechanical workshop, smiling. How was it? Did you meet that military intelligence Section 9 kid at the gathering today? Catherine Gry found a small chair and sat down, picking up the mechanical puppy that had been circling her feet and placing it on her lap. She stroked the puppy's smooth, reflective metal head, then recounted everything about her conversation with Avon today. So, it's an agreement then. You've gained the identity of an external member of Military Intelligence Section 9. At last, the obstacles to your promotion have been cleared. Grandpa Collins, is that royal sealed artifact really that powerful? Having attended several gatherings, Catherine Gry had fully realized the importance of a craftsman. During this time, every weapon she brought to the gathering was snapped up, allowing her to earn a considerable markup. If she hadn't been unable to acquire the corresponding formulas and materials, she would have already advanced to barbarian. Yet, it was precisely because of this that she felt taking such a big risk to obtain an external identity with Military Intelligence Section 9 was not worth it. It's not that the sealed artifact itself is powerful, it's powerful when combined with the rules set by the Augustus royal family's angel. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. What was that kid's reaction when he heard I was willing to sell him a Beander item made from a Guardian Beander characteristic? Collins knew Catherine Gry was also thinking of his safety, so he merely smiled faintly and didn't mind, instead asking about Avon's reaction. Catherine Gry relayed Avon's requirements for the Beander item, then said with an unreadable tone. I wonder which girl he's going to give this Beander item to, made into a necklace. Giving such a valuable gift right away, she must be the girl he loves, right? Little Kathleen, why do you sound a bit sour? You said you've already seen that kid's true face. Is he very handsome? Have you already fallen for him? Collins, being an experienced man, heard this and teased her mischievously, causing Catherine Gry to blush with shyness, her face turning crimson, and she angrily made to leave. Collins merely teased her for a bit, then placated Catherine Gry, saying, From our last meeting, that kid proposed that only he would contact us without involving Military Intelligence Section 9. I knew then that he was a thick-skinned and cunning person, someone with whom anything could be discussed. Collaborating with such a person is, to some extent, the safest. As long as both sides still have something to gain from each other, then he will be the one who protects you the most. Catherine Gry nodded in agreement, recalling what she had seen and heard at school. However, there was one thing he hadn't said, which was that one also needed absolute power to make the other party unable to bear the cost of a broken cooperation. By using a Sequence 5 Beander item, he implicitly informed Avon of his strength, and it was also a warning to Avon, telling him that there would be benefits if he cooperated honestly and not to harbor any unnecessary ulterior motives. While thick-skinned and cunning individuals could be tied down by interests, they often desired more. All right, you've been out long enough. You rarely come home, don't make your parents wait too long. Go back soon. Catherine Gry's parents were minor nobles from an estate near Backland. She would return home every time school was on break. And also visit Collins. It was indeed very late now, if she didn't go home soon, her parents would start worrying. So, Catherine Gry put down the mechanical puppy on her lap and bid farewell to Collins. Then I'll be going now. I'll come to see you again in a couple of days. Saying this, she bowed to Collins and took her leave. Collins waved his hand, indicating she didn't need to be so polite and should leave quickly. Watching Catherine Gry's retreating figure, Collins's eyes were complex, and he murmured to himself. I don't know how much longer I can stay. My time is running out. That kid, judging by his words and actions, is thick-skinned and cunning. But he still has some bottom line, and his secular status is quite good. He should be able to protect you and keep you safe and smooth. Thinking of this, Collins flipped his right hand, and from somewhere, a fist-shaped crystal emitting a dazzling light appeared. He then turned and entered the mechanical workshop. Meanwhile, the mechanical puppy, which was cute and amusing in Catherine Gry's eyes, transformed into a giant steel beast with glowing red eyes, entering combat mode and guarding the mechanical workshop, preventing any disturbance from affecting Collins. The fine rain was hazy. Ahova County had been raining for several days straight. The normally muggy weather had unexpectedly turned cool, and coupled with the iron ore investment craze, it kept the upper-class members of Tingen, who would normally go to the countryside to escape the summer heat, gathered in Tingen, preparing to join this capital feast. However, Lanrius, the owner of the iron ore at the center of this feast, felt somewhat agitated. The more successful this deception became, the more uneasy he felt. Because the scale of this deception had already far exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought of swindling 1 or 2 tens of thousands of pounds, quickly withdrawing after digesting the swindler potion in his body. But the large investment from Ahova Earl's court suddenly exposed him to the attention of Tingen's highest echelons. At first, he was delighted by this, as it could bring him more income and earn him more capital for his subsequent advancement. Because the Beander characteristic and materials of the Marauder pathways circulated too little, causing their prices to be inflated to a certain extent. With only over £20,000 in hand, it wasn't certain that it could support him in becoming Sequence 5. As a smart person, he should consider the long term. However, after the investment presentation, he found that things seemed to be a bit out of control. The 2 political bigwigs were indeed invited by him to endorse. He had merely donated some political contributions to them, hoping to gain some visibility. But Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard somehow heard that his iron ore was of excellent quality and abundant in reserves, and they recklessly decided to invest the Tingen government's financial funds into his iron ore. Investment was fine, but he hadn't expected them to demand so few shares, directly turning his non-existent iron ore into a super-large iron ore. Immediately afterward, purchasing representatives from Pritt's shipyard and the Defense Department came one after another, both investing in him by participating in the acquisition of his shares, referencing the Tingen city government's participation, and signing future iron ore procurement contracts. Lanrius had repeatedly verified, even directly telegramming the Defense Department, confirming that the procurement contracts were all real, and the Defense Department's official seals on them were also real. Lanrius didn't know if he was crazy or if the world was crazy. Did such large government and Defense Department procurements not require auditing, not require on-site investigations? What was the point of him constantly running to the library to consult relevant materials, running to Severus County to do various preparatory work, and painstakingly persuading those middle-class people to pull out their pathetic few pounds? Was this true commercial financing? Did money come so fast? This was even more powerful than robbing money. Lanrius looked at the investment contract he had just signed, and he even had some thoughts of living in the sunlight, becoming a business tycoon from then on. But fortunately, he still had his last bit of sanity, understanding that he truly had no iron ore, and the exposure of the deception was only a matter of time. He couldn't be greedy anymore, he needed to figure out how to escape. Just then, his fiancée, Migos, walked into the office and said, "Butler Buck from Ahova Earl's court is here. Should I let him in now?" Currently, Lanrius was not someone just anyone could meet, even nobles had to be announced. Butler Buck was the first investor to give us a large investment. Please invite him in quickly. Migos saw that Lanrius was a bit tired today, and with a pained heart, she walked up, kissed his forehead, then leaned her mouth close to his ear and whispered, "I have good news for you. Although I haven't had a checkup, I feel that I have your child in my belly. My feeling will definitely not be wrong. Really? Is this real? This is truly wonderful, ha 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 ha." Lanrius's face broke into an excited smile. He hugged Migos and spun around the office twice, finally putting her down amidst Migos's cries of, "Be careful with the baby." "All right, we'll celebrate at dinner tonight. Mr. Buck is still waiting outside." Migos tidied her somewhat disheveled clothes, playfully scolding Lanrius. I'm just too excited. Tonight, we'll invite your parents to celebrate together. I'll send someone to reserve a table at the best restaurant. Lanrius still seemed not to have emerged from the excitement of the good news, his face flushed with joy. Okay, and remember to invite Aunt too. She was the one who introduced us. Migos, remembering her roots, did not forget to invite her Aunt Christina, who had introduced them, at this moment. Thanking her for introducing Lanrius to her, allowing her to meet the reliance of her life. Of course, without Ms. Christina's introduction, I wouldn't have met such a beautiful and kind girl like you. Lanrius gazed deeply at his fiancée, making Migos blush and quickly lower her head, leaving the office to invite Butler Buck in. What Migos didn't know was that after she left and closed the door, Lanrius's face suddenly turned pale, large beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and he almost collapsed. He felt as if he had a dream, an exceptionally real dream. He had actually followed the advice of Aurora Order member Cyrus. Urua PC held a true creator's Saiyan descent ritual, and even tried to gain benefits from it. More importantly, only when Migos told him she was pregnant did he realize something was wrong, as if waking from a dream. He had used Migos as the ritual vessel, making her pregnant with the true creator's Saiyan less than 20 days ago. How could she possibly sense her pregnancy now? And even more terrifying was that he had always overlooked the risk of holding this ritual. How could a mortal become the father of a deity's Saiyan, and contend with a deity for the position of father? This was a great blasphemy against a deity. Chapter 114 Mr. Z's Excitement. Lanrius, who had just sobered up from the news of Migos' pregnancy, suddenly sensed something. He quickly unbuttoned his clothes and was surprised to find that the muscles of his abdomen subtly formed an inverted cross. This made him, who already knew a lot about the Aurora Order, tremble. Just then, he heard Migos leading Butler Buck upstairs. He quickly buttoned his shirt, using the swindler's ability to precisely control his expression, not letting himself show any flaws. "Welcome, Mr. Buck. How may I be of service to you?" As soon as they met, Lanrius was exceptionally deferential to Butler Buck. Without Butler Buck's investment, he wouldn't have been able to make a name for himself so quickly. "I heard that gentlemen have been eagerly subscribing these past 2 days. How much investment have you secured?" Everyone's enthusiasm is very high, with gentlemen constantly increasing their subscriptions. Including your investment, a total of 300,000 gold pounds has been raised this time, and the money will be credited to the account in the next 2 days. Because of the heated subscription, the confidence of others who were still observing continued to grow. The funds raised by Lanrius increased more and more. Correspondingly, the shares held by those who purchased in advance all appreciated in value. To some extent, Lanrius had already achieved his goal of increasing the value of investors' shares by 43%. This also made Lanrius understand why the large companies in Backland often had suffocating operations, and he subconsciously assumed that Butler Buck wanted to sell his shares in advance, so he began to prepare persuasive arguments. However, what he didn't expect was that Butler Buck wasn't looking to resell his shares, but rather suggested that Lanrius deposit the investment funds into Bakeland Bank, and Bakeland Bank could offer him relatively high interest. This suggestion made Lanrius somewhat tempted. He hadn't anticipated swindling so much money before, so he hadn't prepared a hidden fund circulation channel in advance. And he had already decided in his heart that he would flee in the next 2 days. Such a large amount of cash was not easy to carry around. Opening an account at Bakeland Bank would make things much more convenient. Lanrius knew that once his scam was exposed, all his accounts would be frozen immediately, and the victims would pursue the defrauded funds at all costs. But Lanrius didn't care about that, because he wouldn't wait until the scam was about to be exposed to withdraw. He was planning to leave in the next 2 days. It only took a few hours to travel from Tingen City to Backland by steam train. He could completely use a time difference, and while everyone hadn't reacted, he would withdraw all the money in Backland. However, Lanrius felt a subtle unease for some reason, so he asked an extra question: why shouldn't he deposit it in Ahua Bank, which is owned by the Horn family? Butler Buck explained that the current economic benefits were not good, and Ahuwa Bank was a small bank that was not temporarily preparing to absorb large amounts of deposits because deposits required interest payments. For a bank, deposits were liabilities, and with the current poor economic situation, it was difficult for small banks to lend money externally. Moreover, Ahuwa Bank was the Horn family's family bank, primarily focused on conservative financial policies, which is why they ultimately gave up on this considerable deposit. However, the profits couldn't flow to outsiders. Butler Buck then introduced Lanrius to deposit the investment funds into Bakeland Bank, which covered the entire country, because large-scale deposit absorption could make Bakeland Bank's financial report look better this year. After all, Bakeland Bank was a listed company, and they couldn't let falling stock prices affect the bankers' interests, and the Horn family also happened to be the sixth largest shareholder of Bakeland Bank. Lanrius thought about it and felt there were no loopholes in Butler Buck's explanation, so he agreed to Butler Buck's suggestion and arranged for someone to open an account at Bakeland Bank's Tingen branch, depositing the investment funds received in the past 2 days into it sequentially. What Lanrius didn't know was that as soon as his money was deposited into the bank, it was transferred to an account at a little-known small bank in Backland, leaving only numbers in his account. Meanwhile, Mr. Z, who had traced the clues left at Cyrus Uruapisi's home to this point, was watching Migos in a room across the office building, constantly caressing her abdomen with a warm smile, and tears of happiness welled up in his eyes. Because Cyrus Uruapisi refused Mr. Z's request to leave Tingen City and spoke of his intention to develop a marauder pathway beyonder and to prepare for the ritual of the creator's descendants' arrival, which greatly piqued his interest. After Mr. Z arranged for Triss's departure, he re-entered Tingen City despite the risks. However, when he tried to contact Cyrus Uruapisi, he found that the Nighthawks had come knocking. Mr. Z could only take Cyrus Uruapisi's diary and, after taking anti-divination measures at his residence to cover up relevant traces, he fled in a hurry. Due to the strict search by the 3 Beyonder teams in Tingen City, Mr. Z only confirmed that Lanrius was the devotee Cyrus Uruapisi intended to develop after seeing today's newspaper report on Lanrius. Mr. Z had planned to make some observations today before looking for Lanrius, but he didn't expect to see Migos. Mr. Z was overjoyed, constantly making the sign of the cross in reverse over his chest, praising the Almighty Lord, and praying for the sacrificed Cyrus Uruapisi. Finally, Mr. Z stopped praying. He would protect the god's descendant with his life. At the same time, his gaze towards Lanrius became exceptionally cold. Because of Lanrius's scam, this place was already the most conspicuous location in Tingen. Migos and the god's child were simply too unsafe under these circumstances. With the perspective of an observer and knowing that Lanrius was a swindler, Mr. Z saw through his scam at a glance. Therefore, he decided to expose Lanrius's scam, making him flee to attract the attention of others, while he himself would hide with Migos and search for a more suitable womb, quietly awaiting the god's child's arrival. Thinking of this, Mr. Z no longer hesitated. He looked deeply at Migos, who was full of happiness and maternal radiance, through the glass. Then, he transformed into an irregular mass of bloody flesh, flowing into the mouth of a terrified man nearby, and commanded him to leave. Meanwhile, Klein once again visited Hoi University. Avon asked him to find more information about the Honekes mountain range. He followed suit, having written to his mentor last week to arrange a visit, and today was the day of their appointment. Klein walked along the Tassoc River for a while, found the path to the history department, located the historical building with a sense of age, and found his mentor's office. Knocking and entering, he found that his mentor was not in the office, only instructor Azek was working inside. "Hello, Mr. Azek, I have something to discuss with my mentor. I had an appointment earlier." Azek, of medium build, with brown hair and black eyes, and bronze skin, put down his pen, glanced at Klein, frowned slightly, carefully sized up Klein for a few moments, and then said with a smile, Cohen received a temporary notice and went to Tingen University for a meeting. He left instructions for your arrival, so he left some things for me to give you. Saying this, Azek took out a book titled, Research on Ancient Ruins of Honeke's Main Peak, from the drawer in front of him and handed it to Klein. Klein naturally noticed Mr. Azek's scrutiny of him. After taking the book, he looked at himself and asked, "Did I do anything disrespectful?" Mr. Azek shook his head and said with some uncertainty, "You've become different from ordinary people, like the police who came to the school to investigate the Welch case. We'll talk about these later, you should read this book first." Klein's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened his spirit vision to observe Mr. Azek. Azek's aura entered his eyes, but everything seemed normal. Klein could only put aside his doubts for now and found a seat to read the book in front of him, as he was no longer a student of the school. He couldn't borrow the book again, so he had to read it quickly. Klein discovered many issues in this book, such as the Mother of the Sky, and found that the description of the Mother of the Sky greatly overlapped with the Evernight goddess, leading him to believe that this was why the Night Church destroyed the Kingdom of Night. At the same time, the illustrations inside particularly caught Klein's attention. The style of the ruins in that photograph was consistent with the style of the palace Klein saw during his first dream divination for a client. In the dream, he saw a huge, magnificent palace at the peak, with a giant chair that didn't belong to humans. On it, countless transparent maggots slowly wriggled. This made Klein certain that his dream, the gray fog on his body, and the secret of his transmigration were all related to the Antigonus family's treasure on the main peak of Honekes. This was the key to his future exploration of the transmigration secret, and he would absolutely not go there until his strength reached a certain level. After putting down the book, Klein looked at Mr. Azek, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to ask directly. "Mr. Azek, why did you say I'm like the police investigating the Welch case? What exactly did you see?" Before, Klein thought even asking him to come to the university to find information about the Honekes mountain range was just to help him answer his doubts about the diviner pathway. However, Mr. Azek's reaction just now made Klein feel that Mr. Azek was not simple. At the same time, he also realized that Avon's purpose in guiding him to the school was not simple either, it contained deep meaning. He also believed that Avon would not harm him, so he decided not to beat around the bush and directly asked Mr. Azek. Apparently, Mr. Azek didn't expect Klein to be so direct and was caught off guard. He took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke, and said with a bitter smile, "You are indeed no longer an ordinary person. Is it because of the Welch and Naya case?" "Yes. Or rather, I should have also had an accident, and died inexplicably like them, but I had a little more luck." Klein did not hide it and admitted it directly. "Have you encountered many coincidences recently, or rather, do you think there are no coincidences, but there are actually connections within?" Azek nodded, not delving further, but continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Klein's whole body tensed, because he had recently been dealing with coincidences, and he already knew that this was the work of high-sequence powers. In the entire Tingen, only Avon, Leonard, and himself had noticed, and this was because all three of them had special reasons. But Klein had not expected that a teacher who looked like an ordinary person would instantly discover the mastermind behind it all. How could this not make him nervous? Chapter 115, Klein's Regret. Mr. Azek naturally noticed Klein's tense body and expression. He was about to comfort Klein by saying he wasn't a Beander, but then he suddenly reacted and asked in surprise. "You know there's an inconsistency in your fate, that someone is interfering with your destiny." If Klein hadn't known about his own problems beforehand, he wouldn't have felt so nervous just because Azek pointed out a small detail. "Yes, a high-sequence power controls Tingen's fate, and that includes me, Welch, and Naya. I only managed to break free once by chance, but I'm still caught in the net." Klein ultimately trusted that Avon wouldn't harm him and decided to tell the truth. At the same time, he recalled something Avon had once said. Only high-sequence power can contend against high-sequence power. Since Mr. Azek could see the inconsistencies on Avon's body, Did that mean he was a high-sequence powerhouse who could help him save Tingen? However, Mr. Azek's reaction surprised Klein. High sequence. What does that mean? Azek asked, somewhat surprised. Aren't you a high-sequence Beander? Klein's voice was almost sharp. This was a bit of a challenge to his mysticism common sense, and if Azek wasn't a Beander, then his words just now would be a violation of the agreement he signed when he joined the Nighthawks, which was difficult for him, a good young man in his previous life, to accept. Mr. Azek looked at the highly reactive Klein in confusion, shook his head, and said, I don't know what's going on with you people, but I think some people are always special, naturally possessing some strange abilities, and I should be one of them. Should. Klein keenly caught a word. Yes, I don't know if I was born with this ability, or if I gained this ability at the cost of forgetting my past. Mr. Azek then told Klein about his cyclical, ever-changing dreams and the mystery of his origins that he could never solve, which made Klein's eyelids twitch constantly. With the open-mindedness of a transmigrator and the suspicion that Mr. Azek might be a high-sequence powerhouse, Klein easily drew a conclusion. All the dreams Mr. Azek spoke of were his real-life experiences. The forms of warfare and manner life he described in his dreams were at least from several hundred years ago. If this guess was correct, then Mr. Azek was a monster who had lived for at least several hundred years. He was definitely a high-sequence powerhouse. Klein somewhat understood why Avon wanted him to contact Mr. Azek, to use high-sequence power against high-sequence power. So, after Mr. Azek finished recounting his dreams, Klein told Azek his guess, and Azek immediately fell into an unusual silence. After a long time, Azek finally sighed and said, You have a point. Perhaps the parents I've been desperately searching for are myself. Perhaps I really am someone who has lived for a very long time. Mr. Azek, perhaps you should consider whether you still fall within the category of human. Klein couldn't help but inwardly grumble, but he didn't dare to say it aloud. I might indeed be what you call a high-sequence powerhouse who has lived for a very long time, but I don't feel any other special abilities right now. I can only see the inconsistencies in your fate, so I can't offer you much help. It's all right. Perhaps as your memory recovers, you'll eventually regain your rightful strength. Klein knew that the potential disaster facing Tingen had no fundamental bearing on Mr. Azek's interests, so he decided to consult Avon and then determine the next steps. Therefore, he didn't say much more and bid farewell to Mr. Azek before leaving Hoi University. After Klein left the school, he checked his pocket watch and found that it was still early, so he took a public carriage towards the docklands. He planned to have lunch at the Evil Dragon Bar and also inquire if anyone had purchased the two main materials for the spectator pathway. Sitting in the public carriage, Klein saw some well-dressed gentlemen in bright clothes all reading the Tingen Honest People newspaper that was released that morning and exchanging various pieces of information, with eager expressions. Klein knew they were all discussing the investments endorsed by the city government and many high society figures, and how to raise funds to get a share in this capital feast. Klein painfully closed his eyes, because these things could have been avoided, but he and Leonard ultimately chose to let them be. He wanted to speak up and persuade them, but thinking of the attitude of those people at the Seer Club, he could only helplessly close his mouth. However, a gentleman's words to his companion caught his attention. Don't hesitate any longer. You know my boss is a stingy old man, who wishes he could split a copper coin in half to spend, but yesterday he invested all his money, even taking the wages that should have been paid to the workers this week, postponing their payment. This must be because this investment can truly make a profit, which is why he dares to do this. I even heard that he's already preparing to mortgage his factory, just to get as much money as possible to buy shares. The gentleman's companion was clearly surprised and asked in a low, astonished voice. Is he crazy? Those workers are already very poor. Without wages, people could really starve to death. Isn't he afraid the workers will smash his factory? He's not afraid at all. He's already colluded with gangsters and built good relationships with the police station. When the time comes, it'll be just like when the workers went on strike a few years ago. And it's not just him doing this now, all the factory owners I know are doing the same. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. We should also mobilize our friends and family to invest, it will definitely be a huge profit. The gentleman said all this just to persuade his friend to invest with him. But I heard that very few shares are released to ordinary citizens. Even if we have money, we won't be able to buy them, right? Don't worry, I heard that the nobles and big capitalists who bought shares have used their shares as capital to establish some new companies. We can't buy shares in the iron mine, but we can buy shares in these companies. Then we should buy some. Even if the return isn't 43%, 20% would still be good. Although this conversation was very quiet, it couldn't escape Klein, whose hearing and eyesight were enhanced by the Beander potion. The content of the conversation also made Klein's hands and feet feel cold, because he knew that the reality he had been avoiding had finally occurred. After this scam expanded, it triggered an investment craze in the upper class, which in turn affected the attitude of the middle class, making Lanrius's so-called investment project increasingly inflated. Ordinary capitalists and the middle class continuously raised funds to enter the market to obtain the 10% of shares released by Lanrius, constantly pushing up the value of the shares. Meanwhile, the powerful and big capitalists who had already acquired shares in advance were pleased to see the continuously appreciating shares, even fanning the flames behind the scenes and leveraging various connections to provide high-interest loans to those seeking shares, forming a situation where big fish ate small fish. The powerful and big capitalists sharpened their knives against the factory owners, while the factory owners sharpened their knives against the lowest-level workers. Klein seemed to see Lanrius's scam forming a huge vortex above Tingen, devouring everyone. For the first time, Klein doubted whether it was right to follow Avon's advice and stand by idly regarding this scam. Once this scam was exposed, it would be no less than dropping a bomb on Tingen City. Klein wondered if allowing this scam to continue was truly saving Tingen or destroying it. Surely, Tingen wouldn't be destroyed once by his own indulgence before it could be saved from the mastermind, would it? Klein fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on whether Avon's method was truly the best way to save Tingen. He didn't doubt whether Avon's method was effective against the mastermind's scheme, rather, he hoped to find another method that would minimize losses. When Klein got off the public carriage, he found that many people had gathered in the docklands today. Many strong dockworkers were gathered together, constantly connecting with each other, anxiously waiting for the dock authorities to send someone to pay their wages. In the past, they wouldn't have put down their cargo to demand wages, but now they had clearly heard rumors, so they were all anxiously waiting for the results of their representatives' negotiations. Klein, who already knew the outcome, had a gloomy expression and walked towards the Evil Dragon bar, unable to bear to look directly. Svein, the owner of the Evil Dragon bar, was a former Punisher's captain. With the support of the three churches, he had established the Evil Dragon bar as Tingen's largest Beander material trading market, and he himself served as an informant for the three churches, collecting relevant intelligence from the trading market. So when Klein, as a Nighthawk, approached him on official business, Svein easily told Klein the transaction information he possessed. Svein didn't know who bought those two materials, but he knew what he looked like. After performing a ritual, Klein obtained a corresponding portrait. Klein was no longer going to put in much effort to find the spectator's whereabouts. He planned to ask Avon directly, because Avon had reminded him to look for this spectator, which meant that this spectator must have also appeared in the script, in Avon's eyes. And he also understood this spectator. He made himself come to the Evil Dragon bar to find clues, just to rationalize his way of finding the spectator, just like how he reasonably obtained information about Hai-Na Sen. Fan Sente by going to the Seer Club, so that no one would suspect him. After such a long period of cooperation, Klein also began to somewhat grasp Avon's style of doing things. No matter what he did, he always strived for a reasonable explanation, so that he could defend himself when others became suspicious, though sometimes too much preparation could also feel cumbersome. Avon is clearly a Beander of the hunter and assassin pathways. The Church's descriptions of these two pathways are very flamboyant and cunning. But Avon often acts very low-key and cautious. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen these two pathways, he should have chosen pathways like Seer or Mystery Prior instead. At this thought, Klein found it somewhat amusing. After obtaining the information he wanted, Klein went to inspect the Beander material trading market and unexpectedly found two complete, human-faced roses. This was one of the two main ingredients for the clown potion. Since he didn't have any money with him, Klein borrowed money from Svein, the owner of the Evil Dragon Bar, to acquire them. After acquiring the materials he wanted and having lunch, Klein got into a carriage and headed home. Today was Monday, and it was time for the Tarot Club meeting again, and he also needed to write his letter to Avon in advance. At the same time, Avon arrived at Mr. A's stronghold again. Avon had urgently requested to see Mr. A. Upon seeing Mr. A, Avon did not exchange many pleasantries and directly informed him that Triss had officially become Triss, and stated his judgment: the demonist sect's target should be the Loan Kingdom's third prince, Edsac Augustus. Chapter 116, The Fated Outcome. The news Avon brought greatly piqued Mr. A's interest. To conceal the fact that Triss had officially become a believer in our Lord, Mr. Z previously instructed Triss in Tingen to tell the demonist sect every detail of everything in Tingen, besides her conversion to our Lord, and conveyed our Aurora Order's intention to cooperate with them. Just the day before yesterday, the demonist sect officially contacted us using the contact method Triss provided. I proposed cooperation, which indirectly verified Triss's words. So, the demonist sect lifted their scrutiny of her, provided her with a potion to advance her to a witch, and agreed to strengthen cooperation between our sides. Mr. A smiled at the corner of his mouth, evidently pleased with how he helped Triss avoid scrutiny this time. Avon understood that to make the demonist sect truly believe Triss's words, Mr. A must have proposed cooperation based on his previous suggestion to assassinate Duke Nigan. Avon was quite looking forward to seeing if the Aurora Order and the demonist sect could assassinate Duke Nigan, who was under the Storm Church's strict protection, but as long as Mr. A didn't say more, he wouldn't ask more. It's just unexpected that after Triss became a witch, she would be sent to approach Edsac Augustus. This must involve a scheme by the demonist sect, and it must be a significant one. This might also be an opportunity for us. The news Avon brought was very important, which further increased Triss's standing in Mr. A's heart. The Aurora Order's biggest scheme was to create chaos on the continent, attract the attention of various major forces, and create conditions for the true Creator's descent. Therefore, he was also very interested in the demonist sect schemes, as they seemed to thrive on chaos. After all, the Augustus family, which advocated and maintained order, was also one of the Aurora Order's most detested adversaries. Given the chance, Mr. A very much wanted to mess with them. Avon was equally interested in this, and his spirits lifted even more upon hearing Mr. A's words. He then said to him, "The demonist sect doesn't hide their schemes from me, and they might even let me participate. Do you think I should push it from behind?" Mr. A was very satisfied with Avon's initiative and nodded, saying, "You can help the demonist sect. It will also benefit you and likely lead to them accepting you and increasing their trust in you. I estimate the demonist sect scheme is not small. You need to be mentally prepared. This might not be a short-term task. For the Lord's descent, for the Lord's glory, I will not shirk." Avon made an inverted cross on his chest, expressing his loyalty with fervor. After reporting Triss's matter to Mr. A, Avon immediately left and returned to his apartment, ate a quick bite, and began writing the Rosal the Great's diary entries he owed Mr. Fool. The content of this diary entry was Avon, in Rosal's tone, explaining the relationships between the 22 pathways, including the law that adjacent pathways can be interchanged at high sequences. Avon wanted to gradually remind Klein of the true identity and goal of the mastermind. After finishing the diary entries to be presented to Mr. Fool, Avon sat on the sofa to rest for a bit, and by the way, reread the content of the Lord of the Mysteries in his mind. He didn't want to be like last time, unaware of what was happening in Tingen and needing Klein's reminder. Upon opening the Lord of the Mysteries in his mind, Avon found that the entire first volume of the book had started to blur, which invigorated him, because it meant that his actions of escalating Lanrius's deception and involving the military had indeed greatly affected the story in Tingen. Except for the ending, wherein Zangwill still obtained the ashes, other events had undergone significant changes. This discovery left Avon puzzled. Why, when he had already started to disrupt Zangwill's script and make him overwhelmed, was he still destined to obtain Saint Selena's ashes? Avon pondered for a long time and finally locked onto Adam as the target. The blurring of the first part of the Lord of the Mysteries indicated that Zangwill was losing control of the situation in Tingen, and 08's script faced the risk of failure. This time, Avon did not put himself in Zangwill's shoes, but rather from another perspective, that of 008, because 008 was a living sealed artifact, and its degree of activation was quite high. 008 must first set a goal for its holder before formulating a script around that goal. Its goal this time was obvious: to obtain Saint Selena's ashes in Tingen City for Zangwill. If, due to Avon and Klein's interference, the script ultimately failed, then 008 would not suspect Avon and Klein, because these two minor characters were too far from it. It would eventually suspect Adam, and then directly summoning the Angel of Fate Ouroboros or the true creator would be bad for Adam. This was what Adam had been trying his best to avoid, which could be seen from Adam's arrangement for Avon to leave Tingen to prevent Avon from exposing himself. Adam didn't care if Zangwill could become a demigod, he cared whether Zangwill was under his control, and whether 008 had noticed that it had actually always been within Adam's script. The original content indicates that 008 was by no means powerless against Adam, so Adam had to ensure that 008 did not realize that it had always been following its own script. This point determined that the script written by 008 was actually Adam's script, and 008's current master was Zangwill, whose goal was Saint Selena's ashes, so Adam also had to let Zangwill obtain the ashes. Because Avon and Klein's frequent interference during this period brought too many variables to Zangwill and 008's script, but Adam ignored these. He had already decided that 008's goal must be achieved, so Adam wrote a significant stroke in his own script: Zangwill would obtain Saint Selena's ashes. This discovery meant that despite all of Avon and Klein's efforts, the fate of the Tingen Nighthawks team had actually not changed much. They were destined to die at the hands of Zangwill, who was after the ashes. But Avon wasn't dejected at all, because he thought of a famous saying from the prehistoric novels he read in his previous life: the general trend cannot be reversed, but minor trends can be changed. Since Zangwill obtaining the ashes was already a certainty and could not be stopped, why not change the approach? It would be much better to intervene from behind, help Zangwill get the ashes, and get him to leave quickly, without him even having to bother himself. The biggest loss was the Night Church losing a 1 class sealed artifact, but this was also tacitly approved by the Evernight goddess. Helping Zangwill complete his plan was much easier than stopping it. Thinking of this, Avon couldn't help but slap himself on the head. How could he have only just figured out such a simple problem? However, if he wanted to help Zangwill achieve his goal, he couldn't do it without Klein's help. He had previously described the tragic situation in Tingen a bit too terrifyingly, which clearly scared Klein. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have agreed to Avon's method of escalating the deception. Now, trying to persuade Klein to do the opposite would be quite difficult, and Avon also felt a bit of a headache. Aside from the fact that most of the first volume of The Lord of the Mysteries was blurred, the chapter where Zangwill used 008 to write the story was still exceptionally clear. It was precisely because the final content of this chapter had not changed that Avon was certain Zangwill would ultimately obtain the ashes. Avon carefully distinguished and found that a few more sentences had been added to the story. Lanrius's deception unexpectedly attracted the attention of Prit's shipyard and the Defense Department, which Zangwill had not anticipated, but he did not believe this change would affect his goal. Tingen's Mayor Dennis and Councillor Maynard, implicated in the Mrs. Sharon incident, were on the verge of political demise. To save their political careers, these two political enemies surprisingly joined forces and set their sights on Lanrius's deception, hoping this last gamble could save them. Due to the interference of various forces, Lanrius's deception grew larger and larger, attracting more and more attention. Someone from Backland even specifically targeted Lanrius, which left Ince Zangwill completely baffled and somewhat frantic. Under the impetus of various forces, Lanrius's deception unexpectedly became one of the largest investment projects in the Loan Kingdom in recent years. This ignited the investment enthusiasm of all classes in Tingen City. Everyone saw an opportunity in it, and everyone frantically amassed funds, just to get a share of the pie. These actions temporarily drained the circulating currency in Tingen City and ultimately harmed the lowest-level workers. Countless common people began to run out of food, and food prices in Tingen were unprecedentedly low but unsellable. Farmers outside the city painfully sold their grain at low prices to grain merchants. After paying off their loans, they didn't know where the money for next year's seeds would come from. The resentment of the lower classes throughout Tingen City soared, unexpectedly providing a breeding ground for the evil god's offspring in Migos' belly, promoting its rapid growth. The rapid growth of the evil god's offspring affected Migos. She was convinced that she was pregnant with the crystallization of her love with Lanrius and couldn't wait to tell him, but she overlooked that she and Lanrius had known each other for less than a month. The news of Migos' pregnancy made Lanrius awaken as if from a dream. Only then did he realize that he had become the father of an evil god's offspring, blaspheming the evil god, and he would become one of the sacrifices for the evil god's descent. This made him want to escape Tingen as soon as possible. Butler Buck's timely suggestion made Lanrius ecstatic, as it would allow him to easily transfer his ill-gotten gains, but he overlooked the potential risks involved. When the person from Backland used a sealed artifact to monitor Lanrius, they were instead reverse contaminated by the true creator's divinity on Lanrius. This contamination did not erupt immediately, it would only erupt when Ince Zangwill needed it. Mr. Z escaped the official Beander's surveillance and sought to contact Lanrius, but unexpectedly discovered Migos' existence. To protect the divine child in the spotlight, Mr. Z decided to expose Lanrius's deception and take Migos away amidst the chaos. The emotionally agitated Mr. Z overlooked one point. The best way to protect Migos and the evil god's offspring was to write a letter for help as soon as possible, not to expose the deception. Of course, he cannot be blamed entirely, after all, he is a believer of an evil god. Chapter 117, The Shock of the Hanged Man and Justice. Avon felt that the newly expanded content of Script 008 was not surprising at all. Ince Zangwill, even when faced with various unexpected factors, still did not give up his original plan. He fully utilized Avon's chaotic intrusion, entrusted to Butler Buck, and Mr. Z's identity to start planning Lanrius's swift departure. Avon also did not expect that his plan to embezzle Lanrius's ill-gotten gains would be completed so smoothly with Ince Zangwill's help. He believed it wouldn't be long before Robert would send someone to inform him that Lanrius's ill-gotten gains had arrived. At the same time, Avon was also somewhat shocked that the damage this scam caused to Tingen's lower-class citizens far exceeded his previous expectations. When Avon first formulated this plan, he thought it would at most cause some middle-class families to lose some money, and the bulk of it would even come from the powerful figures in Tingen City. But reality gave him a harsh blow. From the moment the conspiracy officially began, various unexpected elements kept intruding. First, his brother and the military took a fancy to Lanrius's swindler identity, wanting to use him to settle accounts. Then, the two powerful figures from the Conservative Party and the New Party, for their own benefit, endorsed Lanrius's scam with government credit, completely expanding the scam. The entire Tingen, from top to bottom, knew that this investment was a sure profit, quickly financializing and inflating the scam, and its influence continued to expand. Avon's main goal in expanding Lanrius's scam had basically been achieved. He believed that in order to help Lanrius escape, Ince Zangwill would inevitably have to continuously use 008 to forcibly interfere, causing himself to be further injured. This bought time for Tingen and Klein. Moreover, Avon himself would also benefit from it, not only gaining the military's favor and increasing Robert's influence, but also acquiring Lanrius's ill-gotten gains. However, the cost was also huge. Avon considered himself not a good person, but causing this outcome still made him feel uneasy. I believe Klein is also regretting implementing this plan now, and I don't know if he will blame me. Migos's situation also made Avon worried, because he did not expect the scam to expand so much, so he did not anticipate that the resentment from the lower classes would be so strong, continuously providing ample nourishment for the evil god's offspring in her belly, causing unexpected growth. Just because of this, Avon also had to consider how to stabilize Tingen City after this scam. Avon was not very worried about this, because Ahova Earl's court had deep roots in the local area, making such things twice as effective with half the effort. At this moment, Avon felt something, looked at the clock in the corner, and found that it was almost 3 o'clock. So he cleared his mind and sat on the sofa, waiting for Mr. Fool's summons. When the 3 o'clock bell rang in the afternoon, Avon's eyes once again saw a crimson light. When he woke up, he found himself in the magnificent palace above the gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The hazy figure of Justice, like a class representative, always greeted Mr. Fool obediently. "It's a pity there's no fine wine here, otherwise we could raise a toast to your great attempt." She was referring to the ritual magic matter. "Your strength is beyond our imagination." Alger also followed Justice and complimented him. Avon merely bowed respectfully to Mr. Fool sitting at the head, then glanced at Alger with an expression that said, "Do you even need to say that?" which made Alger, who had been paying attention to him, feel a surge of anger. He didn't know why Mr. Power always targeted him. This made Audrey, who had been secretly observing them, want to laugh. Over the past week, Audrey had been trying to contact Avon again, but she found that Avon was almost completely isolated from high society gatherings. She couldn't find any opportunity to contact Avon again. Instead, her frequent inquiries about Avon attracted the attention of her father and brother, who asked Audrey if she had a crush on Avon. Mr. Fool pressed his right hand down, signaling everyone to sit, and said in an understated tone, "This shows that we are on the right path. In the future, if you have something or cannot get away on Monday, you can pray to me in this way." Subsequently, Justice Audrey and Avon successively submitted Rosal's diary. From the diary submitted by Audrey, Klein learned that Rosal's guide on the Beander pathway, Zeratul, was the leader of the secret order, who mastered the seer pathway, making him once again feel the close connection between the seer pathway and himself. And from the diary submitted by Avon, Klein learned that high sequences of adjacent pathways can be interchanged. For example, a sequence 5 gatekeeper of the Harvester pathway can advance to a sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Sleepless pathway. This made Klein even more imaginative, guessing that the Seer sequence could be interchanged and advanced with Marauder and Apprentice at higher levels. While Mr. Fool was constantly reading the diary, Audrey also kept secretly glancing at Avon diagonally opposite, wanting to see what he was thinking now. But Avon noticed her, smiled at her, and she quickly averted her gaze in fright. "You don't actually have to wait for me." Mr. Fool, having finished reading the diary, smiled and said to the 3 who were waiting for him, "It's our honor," Alger humbly replied. After Mr. Fool signaled that they could start communicating, Audrey glanced at the 2 gentlemen opposite her, organized her words, and then asked, "Where can I find members of the Psychology Alchemists?" This question made Avon on the side feel ridiculous. Audrey was still a bit too naive at this time. She hadn't realized that the Tarot Club was actually a secret organization. She was asking about other secret organizations without getting the subsequent magic potion formula within a secret organization, which could easily make people suspect she wanted to switch sides. "Ah, Mr. Fool, the leader of this secret organization, the Tarot Club, was also being a boss for the first time. He didn't have this awareness yet." Klein indeed hadn't realized his current identity and was still thinking about the news of the Spectator he had just received today, wondering if he was a member of the Psychology Alchemists. "Miss Justice, I don't know this clue. I think you should focus your energy on role-playing method and digesting the magic potion. Audrey was a little disappointed by this answer and said helplessly, I just hope to have enough time and preparation to contact them. How long does it generally take to digest a magic potion, and by what standard is it judged? Alger glanced at Power next to him. Seeing that he had no intention of answering, he explained the standard for digestion and said that it should not take 3 years. This answer made Audrey somewhat critical, feeling that 3 years was too long. And Mr. Fool tapped the table and said, at low sequences, as long as you strictly role-play method, you can digest it within half a year. A month or half a month is not impossible. When saying this, Klein couldn't help but glance at Avon, who seemed to be speaking less today, because he knew that Avon had completed the digestion of 3 magic potions in 1 week, 1 hunter magic potion and 2 assassin magic potions. The speed of digestion was incredibly fast, even his 2 weeks to digest the seer magic potion couldn't compare. Mr. Fool's subconscious action was simultaneously caught by Alger and Audrey, and they immediately realized that the person who could completely digest the magic potion in a month or half a month, as mentioned by Mr. Fool, was Mr. Power, Avon. So they all involuntarily turned their heads and looked at him with shocked eyes. Alger became a Beander very early. He stumbled, summarized experiences, accumulated merits, and took 3 years to advance to Sequence 8. He was already a leader among his peers, but he never expected to meet someone who completed digestion in at most 1 month. Is the gap between people really that big? Alger already considered himself strong-willed and resilient, but he was still broken by this information. And Audrey, from the 3 years of digestion time mentioned by Alger, realized how fast Avon's digestion speed was. She couldn't help but want to ask for advice. But the education she received since childhood ultimately kept her from speaking, because it might involve Avon's secret, and speaking might make Avon uncomfortable. Avon glanced at Alger and Audrey respectively, then chuckled and said, it's nothing. Just delve into the name of the magic potion, and based on your actual situation, summarize your own unique role-playing method principles. If possible, it's best to use Beyonders of a higher sequence than yourself to assist in role-playing method. For example, a Hunter Pathway Beyander, if they can successfully hunt Beyonders of a higher sequence and stronger power than themselves, then the speed of role-playing method digestion will be very fast. The role-playing method of a magic potion sometimes requires feedback from others. The higher the sequence of the person giving feedback, the better the role-playing method effect. Upon hearing Avon's explanation, everyone present benefited greatly and then related it to their own situations, especially Alger, who had rich experience. Although he constantly engaged in active role-playing method, he always felt that the digestion speed was not satisfactory. Now he understood. In the eyes of his companions, he was not rude at all, not angry at all. On the contrary, he was very calm and very wise. That was why his digestion progress was slow during the Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 stages. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he had known how to role-play method like this a few years earlier, he wouldn't have taken so many detours. And hearing Avon's explanation, Audrey was even more motivated to find other Beyonders. This could not only expand her channels but also increase her role-playing method speed. In fact, although this civil service reform in the Loan Kingdom was not led by Audrey, she played a significant role in promoting it. At least her father, Earl Hall, was deeply influenced by his daughter and resolutely supported this reform from beginning to end, so Audrey's role-playing method speed during this period was not slow. Thank you very much for sharing your experience this time. It's a great help to me. I don't know how I should thank you for your guidance. The role-playing method experience Avon shared was truly too important, making it impossible for Audrey to accept it with a clear conscience. However, Avon had previously expressed his disinterest in money, so she could only ask. Although Alger was displeased, he acknowledged the value of Avon's role-playing method idea this time and also looked at Avon, waiting for him to name his price. This role-playing method idea was actually something Avon told Klein, hoping Klein could maintain a relatively fast digestion rate even after becoming a clown, and he hadn't thought of getting benefits from Alger and Audrey. However, since they had already spoken, Avon also had a slight need, so he said. Besides all the blood of the Black Abyss Murloc that I requested last time, I also need 3 scales from a shadow lizard, 50 milliliters of fire salamander blood, and 10 grams of magma glowstone powder. You only need to give me one of these materials as compensation for my sharing this time. If you obtain the materials, you can send them to Braveheart's bar in south of the bridge, Backland, and entrust them to Kaspar's Canlinen for safekeeping. Just say they are kids' things, and I will naturally come to collect them. The materials Avon mentioned were auxiliary materials, difficult to find, required for advancing to Sequence 7 Pyromaniac and Witch. He felt that his potion was almost digested recently, and it was time to prepare in advance. Just after hearing Avon's request, Alger immediately said, I have shadow lizard scales, but I'm currently on a ship and won't dock for 2 more days. The earliest I can have someone send them is this Friday. As soon as Alger finished speaking, Audrey eagerly interjected. I know where to get fire salamander blood and magma glowstone powder. Tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, I can send them. To better conduct transactions with the Tarot Club members, Audrey had meticulously investigated her family's treasury and knew there were many good things inside, including quite a few mystical materials, and fire salamander blood was one of them. Besides that, through her connections, she had seen many other families' treasuries, and the magma glowstone powder was something she had seen at Viscount Glaint's home, a good friend of hers. Alger gave Audrey a surprised look, not expecting that Audrey, who had only recently become a Beander, would have such extensive channels. Combining this with her previous generous spending, he once again confirmed that Justice was a top-tier noble residing in Backland. If he were to go to Backland in the future, he should be able to easily ascertain Justice's identity. At the same time, Alger keenly noticed that Strength did not react much to Audrey's words. Either he was very slow and didn't pick up on the information Justice accidentally exposed, or he already knew Justice's identity. Alger believed it was the latter. Alger suddenly remembered that Justice, who had already become a spectator, shouldn't expose her information so easily. Was the reason she exposed it because she felt there was no need to hide? Given that she was just talking to Strength, does that mean she felt there was no need to hide her identity from Strength? Why? Both of their activity areas are in Backland. Have they already met in reality and confirmed each other's identities? The more Alger thought about it, the more he felt his guess might be correct, and the more unpleasant he felt. He had a feeling of being isolated in the Storm Church choir when he was a child. He and Justice were clearly the founding members of the Tarot Club, so why was Strength more familiar with Justice? Unaware of Alger's internal drama, Avon also looked at Audrey in surprise. He felt he had underestimated this Justice. Even as a normal person, Audrey could mobilize many resources, let alone as a spectator. Audrey felt a little smug at Avon and Alger's surprised gazes. Previously, when she participated in the Tarot Club, she was always the one receiving knowledge and buying materials. Moreover, Avon's persistent refusal of gold pound transactions also served as a warning to her, making her realize that there were always things that gold pounds couldn't buy. She also wanted to offer help to the 2 gentlemen beyond gold pounds. It seemed her early preparations had not been in vain, she had indeed impressed Mr. Strength and Mr. Hanged Man. Afterwards, Audrey inquired about the Tarot Club's admission standards, while Alger tentatively spoke about information regarding the true creator, receiving Mr. Fool's assertion that he was a fallen creator, which allowed him to act tough once. Audrey finally hoped to obtain information about secret organizations. Alger glanced at Strength, who was somewhat quiet today, hesitated for a moment, and then proposed a transaction request of £500, which Audrey easily agreed to. I remember Audrey was swindled out of 1,000 gold pounds by Alger here, but now it's only 500 gold pounds. This is all because of me. From this perspective, the biggest fear in business is monopoly. Listening to Alger and Audrey's transaction, and recalling the original work, Avon couldn't help but inwardly complain. Then Alger recounted the history of the Moses ascetic order, speaking of the origin of the hidden sage, which made Klein, sitting at the head, recall old Neil, the guide on his extraordinary path. After all the information exchange was complete, Klein severed his connection with Alger and Audrey, leaving Avon alone. Mr. Fool once again relayed a message for his dear Klein, and the content of the letter was exactly as Avon had expected. Klein felt guilty about the disaster caused by Lanrius's expanded deception and questioned whether this method of confronting the mastermind was too costly. He hoped Avon could provide more information for him to judge. In addition, Klein also told Avon that he had already obtained the portrait of the hidden spectator in Tingen but did not intend to investigate, asking Avon to directly tell him the relevant information. Furthermore, he mentioned that he had discovered the uniqueness of Instructor Azek at his school and asked Avon whether Mr. Azek was indeed a high-sequence Beander and an important force that could deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. Avon sighed. He did not detect any resentment towards him in Klein's letter. From this point of view, Klein was definitely a trustworthy friend worth deeply befriending. After requesting Mr. Fool's permission again, Avon picked up the materialized pen and began writing his reply to Klein. In his reply, Avon admitted that this plan was both a success and a failure due to his insufficient planning ability. He had not anticipated that the ripple effect of eliminating Mrs. Sharon would link with Lanrius's deception, directly causing the deception to expand to a degree neither the mastermind nor he had foreseen. Avon admitted that he had taken remedial measures, reporting this deception to his brother, but he had not expected that his brother and the military would view this deception as an opportunity to eliminate the army's hidden accounts, ultimately causing the deception to completely spiral out of his control. When Avon wrote this, Klein, sitting at the head, was completely dumbfounded. Everything in the gray fog could not be hidden from him, and Avon was writing the letter with the paper and pen he had materialized. Klein could never have imagined that the situation behind this deception would become so complex, which also explained why Lanrius was able to obtain investment and procurement contracts from the Defense Department and Pritz shipyard. Originally, Klein thought that Lanrius's deception was highly skilled, and the Loan Kingdom government was a makeshift organization, which led to such a major decision-making error, just like their clumsy performance in the southern continent. However, he never expected such sordid dealings behind the scenes. This made Klein suspect whether the defeat in the southern continent a while ago was an otherworldly version of burning the granary to hide embezzlement. While Klein was shocked, Avon did not stop writing, continuing to detail the aftermath of Lanrius's deception. Lanrius's deception had grown larger and larger. He had placed himself in the spotlight. The military had already sent people to monitor him closely and were preparing to control him after the incident. At the same time, Lanrius's usefulness to the mastermind had disappeared. Under the mastermind's arrangement, Mr. Z of the Aurora Order would expose his deception, and Lanrius had already sensed the danger and was preparing to flee, so this deception would end within a day or two. After discussing Lanrius's deception, Avon began to reveal information about the mastermind. First, Avon told Klein that the script he saw had become blurry, but the final outcome was still the mastermind achieving his goal. This indicated that their intention of using Lanrius to stir up trouble had been achieved. Avon guessed that the mastermind's forceful disappearance of Lanrius this time would render him unable to interfere with reality for the next 1 or 2 months, which was the successful part of this plan. The failure, however, lay in the fact that despite the significant disruption they caused this time, it still did not alter the mastermind's fate of achieving his goal. This meant that no matter how much they disrupted, they could not change this predetermined fact. All their efforts were futile, at most only delaying the inevitable. Therefore, Avon proposed another idea in the letter: to help the mastermind succeed, take control of the script, and minimize the harm to Tingen. Finally, Avon told Klein in the letter that the spectator was named Duster Gudrian, a doctor at Greenhill Asylum and a member of the Psychology Alchemists. And Mr. Azek was indeed a high-sequence Beander, and a very extraordinary high-sequence Beander, who could indeed become an important force against the mastermind. Furthermore, Avon specifically cautioned Klein not to act rashly until he determined how to proceed in the future. He could interact normally with these two, otherwise, he might once again touch the mastermind's sensitive nerves. After all, the mastermind's inability to weave scripts for the next 1 or 2 months was still just a unilateral guess, and Klein still couldn't be careless. After finishing the letter, Avon meticulously checked for typos, made some revisions, and finally handed it to Mr. Fool. After Avon left the gray fog, Klein frowned, looking at the letter in his hand, his fingers tapping continuously on the bronze table. If it were before, he would never agree to aid evil, but the tragedy of Tingen, the fated destiny, and the failed attempts to stop it all forced him to consider Avon's suggestion. Chapter 119 Klein's Decision. The solution Avon provided actually disappointed Klein, especially after personally experiencing and witnessing Tingen gradually sink into Lanrius's deception, paying such a high price, yet still being unable to prevent the mastermind from achieving his goal. This made Klein feel weary from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Klein also understood why Avon had been so silent at the Tarot Club today. Anyone who puts in great effort but cannot change a predetermined outcome will feel disheartened. Avon had given up on stopping the mastermind from achieving his goal and was preparing to help him achieve it instead. From Klein's perspective, this was indeed a good idea. However, Klein was unwilling. He still didn't know who the mastermind was or what his purpose was. But he knew one thing: the mastermind was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and helping him achieve them would be aiding a tyrant. Helping the mastermind might minimize Tingen's losses, but it would also allow him to commit evil elsewhere. Klein couldn't comfort himself by using the excuse of saving Tingen to justify doing this. Previously, because Avon could see the mastermind's script, following Avon's arrangements might have been the best choice. Klein completely obeyed his arrangements, not daring to make even the slightest extra move. Now, Klein was preparing to use his own methods to investigate the mastermind during the final window period and challenge the predetermined fate. But Avon's method was also a final failsafe. If, in the end, he truly found that the outcome couldn't be changed, then he would adopt Avon's method and help the mastermind achieve his goal. After making his decision, Klein returned to reality, assumed a praying posture, and stated his decision to challenge the predetermined outcome. He asked Avon to make all preparations to help the mastermind achieve his goal as a final failsafe, and also asked Avon to help him find the horned crystal of the Grey Goat from Mount Honachus. Subsequently, Klein returned to the Grey Fog, transmitted the image of himself praying and making his decision to Avon, and then materialized paper and pen to write down a sentence. There were supernatural factors influencing Hai Na Sen, Fan Sen Te and Cyrus. Uruapisi's decision to sell the Antigonus family notebook. Klein had previously performed a similar divination in reality, and the conclusion was that there were no supernatural factors at play. Klein had always suspected that the Grey Fog was a high-level existence related to the diviner pathway, which was why it could interfere with the mastermind's arrangements. Previously, Klein had not dared to act rashly to avoid interfering with Avon's actions, but now he no longer had that concern. He held a pendulum, letting the pendant hang low, allowing his mind to quickly settle. With his eyes half closed, he silently recited the content to be divined 7 times. Feeling the pendulum's pull, Klein opened his eyes and looked, seeing the citrine rotating clockwise. Klein was delighted by this. This was completely different from the divination results he had obtained in reality, indicating that the Grey Fog could indeed shield against the interference of high-sequence powers and improve the accuracy of divination. Klein once again took out his pen and wrote on the paper. The true reason behind Hai Na Sen, Fan Sen Te and Cyrus. Uruapisi's decision to sell the Antigonus family notebook. After writing this, Klein leaned back against the chair, entering a dream. Soon, he saw colorful flowers and lush green lawns in his dream, but the entire scene suddenly became distorted and overlapped. Klein could only barely make out a red chimney until the very end, and then the entire scene split apart, and the dream collapsed. Klein woke up abruptly, sitting in his chair, gasping for breath, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying. Klein took 2 deep breaths, calmed himself down, and performed divination again, but without exception, they all failed. Did the mastermind detect my prying and take countermeasures? Klein drew the red chimney he had seen and prepared to find someone to search for similar houses. He had already entrusted Avon to find another main ingredient for the clown magic potion for him, to advance as quickly as possible, and see if he could divine more things on the gray fog then. Moreover, he also needed to re-investigate Lanrius to understand why Lanrius was so important to the mastermind, to the extent that he would help him escape at all costs. In addition, Duster Gudrian, he planned to investigate him and then recruit him as an informant, to see if he could obtain the magic potion formula for the Spectator Pathways Sequence 8 Feet Telepathis, from him to sell to Miss Justice, and also to glimpse the mastermind's purpose. If necessary, he would see if he could draw the psychology alchemists behind him into Tingen, to see if they could cause some trouble for the mastermind. Finally, he would try various methods to see if Mr. Azek could recover his memory and strength, and find a way to persuade him to confront the mastermind behind Tingen. Klein put on his clothes and went out with a heavy expression. He had a lot to do. Seeing the image transmitted by Mr. Fool, Avon couldn't help but sigh. Klein was still Klein, knowing it was impossible yet doing it anyway, just like the choice he would make in the future during the Great Smog. He was still himself, and he wouldn't give up because of Avon's prophecy. This made Avon exceptionally admire him, even having the impulse to reveal his true identity to Klein, a fellow countryman meeting another. But recalling the gray fog's desire to devour him completely when he first entered it, he calmed down. Even mocking himself in his heart, he was still a purely self-interested person after all. He admired Klein, but he couldn't and wouldn't learn from him. Just as Avon changed his clothes and was about to go out, the apartment doorbell rang. Avon was a little surprised. After moving here, he had always left early and returned late, not making friends or socializing with his neighbors. Who would come looking for him? Was it someone collecting gas fees? Avon casually glanced at the mirror in the corner of the bedroom. He didn't get any danger warnings from it, so he went directly to open the door. Avon opened the door and was surprised to find that it was Mr. Hope, his brother's personal servant and most important assistant. Lord Robert specifically sent me. There are a few things I need to tell you. Seeing Avon's surprised expression, Mr. Hope explained with a smile. Avon quickly welcomed Mr. Hope into his apartment, and at the same time, he felt puzzled. He felt that Mr. Hope was in a very good mood today and couldn't help but open his spiritual vision, only to find that his emotions were a fervent, excited red. A few things. Avon had only guessed one thing before, which was that Lanrius's money had been successfully received. 3 things. The first thing is that the money from that swindler in Tingen has arrived. The military helped with the accounting and cover-up, so they withheld half as a handling fee. You'll probably receive about 170,000 to 180,000 pounds, and more will be coming in continuously. Mr. Hope picked up the tea Avon had made and went straight to the point. Ha ha ha. Avon chuckled softly. This is more than I expected. I originally thought they would withhold at least 70%, and giving me 100,000 pounds would already be considered a lot. They should have withheld at least 70% originally. They don't just keep it all, they also have to pay tribute to various parties. It's just that Lord Robert didn't want it this time, so he gave it all to you. Avon's eyes widened instantly. He had always known his brother had great influence, but he hadn't expected it to be so great. He could actually take 20% of such untraceable great profits. Of course, Avon believed this wasn't for Robert personally, but for the Ahova Earl's court, which was almost as important as the country, for the future chairman of the Military Intelligence Committee of the Parliament, and for the future spokesperson of the Conservative Party. Robert's ecological niche had reached a point where he could accept tributes from others, not to mention that Robert had provided the opportunity for this right off, so of course, they would show goodwill. Lord. Only then did Avon catch this detail, his eyes wide, looking straight at Mr. Hope. Yes, Lord. This is the second thing I have to say. This morning, Parliament passed the Government Employee Recruitment Act. Both houses have voted and passed it, and the bill has been sent to His Majesty the King for signature and enactment. At the same time, Viscount Shou, chairman of the Military Intelligence Committee, officially retired. After an internal vote by the Conservative Party, Mr. Robert officially succeeded him in this position. Also this morning, regarding Mr. Robert's inheritance case, the plaintiff has officially withdrawn the lawsuit. After His Majesty the King signs the bill, he will order Mr. Robert to be formally ennobled in 3 days. From now on, Mr. Robert can be called Lord Robert and has officially become the heir to the Earl of Hova. Such great news made Mr. Hope, who usually showed no emotion, unable to suppress the smile on his lips, his whole person beaming with joy. Avon was also excited upon hearing this. This was the best news he had heard in a long time. Robert not only greatly enhanced his political status through the Government Employee Recruitment Act, gaining control of one of the Loan Kingdom's most core departments, but also resolved the trouble of inheriting the peerage. It was truly a double blessing. And this would greatly promote Avon's future development. From now on, Avon would have the strongest backing and could confidently and boldly implement his plans. Lord Robert also asked me to ask you, how do you plan to handle this sum of money? Avon knew this question was Robert's test for him, to see if he had been overwhelmed by this large sum of money. So he thought for a moment and said, I plan to transfer this money to Ahua Bank, and after the Tinghan deception is exposed, I will acquire factories and estates in Tinghan. Moreover, I believe the Tinghan deception should be exposed as soon as possible. It's true that I want to make some money from this deception, but I don't want Tinghan to completely collapse, because Tinghan is also our foundation. Can my brother arrange for someone to question this deception in Tinghan's newspapers and burst the bubble early? At the same time, this matter cannot be known by others, as others still want to make money from it. Mr. Hope looked at Avon with approval, pleased that Avon had not been blinded by money and had kept a clear head. The Lord also means the same. I will arrange for someone to do it shortly. Chapter 120 The Wheel of Fortune. Avon saw the appreciative look in Mr. Hope's eyes and knew he had passed the test. Mr. Hope must have received instructions from Lord Robert early on to notify Tinghan to expose the scam and stop there, rather than doing so after hearing Avon's words. But Lord Robert still specifically had Hope come to remind Avon, to see if he had been dazzled by the huge sum of money. If Avon's answer was not satisfactory, he might have used the iron fist of love to educate Avon. It was one thing for Lord Robert to use the scam to write off accounts for the military, and another to prevent Tinghan from suffering a severe blow. If Avon couldn't grasp this and wanted to continue making money from it, he would be greatly disappointed. What is the third thing? Lord Robert wants you to return home tomorrow night and visit Earl Ahova with him at his country estate. You must not be late. Mr. Hope's expression was serious as he specifically cautioned Avon. Avon's expression also tightened, and he nodded solemnly. He had only met Earl Ahova a few times when he was young, and his memory was already a bit vague. But from the information he had gathered indirectly, this Earl was also a ruthless person, which made Avon take it seriously. After Mr. Hope finished giving instructions at the apartment and drank a cup of tea, he bid farewell and left. Avon did not try to keep him, only seeing him off downstairs from the apartment building. Back at the apartment, Avon washed the teacup, changed his clothes, and prepared to check various places for any contact signals. When he arrived at the lion stone sculpture in the city center park, he found a cross mark. This was a general contact signal he had given to Zio Derecha and Furs, usually used only for urgent matters. After wiping off the mark, Avon took the subway from a nearby subway entrance to the Earl's Cafe in Hilton District and found Furs already waiting there for a long time. What's the urgent matter you contacted me about? Avon sat directly opposite Furs, startling her so much that her coffee almost spilled from her hand as she brought it to her mouth. Avon shook his head at this scene, thinking that her vigilance was truly not as good as Zio, who was constantly improving. Why did you walk without a sound? You scared me to death. Furs, instead of being ashamed of being approached without her knowledge, blamed Avon. You are no longer a wild Beander, but an official member of Military Intelligence Section 9. The enemies you will face in the future are excellent Beander experts from various countries. If you don't even know when someone gets close to you, I wouldn't be surprised if I heard you got your throat slit one day. Furs was startled by Avon's tone, and at the same time, felt a cold draft on her exposed neck. Then she said in a wronged and pleading voice, I know, I just haven't adapted to the change in identity yet. I'll definitely be more vigilant next time. Seeing that she was quite sincere, Avon let her off and repeated his earlier question. What's the urgent matter you contacted me about? Zio was arrested and put in prison. I originally wanted to bail her out using my Military Intelligence Section 9 identity, but Zio said that the police station has too many gossips. Once the news of her connection with Military Intelligence Section 9 gets out, she won't be able to make a living in East Borough anymore. So she asked me to find you and ask what to do. Avon nodded, feeling that Zio Derecha had made significant progress during this period and was very thoughtful in her considerations. Whether it was high society or the lower class, there was a set of survival rules. Once a hunter had a deep connection with the cops, while not necessarily ostracized, she would definitely not be able to gain the complete trust of others in the future. This would be a great loss for Zio Derecha. Avon naturally did not want Zio Derecha's Military Intelligence Section 9 identity to be exposed too early, so he continued to ask. What did she do to get arrested by the police? She beat up a gang leader who was lending out usurious loans. However, the borrower later found out that the interest was several times higher than what he had initially expected, to the point where he couldn't pay it off even if he went bankrupt. So he sought debt negotiation with the leader to waive the unreasonable interest and asked Zio to arbitrate. As a result, that gang leader completely disregarded Zio's verdict, even threatening Zio not to interfere, and declared that if the money wasn't repaid soon, he would seize the borrower's wife and children and force them into prostitution to pay off the debt. Zio couldn't stand it. She directly beat him, breaking both his legs, and also smashed a bar, finally being caught on the spot by the police who arrived. In front of Avon, Furs dared not lie and told everything truthfully. So it was this matter. This was also the catalyst for Furs and Audrey's acquaintance. In a word, the wheel of fortune began to turn at this moment. Although Avon had many ways to quietly get Zio Derecha out, he did not plan to do so, because if Furs did not meet Audrey through this incident, she would not be able to connect with the Tarot Club. She might survive the next Red Moon, but definitely not the one after that. The best way to handle this matter was to let nature take its course and follow the original plot development. It's not convenient for me to intervene in this matter. From what you said, Zio Derecha was caught by the police on the spot, so the evidence is conclusive. It might go to court in a few days, and it will be troublesome once she enters prison. For this kind of thing, it's best to find a relevant noble to help, and ideally, hire a great lawyer to defend her to have a chance of acquittal. Oh, and after you're done, you also need to find that gang leader and get a letter of forgiveness from him. Isn't your brother a noble? I read the newspaper today. Your brother just pushed for the introduction of a major bill and also took on an important position. It should be easy to find a great lawyer, right? Furs thought of the newspaper she had read today and looked at Avon with shining eyes. This is just a small matter, and you want me to ask my brother. What are you thinking? Avon couldn't help but smack Furs's head, wanting to see how much water was in her brain, to come up with such an idea. Lord Robert is now the focus of everyone's attention. Asking him to handle this matter would be like a high-ranking official in a previous life directly intervening in a common public order incident. Within a few hours, all of Zio Derecha's information would appear on the desks of all the political bigwigs in Backland, and all her identities would be exposed. If George III found out that Zio was Mason Dill's daughter, with a slightly harder heart, a mere flick of his finger, it would be unknown whether Zio Derecha could leave Backland alive. Furs was a little scared by Avon's shouting. She shrank her head and said aggrievedly. Then what do you say we do? Avon no longer wanted to enlighten Furs, otherwise, she would eventually lead him astray. He directly told her, Viscount Glaint, who recently inherited his title, often hosts various balls and literary salons. He should have sent you, the most prominent new author, an invitation. At the same time, he also yearns to become a Beander. You can use this as a condition, promising to take him to a Beander gathering, and he should be willing to help. Furs thought for a moment. She seemed to have received an invitation from this Viscount Glaint, but she had always ignored it. As a Beander, she always looked down on nobles and had a peculiar psychological advantage over them, so she had never attended such noble gatherings, nor did she want to flatter them. However, today's incident also reminded her that she couldn't give up socializing and opportunities to expand her network just because of pride. After all, more friends mean more paths. You never know when you might need their help. As long as you don't become a demigod, you simply cannot completely disregard the rules of secular society. Even demigods, if they are part of an organization, cannot escape various constraints. I know what to do. Zio has been carrying out the spy tracking mission you assigned these past few days. Now that she's in prison, I need to handle her release. The remaining tasks can only be completed by you or by someone you find. Saying this, Furs handed Avon a recent investigation report Zio had written in prison. Avon took it without saying much, and after confirming that Furs was fine, he left. As Avon left the cafe, his spirituality stirred suddenly, feeling someone watching him. Switching to gray-white vision, he spotted a slender black female figure tracking him from a distance. Based on his spiritual intuition, Avon felt it was Helen, from Theosophy Order, realizing she might be looking for him because of Triss's matter. But Avon did not immediately go home and wait for her to come to his door. Instead, based on Zio Durech's information from the past few days, he personally tracked a spy who was confirmed to have received a mission. It wasn't until evening that he hungrily ate dinner and returned home. Avon did this to conceal his ability to detect a demoness's peeping, presenting himself as a little white rabbit who had not escaped their control. High-level hunters often appear in the guise of prey. You've had quite a tiring day, even personally tracking the target. Is military intelligence section 9 out of people? As Avon sat down on the living room sofa, before he could even catch his breath, Helen appeared out of thin air in the apartment and said with a smile. Avon, as if startled, instinctively flipped over behind the sofa, completely hidden, as if genuinely frightened by the sudden appearance of another person in the apartment. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Helen burst into laughter, while Avon, peeking out, visibly turned red. Then he snorted and sat on the sofa. Seeing this, Helen thought Avon was truly angry. She sat next to Avon with a smile, coaxing him in a sweet voice, and occasionally brushing her chest against Avon's arm. I just wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect your reaction to be so big. I didn't mean to scare you on purpose. All right, don't be angry anymore. I won't do this again in the future. Helen shook Avon's arm, continuously acting spoiled. HMPH. I'm not angry about you scaring me, I'm angry that you don't trust me. This isn't the first time you've tracked me. You tracked me the first time I came to Backland, and secretly, who knows how many times you've tracked me since. Since you don't trust me, then why have me carry out an undercover mission? You can just report me to the demoness sect, and everyone will be at ease. Is there any need for repeated tests? I absolutely have no intention of doubting you. I was just curious about what you usually do, so I didn't make a sound. Theosophy Order had lost track of Triss, whom Avon had mentioned last time, and urgently needed Avon's intelligence support. If Avon were to become alienated from her now, all their previous investments would be in vain. So Helen repeatedly tried to appease him, even secretly using spider silk to arouse Avon's lust. Avon's outburst this time was not to break with Theosophy Order, but merely to prepare for demanding Beander ingredients later, putting the other party in a position of being in the wrong. So, Avon finally, under Helen's soft coaxing, slowly softened his attitude and rolled onto the bed in the bedroom. For a moment, the room was filled with soft cries. Chapter 121, Conqueror. The clouds dispersed and the rain mist cleared, signaling the end of a major battle. Avon held the panting Helen in his arms on the bed, his heart swelling with pride. Just moments ago, Helen had begged for mercy as he punished her. No man could fail to be proud of successfully conquering a demoness. If there was anything more satisfying than that, it would be conquering two. Taking the instigator and provoker potions had indeed increased his physical strength by a notch. After conquering the demoness, Avon at least didn't have to worry about a sore back tomorrow morning. After a while, Helen finally came to her senses from the fireworks display. She playfully slapped Avon's chest, then curled up tightly in his arms. A few days ago, I went to your safe house in East Borough and indeed found the instigator you mentioned who escaped from Tingen. I then discovered that he is indeed highly valued by the demoness sect. Natasha monitors him almost day and night, which is definitely not the treatment an peripheral member would receive. Natasha is a senior joyful demoness. I was worried about being discovered by her, so I didn't dare to get close to monitor him. But unexpectedly, 3 days ago, that instigator named Triss suddenly disappeared. My mother personally performed a magic mirror divination but couldn't find any trace of him. We've combined all available information and believe that Triss might be very important, so he should have been counter-divined by an angel. We suspect he might be related to the demoness sect's conspiracy in Backland, so we must find his whereabouts at all costs. I came today to convey Mother's intentions to you. Avon chuckled. As he expected, Theosophy Order sensed Triss's importance and began to feel anxious after he disappeared. Haven't you considered the possibility of Triss advancing to become a witch? You are also from the demoness pathway. I just saw Triss yesterday. He should be called Triss now. Helen's expression was blank. The demoness of Theosophy Order were all born female, and they often overlooked the fact that men would undergo sex changes after consuming demoness potions. This wasn't a lack of common sense. In Avon's previous life, this was called cognitive bias. Where did you see Triss? Is the demoness sect so trusting of you now? They actually let Triss meet you directly. Helen ignored the teasing in Avon's words and quickly asked, yesterday, the Southern Continent Officers Club opened. Duke Nigan, a Conservative Party bigwig, and my brother attended, and I went with them. Third Prince Edsac Augustus suddenly appeared and stirred up trouble. Natasha and Triss appeared at that time as courtesans and dancers, and there was a small commotion during that time. Helen frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked, what do you think they were doing at that event? Did they know you were there, and did they try to avoid you? Natasha knew I was there, and she didn't try to avoid me at all. I feel like she might have intended to use me to achieve her goals. Avon had long known the objectives of Natasha and Triss. What did they want to do? Do you know? Helen felt that Avon might know a lot of things and quickly pressed, I suspect their target is Third Prince Edsac Augustus, because a small incident at the time had already made His Royal Highness notice Triss. I felt that Edsac Augustus's eyes were shining when he saw Triss. Triss might have been chosen by the demoness sect based on Edsac Augustus's aesthetic preferences. Their target might be the Lewin Kingdom or something in the Lewin Kingdom's possession. Avon knew that Triss was the vessel chosen by the demoness sect for the primordial demoness's descent, but he couldn't tell Helen directly, so he could only hint at it indirectly. Something in the Lewin Kingdom's possession. Helen murmured to herself. Avon didn't expect that Helen, after hearing his analysis, seemed to have thought of something and was lost in thought. This made Avon realize that the Lewin Kingdom might indeed have something the demoness sect needed, and Theosophy Order knew what it was, which greatly piqued Avon's interest. In this world, there are few natural treasures like those in Avon's previous life's novels. The most valuable things are all Beander characteristics derived from the Creator. This leads to a situation where, once an event occurs, many things can be easily analyzed from a perspective of interests. Like this cooperation between the Lewin Kingdom and the demoness sect, as long as Avon knew that the Lewin Kingdom possessed something highly sought after by the demoness sect, it was easy to connect it to high-sequence Beander characteristics of the Hunter pathway, and not just ordinary high-sequence Beander characteristics. It should be a sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the hunter pathway. Only something so important could keep the demonist sect willingly acting as the Luan kingdom's pawn. Yes, a pawn. This could be seen from the backland smog. Avon put himself in the shoes of an angel from the demonist sect. With the primordial demoness's existence, they had nowhere higher to ascend, because once a pathway has a sequence 0, there cannot be a sequence 1, as sequence 1 is the main material for advancing to sequence 0, indispensable. So, in this situation, it was perfectly normal for the demonist sect's angels to set their sights on a sequence 1 of the hunter pathway. Moreover, once the advancement is successful, cross-pathway advancement allows them to regain their male bodies, which is something all demonists of the demonist sect yearn for. Those who can become high-sequence demonists in the demonist sect are all men who deeply identify with their male identity. The higher the sequence, the greater the desire to regain their male bodies. This is a desire that even the primordial demonist cannot stop, because it is also his desire. And perhaps their only hope. If this analysis is true, it's even better news for Avon. As a transmigrator who has read so many web novels, coming to this world, he naturally, like Huang Dao, believes himself to be the protagonist, just like Klein, also the protagonist of this era. He naturally sets his sights on sequence 0 and won't lower them. The people of this era have always lived under the shadow of deities, inherently revering them. But Avon is different. He is a successor of the new era, a member of the great Fudi Empire, inherently possessing the "he can be replaced" gene. Coupled with a lack of reverence for deities, only fear of power, it is perfectly natural for him to set his goal on becoming a deity. Therefore, anything related to the hunter pathway naturally piques Avon's interest, not to mention Beander characteristics above sequence 2. Avon once privately analyzed where the 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics should be. It is beyond doubt that the Fasak Empire's royal family possesses one hunter pathway sequence 1 Beander characteristic, otherwise, how could they bear the name Empire? Another one should have been in the hands of the Sauron family, the former royal family of the Intis kingdom. However, since they had internal problems and were overthrown by Rosal, and then brutally suppressed by Rosal for so many years, now only occupying a small political territory in the Intis Republic, it indicates that they have lost their own sequence 1 power. Avon sometimes even wonders if there are still angels within the current Sauron family, otherwise, their current power in the Intis Republic is too small, too inconsistent with the status an angel should have. If the Luan kingdom truly possesses a hunter pathway sequence 1 Beander characteristic or a sealed artifact, Avon speculates that it is very likely to originate from the Sauron family, the former royal family of the Intis kingdom. If that is indeed the case, then how this Beander characteristic flowed into the Luan kingdom's hands is very intriguing. Although half of the Lord of the Mysteries in Avon's mind is sealed, based on the existing content and Rosal's diary presented within, combined with the tumultuous history Avon understands, it can be concluded that when Rosal was a colonel of artillery, the Intis kingdom frequently provoked wars but failed to achieve complete victory, instead causing the Intis government to incur high debts and pushing its economy to the brink of collapse. At that time, various classes within the Intis kingdom were dissatisfied with this phenomenon, and Rosal eventually used this to overthrow the Sauron royal family. Historians attribute the Sauron royal family's irrational behavior to the last king of the Intis kingdom's incompetence and grandiosity. But in Avon's eyes, it was not that simple. He felt that the last king might have been forced to act. Avon speculates that the Sauron family's sequence 1 angel might have had problems at that time, and the Sauron family provoked wars everywhere in order to quickly regain a sequence 1 angel combat power. After all, the hunter pathway is the pathway of war, so the corresponding advancement ritual should also be related to war. Since the Intis kingdom ended at Rosal's hands, is it possible that this sequence 1 Beander characteristic fell into Rosal's hands and was then taken to Loan by his eldest son after his assassination? Although Rosal was not yet a high-sequence powerhouse at that time. Of course, there is another possibility, which is that the Beander characteristic in the hands of the Luan kingdom is the third hunter sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Then the Beander characteristic in the hands of the Sauron royal family might be the one held by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, because Tony Don, the war bishop who pursued Ince Zangwill, was determined to become a conqueror. And Avon believes that the sequence 1 of the hunter pathway is very likely to be conqueror. To verify whether the hunter pathway sequence 1 Beander characteristic potentially held by the Luan kingdom is the one from the Sauron royal family is simple, just ask Bernadette. She is a demigod who might know the whereabouts of this Beander characteristic, and Avon happens to know a lot of information he can trade with her. Helen, lying beside Avon, didn't know that her mere unusual behavior had triggered a series of conjectures in Avon's mind. However, she knew more information and intelligence from her mother, knowing that the Luan kingdom possessed a conqueror Beander characteristic, which had always been a focus of Theosophy order. The demoness of Theosophy order might not need this Beander characteristic, but they definitely did not want the demoness sect to obtain it. Helen felt she had a grasp on the demoness sect's clandestine purpose in Backland. She felt it was urgent and needed to report immediately. Helen got up from Avon's arms and used spider silk to retrieve the clothes scattered on the living room sofa and put them on. Helen, you. Looking at Helen, who had just been weak all over, putting on clothes like she was full of vigor, as if she was about to leave, Avon suddenly had the feeling of being used by a scumbag, who, after enjoying herself, put on clothes and left, abandoning him without looking back. Helen had just put on her clothes, turned around and kissed Avon on the lips, and then said, "Honey, the information you just provided is too important. I need to report to Mother as soon as possible. Can you avoid it for a while?" Avon glanced at the huge dressing mirror in the bedroom, understanding how Helen was going to contact her mother. He kissed Helen back and said, "Of course." Then Avon dragged the towel on his body and left the bedroom, without even taking his clothes. After Avon left and closed the bedroom door, Helen first took out a small makeup mirror from nowhere, and used this makeup mirror to arrange the bedroom into a closed spiritual space, to prevent anyone from using mystical or non-mystical means to peek. Then she stood in front of the dressing mirror, and used the sharp nail on her thumb to cut her index finger, letting blood flow out, and then gently wiped it on the mirror surface, then closed her eyes and prayed, directly using ancient Hermes to request contact with Mother. This kind of contact originally required an honorific name, but Helen used her own blood as the spellcasting material, and the blood connection between mother and daughter was a more important mystical connection, so this step was omitted. In Helen's continuous prayer for a meeting, the mirror reflecting Helen's beautiful figure seemed to be broken by a stone, disturbing the calm. Ripples were generated on the lake surface, constantly rippling, and finally a stunning figure appeared inside. She had white hair and black eyes, clear and beautiful, giving people a feeling of first love, but at the same time she was wearing a black gauze skirt representing seduction, looming, further setting off the whiteness of her skin. Innocence and seduction, two temperaments appeared on a woman at the same time, complementing each other, setting each other off, and most men would go crazy for her. When the image in the mirror stabilized, the stunning girl said, "Why did you use the emergency contact method? I have told you many times, don't bleed easily outside. As a demoness, you should know the importance of blood. If someone masters your blood, they often master your life and death. I know, Mother, it's just that I really have something urgent to contact you this time. I just learned from Avon that Triss, who I lost track of a few days ago, has become a witch, and was taken to a public place by Natasha of the demoness sect as a dancer. According to Avon, the demoness sect should want Triss to approach 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus of Loen. Moreover, Avon may be a link in their conspiracy, because Natasha did not avoid him when launching these actions. Mother, do you think the target of the demoness sect is the sealed artifact formed by the sequence 1-foot conqueror, the ender characteristic of the hunter pathway that you told me about when I was a child? The demoness in the mirror obviously did not expect Helen to find Triss again in just a few days, and could not help but sigh that it was really wise to let Helen take down Avon in the first place. Very likely, we have been dealing with that group of men with women's bodies for too long, and we know their thoughts too well. They are extremely eager to restore their male bodies. The longer they are women, the more tormented they are in their hearts. So their target must be that sealed artifact. This is something that could be guessed from knowing that they were going to brew a conspiracy in Backland. It's just that I really didn't expect that they would directly open a breakthrough from a prince this time. In the past, they would find breakthroughs from members on the periphery of the royal family or nobles close to the royal family. There must be strong bodyguards around the princes of the Loan Kingdom, and there is no lack of protection from various forces, and even the entire Loan country is directly protected by rules. Any unfavorable actions against the prince will be exposed and subject to the strongest restrictions. Once a demigod wanted to assassinate the king of Phaenopotter Kingdom, but as soon as he entered the capital, a red light appeared on his body for no reason, all Beander abilities were stripped away, and then he was directly arrested by mortals who were hostile without knowing the cause and went to prison, without the slightest power to resist. The Augustus family, which is also the justiciar pathway of the Castra royal family, also has similar rules of protection. This time, why are they confident to plot against a direct bloodline of the Augustus family? The stunning demoness in the mirror had also lived for hundreds of years, and had experienced many things. She knew that the royal families and churches of various countries had signed the Holy Covenant, officially opening the fifth epoch, which stipulated that the king could not become a demigod, and also protected the safety of the kings and royal family members of various countries. That oath was led by Eternal Blazing Sun, and was jointly reviewed by the major Justiciar Pathway Angels and Lawyer Pathway Angels and is still valid today. Moreover, the Augustus royal family controls the Justiciar pathway and protects its bloodline descendants even more strictly, so Helen's mother is now very surprised. Although Helen's mother had thousands of thoughts, it was only for a moment and was not noticed by Helen. Instead, she began to praise her and Avon for their timely information. When Helen finally asked for a reward for Avon, his mother threw a bottle from the mirror into Helen's hand without hesitation. Looking at Helen holding the Black Abyss Murloc blood, her beautiful mother in the mirror suddenly said, "Listening to your narration, Avon should be a person who is very good at acting. It shouldn't be long before he can be promoted to witch. No matter what method the demoness sect uses to prevent him from becoming so feminine, he will definitely not be a real man if he continues to lurk in Military Intelligence Section 9. You must remember our philosophy, seize the time, and before he is promoted to witch, get pregnant with a girl as soon as possible through the ritual, and then after he becomes a witch, eat him in despair and pain with full of love, to prepare you for promotion to demoness of afflictions." Helen listened to her mother's words, looked at the bottle containing black blood in her hand, and the joy of helping Avon apply for the reward disappeared. Now this material has become Avon's death sentence, and the execution date depends on when she becomes pregnant and when Avon has completely digested the instigator potion and is promoted to witch. She has lived in a fairy tale world created by her mother since she was a child. Except for the absence of a father, she has all kinds of female elders. From childhood, she was educated to yearn for love, pursue love, women are supreme, and men are despicable. It was not until after she became an adult that she realized that the reason for yearning for and pursuing love was to destroy it. She chose Avon after a long time, a simp who only had her in his eyes, but her purpose in dating Avon was to fatten him up and finally slaughter him like a pig. She didn't want to do this, but it would go against the Theosophy Order relatives who had raised her since she was a child, and she also knew that she would suffer very severe punishment if she didn't. She had once seen with her own eyes how her sister was punished. So Helen could only shed tears and nod in agreement. The beauty in the mirror sighed as she looked at Helen shedding tears and said, "This is our inescapable destiny. We are natural black widows. We are the children of Primordial One. We must all get close to him." After saying this, water-like ripples appeared again on the tall dressing mirror, and the beautiful girl on the mirror disappeared like this. Helen took the bottle containing Black Abyss Murloc blood and sat on the bed for a long time without moving until she heard a knock on the door before she came back to her senses. After opening the bedroom door, Helen happily handed the bottle in her hand to Avon and said, "Your information this time was very timely, and Mother appreciates it very much. This is your reward, Black Abyss Murloc blood, so you only need to completely digest the instigator potion, and you can be promoted to witch. It's really so fast. It hasn't been a month since you became a Beander, and you are about to become a Sequence 7 powerhouse. I guess it won't be long before you can catch up with me." Avon took the bottle, aimed it at the light in the room, took a look, and was also very happy. Hearing Helen's words, he looked her up and down, and then deliberately pretended to be angry and said, "What's so happy about me being promoted to witch? Are you not satisfied with my performance in bed, and are you going to find someone else to digest pleasure?" Helen knew that Avon was very angry when he became an assassin, and thought that Avon was really angry, so she began to appease him again. The two of them hadn't seen each other for several days, and young people recovered quickly. Gradually, the temperature in the room rose again, and Avon and Helen's eyes began to blur again. The two sides launched another war again, which did not end until midnight. After Helen left, Avon lay on the bed motionless, as if he had not recovered from the aftermath of the war just now. After a long time, Avon took a pillow from the side and covered his face, making a sound of incompetent rage. Before, he showed his power and thought he was very powerful, but when he faced the completely open demoness of pleasure, he realized that he was too naive. In the end, Helen was the one moving the whole time, and he had given up treatment. This makes Avon now think about whether to find some mummy powder and ask Dayquil to make a special medicine to get back at her. But after thinking about it, if a man still needs special medicine to save face, he may lose even more face in front of Helen, and he will also lose his superior prestige in front of Dayquil, which is really not worth the loss. In the end, he decided to wait until after the promotion to talk about it. After another half an hour, Avon finally got up and took a shower in the bathroom to wash away the sticky sweat on his body. With his body clean and refreshed, Avon felt alive again. Then he changed the sheets that were covered with various traces. If he didn't change them, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. When everything was done, Avon lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling above, and suddenly smiled, saying to himself, "So, Conqueror really is the Sequence 1 of the Hunter pathway. And the Loan royal family has a copy of the Conqueror Beander characteristic." Ever since Avon was promoted to a Sequence 8 Beander and chose to pre-advance to the mirror magic of the demoness, he discovered that his gray-white vision had evolved further. He could monitor others through any mirror within a 200-meter radius centered on Avon. When Avon realized that Helen was going to use the full-length mirror in her bedroom to contact her mother, a desire to peek arose in his heart. Initially, Avon merely overlooked the situation in the bedroom through his gray-white vision. When Helen successfully contacted her mother, another mystical mirror connected to the mirror in Avon's bedroom within Avon's vision. Limited by the small range of the gray-white vision, Avon could only sense that this mystical connection came from the north, and Helen's mother did not detect Avon's peeping. This greatly surprised Avon, indicating that the mysterious city held a very high position, completely suppressing the high sequence uniqueness of Helen's mother. Not only did it allow Avon, a low-sequence Beander, to detect the traces of a high-sequence demoness, but it even gave Avon the possibility of reverse tracking. After realizing that Helen's mother had not sensed his peeping, Avon made an even bolder decision. He directly used mirror magic in the living room to connect the living room mirror to the bedroom mirror, creating a secret two-person conversation with 3 participants. Avon heard everything Helen and her mother said clearly. And the content of this conversation greatly benefited Avon. He first confirmed that the Augustus royal family indeed possessed a Beander characteristic of the Hunter pathway, Sequence 1, Conqueror. Previously, Avon only knew the sequence name, Conqueror, from the description of War Bishop Tony Dunn in the original work, but he couldn't confirm whether Conqueror was Sequence 2 or Sequence 1 of the Hunter pathway. He merely thought that the demoness sect's demoness angel wouldn't watch her sequence 3 sister, daughter, or granddaughter become a big-dicked man, so he felt that the LotM kingdom should have a sequence 1 characteristic. Now it is 100% confirmed that Conqueror is the name of sequence 1 of the Hunter pathway, and the possibility of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, who believes in the true creator, possessing a Conqueror Beander characteristic has also increased. Second, the cooperation between the demoness sect and King George III has far-reaching implications. Since George III used a sequence 1 Beander characteristic as a bargaining chip for cooperation with the demoness sect, George III must believe that the benefits he would gain after the matter was concluded would exceed a sequence 1 characteristic. This made Avon even more curious about what he ultimately wanted to do. As for whether the demoness sect was cooperating with George III personally or with the Augustus royal family, Avon leaned towards the latter, because the Augustus royal family obviously possessed angels or even great angels. Without their approval, it would be impossible for George III to offer such a large bargaining chip for a transaction. The last point, and perhaps the most important, was Helen's mother's final statement: "We are all children of the primordial one, we must all draw closer to her." This sentence almost admitted that the bloodline origin of Theosophy Order also came from the primordial demoness. Avon's previous guesses were all correct. Theosophy Order was founded by the primordial one's daughter and was a natural demoness angel. Moreover, the primordial demoness, the source of the assassin pathway, had a major problem. Her self-perception of her gender might have gone greatly awry, and it was not ruled out that she had already developed schizophrenia. This was even more fortunate news for Avon. No matter how ambitious Avon was or how confident he was in reaching the end, facing a deity-level opponent still caused considerable psychological pressure. As for Helen's mother's confusion about why the demoness sect was confident enough to directly target a member of the royal family, that was purely a matter of information asymmetry. She thought the demoness sect was plotting against the Augustus royal family, but in fact, it was a mutually beneficial cooperation. Therefore, just a small information asymmetry could be fatal. If she couldn't see through this, she would sooner or later suffer greatly from it. Avon even considered the possibility that George III and the demoness sect were using Edsac Augustus's actions to fish, and the target of the fishing was very likely Theosophy Order. Avon, putting himself in George III's position, thought that after choosing the demoness sect as an ally, the first thing he would do would probably be to entrap and eliminate all potential threats before considering anything else. Although he had guessed from the information in the original work that Triss's approach to Edsac Augustus might be a trap, Avon did not intend to warn Theosophy Order. From Natasha's behavior yesterday, it seemed that the demoness sect intended for Avon to participate in this operation. Avon might already be in the game, which would be beneficial for him to collect relevant information. If Avon informed Theosophy Order about the demoness sect's trap, Theosophy Order would be safe, but Avon would gain nothing but a trivial reward and would also have to bear the risk of being investigated by the demoness sect afterward. Moreover, Theosophy Order had treated Avon as a breeding tool and consumable from beginning to end, never considering Avon as one of their own. From the moment Avon drank the assassin magic potion, they had already decided Avon's fate. This made Avon particularly displeased. Although Avon also didn't consider them as his own, he would absolutely be delighted if Theosophy Order suffered a setback. In fact, when Avon discovered that his cheat had an absolute position suppression over the demonesses of the demoness sect, Avon had already intended to incite infighting between the two major demoness organizations. Furthermore, Helen and her mother's plans once again gave Avon a sense of urgency to advance. He did not want to become a catalyst for Helen's advancement. Now that the main materials for the demoness were collected, Avon decided to wrap up Zarel's matter in the next few days. He planned to exchange for the pyromaniac Beander characteristic from Deputy Director Jonas. As Lanrius's deception expanded, and Klein, due to Avon's instigation, did not stop the situation from escalating, Avon already felt that he would be able to fully digest the magic potion in a few days. He prepared for a secret advancement. Having planned his future actions, Avon slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Being with Helen today was truly exhausting, and he needed a good night's sleep to recover. Backland, Crown Racecourse. Audrey, wearing a veiled hat adorned with blue ribbons and silk flowers, with light sheer gloves on her hands and a white long dress with leg of mutton sleeves and ruffles, sat on the balcony of the noble box, gazing at the racehorses galloping across the track, her eyes clear and distant, as if unable to blend into the lively atmosphere. At this moment, Earl Glint leaned close to Audrey, glanced at the people around, and whispered, "Audrey, I met a true Beander, a Beander who does not belong to the royal family. Really, I swear by the honor of my father, who has returned to the goddess's divine kingdom, that this time it's true. I have witnessed her Beander power." Audrey had already become a spectator and was no longer overly concerned with such matters. However, considering the need for more things to exchange with others at the Tarot Club in the future, rather than always relying on gold pounds, expanding her Beander network and having her own channels became very necessary. So Audrey widened her beautiful eyes, revealing a surprised gaze, and drew a captivating smile, asking tremblingly, "When can I meet her?" Earl Glint was very satisfied with Audrey's reaction. Looking at the racehorses about to cross the finish line, he said, "Tomorrow afternoon, I will host a salon about literature and music at my home. I will have someone send you an invitation later." Audrey nodded, indicating that she would definitely go tomorrow. Suddenly, her gaze swept across the Ahova Earl's court box not far away. Through the balcony, she could see that the box was also full of various powerful figures sitting together, chatting and laughing, lively and extraordinary, but Avon was not present. The parliament was about to enter recess, and today the bigwigs of Loan's political scene were gathering for their final social event at the horse race. Audrey was not really interested in horse racing, she only came with her father thinking that Avon might come to watch the race. To her disappointment, Avon did not appear with his brother, Lord Robert, and as a girl, Audrey could not presumptuously go forward to inquire or ask. Audrey had long wanted to interact with Mr. Ewan Horn, Mr. Strength, in reality, but since the Earl Hall's ball, they had not seen each other again. Audrey had been unable to find an opportunity to contact Avon, so she was a bit troubled. She very much hoped to have a Beander friend in reality with whom she could share secrets, so she spoke to Earl Glint again. Why not also send an invitation to Lord Robert's younger brother, Mr. Avon, who advised you at the ball last time? You also said that he has joined Military Intelligence Section 9 and is a true Beander. We can ask him to protect us, after all, who knows if the Beander we are going to meet is a good person or not. Earl Glint pondered upon hearing Audrey's words and finally nodded in agreement. However, he was not confident that he could invite Avon, because he had sent invitations to Avon more than once for parties at his home before, but had never received a response. During this time, Earl Glint had brought gifts and visited the Earth Mother Church in south of the bridge more than once, hoping to purchase the magic potion formula for the apothecary. However, the priest inside, who exuded a strong sense of oppression, was unyielding and firmly refused to sell him the formula unless he converted to the Earth Mother. Otherwise, he had to abide by the agreement with other churches in Loan and could not arbitrarily spread magic potion formulas. This made him, who had always yearned to become an apothecary, very helpless. He also wanted to meet Avon to see if there were other pathways. At the same time, unfavorable news about Lanrius began to appear on the streets of Tingen, but it did not cause too much impact, because a bigger incident erupted in Tingen that overshadowed the rumors. At the same time, Klein, who was having breakfast at home, also learned from the newspaper that the Docklands workers had not received their wages yesterday. The angry workers, under the threat of their families running out of food, were enraged and began to strike, triggering a chain reaction that eventually led to a collective strike of major factories. The workers confronted the military police, which ultimately resulted in bloody clashes. The situation eventually spiraled out of control, and the police opened fire to suppress them, resulting in over 20 deaths and hundreds of injured workers. Klein silently looked at the newspaper photos of the police beating workers, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 124, The Demonist Sect's Mission. Lanrius walked out of the Bakeland Bank Tingen branch, located in the northern district of Tingen City, and smiled triumphantly as he looked at the telegram in his hand. He had just personally deposited the funds collected yesterday into the bank and checked whether the Bakeland Bank Tingen branch had successfully reconciled its accounts with the head office in Backland. In this era, there was no information network, making it difficult to perform precision reconciliation. Often, a person might deposit money into an account in Tingen, then take a steam train to Backland to withdraw it, only to find that Backland had no knowledge of the account. Generally, in such cases, if a customer was eager to withdraw money from a different location, the branch would issue a sight draft, payable on demand, allowing for direct withdrawal from another location. However, this was only for small amounts of gold pounds. For situations like Lanrius, who deposited hundreds of thousands into the bank, the relevant information had already been sent to the Backland head office via the bank's internal telegram the moment he opened the account and the money entered the bank. Therefore, if Lanrius wanted to withdraw money in Backland, he had to confirm whether his money had been officially entered into the accounts there. This was dictated by his usual cautious and meticulous style. He wanted to ensure his plan was foolproof. Lanrius now had a sense of urgency, not only because of the gradually growing evil god's offspring in Migos' belly, nor solely because of the increasingly clear inverted cross mark on his abdomen. It was because of the rumor he accidentally overheard this morning about his iron mine not being as large as claimed. And also because of the newspaper report today about a factory owner causing bloody conflict due to embezzling cash for investment and failing to pay his workers. Lanrius knew perfectly well whether he truly possessed a super-large iron mine. Currently, the rumor was only circulating among the common folk. Its spread was not very wide and would not affect him much. However, the mere appearance of the rumor already indicated a problem. Some smart people were starting to catch on. If it were just this, Lanrius would not be panicking. As a swindler, he could easily persuade those with doubts. However, the occurrence of bloody conflict made him a little afraid. This was because the newspaper's related report not only pointed to the factory owner who embezzled wages but also reasonably and factually questioned the unreasonableness of the factory owner's frantic investment, which led to the crazy appreciation of related shares. Although it did not directly point to the authenticity of Lanrius's so-called iron mine, it subtly indicated the inflated value of shares related to this iron mine and the suspicion of someone manipulating stock prices. As a swindler, no, as a cryptologist, he vaguely felt that the bubble created by his deception was about to burst, and he needed to escape quickly, otherwise, he might never be able to get away. Moreover, for some reason, from yesterday to today, Lanrius always vaguely felt that he was being monitored, but his many attempts to test this yielded no results, making him at one point suspect that he was being overly paranoid. But now, being in the eye of the storm, he dared not be careless and decided he couldn't just leave. If someone truly was monitoring him, that would be a path to death. He needed a cover. It just so happened that tonight he was having a dinner party with Migos' family at a luxurious restaurant. He would use these people as a cover. Lanrius made his decision happily, put on his top hat, and walked towards the private carriage he had temporarily hired. I didn't expect this person to be quite perceptive. He could feel us even from this far away. If it weren't for us being careful, we might have already been exposed. What kind of person do you think he is? Why did the higher-ups tell us to keep such a close eye on him? Even if he's a Beander, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Shortly after Lanrius left in his carriage, another carriage emerged from around the corner. The two people inside looked at Lanrius's departing carriage, breathed a sigh of relief, and one of them asked the slightly older person. I don't know, but from our 2 days of tracking, he doesn't seem to be someone easy to deal with. Who cares? We'll just do what the higher-ups tell us to do. Just keep a close eye on him, that's all. Why worry so much when we're just following orders? The older person said, taking out a pair of glasses from his pocket and putting them on his nose, continuing to look in the direction Lanrius had left. Avon, after a night's rest, had regained his vigor. Today, he planned to track Zarel again, and then go to Military Intelligence Section 9 to consult some materials, to pave the way for his upcoming actions. Just as he was about to leave his apartment in disguise, his spiritual intuition told him there was a letter in the mailbox outside the door, and that it posed no danger. Avon frowned and took it out, finding it was a letter written in code. Natasha of the Demonist sect wanted to meet him at their usual spot. Avon rubbed his waist, gave a wry smile, but could only head to the West District Grand Hotel according to the letter's contents. As expected, when Avon arrived, before he could even mention anything, he was pulled onto the bed for an intense battle, making Avon, who had not yet advanced to Sequence 6, feel what extreme pleasure as extreme pawn meant. It made him sincerely hope to advance quickly, otherwise, he would eventually be drained dry. The demoness Natasha clearly had other things to do and couldn't stay long at the hotel. So, after they were done, she began assigning tasks to Avon while getting dressed. "You are a smart person. When we met at the club the day before yesterday, you should have known there was a task for you. Your task is to befriend Third Prince Edsac Augustus, gain his trust as soon as possible, and then find an opportunity to introduce him to the dancer who caused a slight commotion that day. That woman was originally one of our organization's people. I saw Edsac Augustus's eyes light up when he looked at her then. She should be able to approach him quite easily without my intervention, right?" Avon, completely naked and covered only by a thin blanket, raised himself up upon hearing this, seemingly surprised that the dancer was from the demonist sect, and simultaneously raised his question. At that time, Edsac Augustus's eyes were practically popping out when he looked at Triss. There was no need for Avon to get involved. "That dancer is Triss, who previously used your safe house for screening. She's now called Triss. I originally thought this would be easy. But I took her to several banquets where Edsac Augustus was present. Each time, his eyes lit up, but unexpectedly, he had the lust but lacked the courage. He always maintained his status and refused to go forward and say a word, so I could only come to you. You need to quickly become a close friend of Edsac Augustus and find a way to guide him. Haven't you always relied on that Beander item made from a hypnotist, Beander characteristic to pretend to be a spectator? Isn't this perfect?" Avon understood that because he had planned and killed Mrs. Sharon, Triss had arrived in Backland 2 months early. At this time, Ince Zangwill had not yet finished his work in Tingen, so it was naturally impossible for him to collude with George III and the demonist sect as in the original story, allowing him to use 008 to arrange for Triss to smoothly reach Edsac Augustus's side. Therefore, the demonist sect was currently a bit at a loss as to how to approach the Third Prince, who was somewhat chauvinistic and self-important. Arranging Triss to be by Edsac Augustus's side was to make him take the blame for the Backland smog. If they made too many moves, not only might the 3 major churches detect clues, but Military Intelligence Section 9 might also discover it in advance. So the demonist sect came up with a not-so-good solution. They would have Avon befriend Edsac Augustus and influence him as a friend, encouraging him to pursue love. The best candidate to provide such guidance was originally a spectator. Avon had a powerful, hypnotist, sealed artifact in his hand, making him perfectly suited for this task. Avon inwardly exclaimed what a great opportunity this was. This was an excellent chance for him to investigate the Augustus royal family's conqueror, sealed artifact. He had been wondering how to conduct an in-depth investigation before, and he never expected the demonist sect to assign him such a task. This was simply a godsend for him. However, he still had to feign difficulty and say, "People like him have been exposed to politics since birth and have distrusted others since childhood. It's easy to become an acquaintance with him, difficult to become a recognized friend, and even harder to become a friend with whom one can discuss private matters. Moreover, my magic potion is digesting very quickly now, and I have already collected all the materials for witch. Perhaps one day I will become a witch and turn into a woman." Should you perhaps think of another way for this matter? Upon hearing that Avon had already collected all the magic potion, Natasha's action of pulling stockings onto her legs suddenly stopped, but quickly resumed, rolling the black stockings up to her thighs. However, she was furiously cursing Mrs. Sharon, who was confirmed dead. It was Mrs. Sharon who gave Avon the magic potion formula, which made her leverage over Avon so small, allowing him to collect the relevant materials so early. Yet, precisely because Avon had already joined Military Intelligence Section 9, she found it inconvenient to directly control him using certain methods. How could Natasha not resent the deceased Mrs. Sharon? Sometimes, once men click, friendship can escalate rapidly, regardless of how long they've known each other. We all understand this, it just depends on whether you put in the effort. If you can get Tris to Edsac Augustus's side, I can directly promise to help you advance to sequence 6 feet pleasure, then, how about that? As for your concern about potentially exposing your identity after advancing to witch, you don't need to worry. I already reported your situation before, and my mother has already thought of a corresponding solution. You'll know then, so don't worry. Avon was very curious about what kind of method could prevent him from turning into a woman. If such a method existed, why didn't the demonist sect use it before? Regardless, Natasha had spoken to this extent, leaving no room for Avon to refuse. After all, she was a demoness with countless lives on her hands, she wasn't that easy to talk to. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.